I mean, you hate to have a flood and not act like you're interested. Got a
Berenstein,
Here.
Bertrand,
pocket lunch.
Rayford, Shaner, Scott.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Morning. I'm going to wait for the presentation to come up, hopefully. So today we're here to discuss the proposed operating budget for the FY 2027 budget year. First, I'll talk about the timeline. We have already went through the CIP hearing. Back in July, we have the departments do a entry, both the CIP and the operating budget. Then after that, we do a peer review for CIP. Finance does a full review. We do a manager review. We send questions back to the departments. We do reviews of improvement requests. We balance the CIP and the operating budget, and then we're at this point here. We bring and present the best proposed budget to the council for your review. Beyond that, once we get past today, we will do a wrap-up hearing on March 18th, and beyond that, we'll approve the budget.
Is the wrap-up on a Wednesday morning?
It
Did I
is.
read that right?
Yep. From 8:30 to noon.
Right.
Yep. So this year we asked the council for your priorities as we have in the years past. Again, this year, the top priority from our council was infrastructure. The second in line was quality of life, economic development, followed by health and safety, and then customer service. So what we do when we go through this budget and the departments go through the budget, we take your priorities and try to ensure that this budget we're presenting to you encompasses all of your priorities in the order in which you provided them to us. So the highlights this year, we have a balanced budget, complies with the city's adopted financial policies. What we're introducing to you today reduces the property tax levy by nearly 13.5%. So we're pretty proud of that, of the product that we'll be presenting to you today. And this maintains all of our core functions, operating strengths, and preserves the current service levels across all departments.
And point out, the property tax levy is going down by 13%, but the overall levy is going down as well, correct?
What?
The overall levies are going down as well?
Well, our part of the levy.
Yes.
And will go down 13.5%. Now, there's a portion of that is the schools and the counties, and we can't control what they do. So our part is a reduction of 13.5%. Budget impacts. As you can see, there's a lot of negative impacts, but we do have some positive impacts this year. Property values increased 13.3%, which is good. It helps us give relief to our citizens. The rollback percentage was beneficial to us. It changed and reduced that. So the reduction that you'll see that we present later, $45 of that reduction is due to the rollback percentage change. IPERS did not have a change in the contribution. MFPRSI did have a reduction, not quite 1%. And our 411 expenses decreased 13.8% last year. Negative impacts. We are still seeing the impacts of a lot of the different Senate files and changes that have happened at legislative level, and there are certainly other items that are still up in the air this year for property tax reform. As you can see, there's numerous items. The Senate File 718 is a very large item that's still impacting us today. Cumulatively, it has been a 2.8% negative to our budget impacts. House File 2552, which changed the property tax credit into a permanent rollback around the first $150,000, had nearly a $500,000 reduction to our budget. Also, you'll see we use fund balances. So each year at the end of our fiscal year, once we do our financial audit, we determine what our funds, what's available in our general fund for us to reprogram. So this year we had a excess of $2.8 million that we reprogrammed into this budget. So we are not taxing our citizens for that portion of the budget. We're using leftover budget, in essence, from last year. We did have the increase in insurance expenses. Health insurance went up about $340,000, and general liability expense went up $65,000. Also, we saw a reduction in our local option sales tax of $750,000. So those are all items that made this budget difficult for us to balance. However, like I said, I think the staff, budget staff, did a really good job of presenting something that we're proud of today. Our proposed 2027 budget, as you see, the CIP budget there is the budget that we've proposed to you. We haven't made any reductions or changes to it, as that will happen at the wrap-up hearing. The debt service hasn't changed, but the operating budget, you'll see as it was proposed, and then the updated proposal, and I apologize, that should be the opposite way around. It actually had a reduction, to the updated proposed. It should be flipped the other way. So we actually saw a reduction of $2.4 million from when it was entered to what, after finance staff went back and forth with the departments, we were able to reduce the budget by $2.4 million. The proposed operating budget, again, entered at $261 million. You'll see that we had some improvement requests that were approved, some that were not approved. We had increases in revenue. So what typically happens is when we go through any of the revenues that are submitted by the departments, the finance staff will go through and say, you know, based on your history, it looks like the revenue really historically falls in this line, or the expenses fall here. And we make requests to the department for them to review to determine if that's a change that they're able to make. So in this case, we were able to increase the revenues by $630,000, and we were able to reduce the expenses by $1.7 million. So this overall,
Where's the additional revenue coming from?
I can look for you. I don't know exactly.
No, that's fine.
I can get that for you, though. So this budget here presented today is an increase of 0.5% from the FY26 adopted and approved budget, operating budget. So here you'll see your operating expenses. And this just gives you a really good overall of where the expenses lie. As we've always talked about, majority of the expense falls in our public safety area. So 32% of this operating budget presented to you will be in public safety. Next largest would be utilities, 17.5%, public works, 14%, economic development is 11%, administration, 9%, transportation, nearly 6%, and cultural items and parks and rec, both at around 5% of this budget. So this is the levy details. This is what you'll see this year for residents and commercial. You'll see a difference in how we're presenting this year. Commercial, we're presenting it as $300,000, which is what the state legislature has now requested that we utilize instead of $100,000. So based on our proposal this year, your proposed taxes are set to reduce $110 per $100,000 for a resident and $383 per $300,000 for a commercial property.
So if you have a $300,000 home, your taxes are gonna go down $330 on the city side?
Yes.
Still at risk because we're only basically 1/3.
Correct.
I understand that.
Yep.
I just want the public to know that.
Yep.
City,
I want
but the
the public
city's
to-
portion.
Yep.
Yeah, just the city's
When
portion,
we
so,
go up, they always print that. I want them to know what it's gonna, the average house in Sioux City right now is probably, I would guess, in the 180 average range. So those people are looking at about a $200 reduction in their taxes on the city side.
Correct. And if they don't see a reduction, that's because somebody else increased it, not us. Yep. So property tax levy, I wanted to put this out there only just to show the history for the last couple of years and the impacts of House File 718. As you can see, those asterisk levies are no longer available to us. So back in 2024, we were able to levy some of those different areas. Now they're all lumped into our general fund levy. So that general fund levy takes on the symphony, the band levy, the emergency, the auditorium, and the CAT levy. That's no longer available. So this is a history of our property taxes. That line in the middle is the average. So right now, for the last 10 years, we are actually, this proposed budget is slightly below the average of what it's been in the last 10 years.
You send that slide to Drew.
I can, yes. I wanted to go over just the discussion of the property tax and the different levies and defining it for the purposes of the public, and we do have a few new council members that it may be beneficial to. The general fund levy is property tax levy. So this is, and it's also the revenue from franchise fees, development fees, license and permits, charges for services such as like pool admissions, any abatements, any other charges for services we would receive. And the uses for the general fund are public safety, support departments, the cultural departments as well. The trust and agency fund is typically our employee benefits. So the revenue that comes in is the property tax levy that we receive. Uses are for costs related to the employee benefits, such as Social Security, health insurance benefits, pension contributions, MFPRSI, and the IPERS. And debt service. Debt service is another levy. The levy is, again, property tax levy that we're able to property tax for. And expenditures include the city's general debt obligations, principal and interest payments. A few other funds I wanted to define today just for the purpose of everybody understanding the budget. Enterprise funds. These are self-supporting funds from the city that fund the operations of those specific areas to cover the costs of the service being provided. Some examples include the water, the sewer, parking, road use, transit, and solid waste funds. Local option sales tax. This was voted in by a referendum. And it is, in 1986, 1% of the gross sales collected from the city is distributed to the city from the state. So in that referendum, what was approved was a breakdown of how those items would be applied to the city's budget. 60% of it would be property tax relief, 20% infrastructure projects, 10% city facilities, and 10% economic development.
We know where the dialogue is with the legislature currently on the additional half a point?
I do not. There are several different bills that are moving out of subcommittee right now.
We haven't seen it, made it through.
Some include it and some.
Right,
exclude,
yep, yes, it did.
It's alive around.
Yeah, it's still alive.
Yep, it's still live right now, yes. Tax increment financing, or the TIF funds. These are property tax designated for TIF districts to meet economic development agreement obligations. And grant funds. These are revenues received through the federal and state grant awards. Typically, these are limited to specific scopes within the city for funding. This is just a list of the next steps. As you can see, we're nowhere close to done. There's quite a few things that we'll have to do in order for us to certify this budget. But you'll see most of those items specifically at regular council meetings. I do want to point out we have that wrap-up hearing on March 18th, and we will hold a special meeting on March 30th, and that's the public hearing on the proposed tax levy, and that's at 4 o'clock. And then we'll get all the way to the end and we'll certify our budget. We'll approve it last in front of you on April 20th. Oh, shoot. And then we'll actually certify it with the county. Do you guys have any questions?
But I was hoping that you could just take an extra, maybe 2 minutes, all the House files that you listed on that.
Sure.
Just to kind of go over that impact of what
Sure.
that.
So each one of the negative impacts that we had resulted out of a legislative change that happened at the legislative level. So the Senate File 619, which eliminated the backfill. So that was a backfill program where the cities would backfill the portion of the rollback for commercial and commercial properties. That took about a 5-year period where they started to ratchet down the ability for us to receive that.
Over 5 million from us, was it? All in?
About 2 million.
Oh, 2 million.
Yep, about 2 million. But in total, and then we have the Senate File 718, that was an impact of about 2.8 million. That was several items that ratcheted down those levies, so we're no longer able to levy for some of those items. And then they started to reduce or ratchet down the percentage of the levy based on the growth of our assessments. So we also had House File 2552. That was the property tax where they did the permanent rollback for the commercial properties of $150,000, and that was a reduction or an impact to us about $500,000. So those are the items now. Again, like you just said, Craig, there's several items that are still alive out there in subcommittees and passing out of subcommittees. We expect to see something related to property taxes this year. We're just not sure exactly what.
So all in, these do total greater than $5 million,
Yes,
which is income reductions taken away from the city that is outside of our control,
correct.
that we don't get it replaced from the state in any other way, shape, or form.
We don't even have the ability to increase our levy to recapture those items, correct?
Last few years that have been presented to us.
Yes.
All right, thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Okay, up first, we have our legal department, page 163. We have Nicole DuBois participating electronically.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for
Morning.
the allowance to appear remotely. Legal has submitted a flat budget outside of payroll lines, and I would be happy to discuss or answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Questions?
I don't know.
Okay, no questions for you, Nicole. Thank you.
Nicole, good luck today.
All right. Thank you so much.
I have one question though, real quick, and this might be with Rex. When you met with the judges, the term homeless court funding kept coming up from the legal perspective. I'd never heard of that before. What is it, and is there really funding there? And I know you guys had a great meeting with the judges, and I was curious that came up. What is it?
Rex Muir, Police Department. I think that'd be a good question for Jill.
For Jill? Okay.
Jill is going to appear with us Monday on our report out to talk about.
I believe
Yeah, they're it's a separate fund, yeah.
I know the judges were asking about that too, so that's where that came from, not my question.
Oh,
So, okay, thank you.
Okay, up next, we have the Art Center, page 85. Todd Behrens.
Good morning, Todd Behrens, Art Center Director. Like legal, we had designed a flat budget, actually a slight decrease in our budget. I did want to draw your attention to one numerical change that we need to add. If you look at page 88, that's when we have the summary of the Art Center expenditure revenue along with the Gilchrist Center. Under the contributions line, which is the first line under funding sources, we discovered only recently that the number that's under there under 5/1 fiscal year 2027, the 393,589 number is incorrect. The contributions line, it reflects the reimbursements made by the Art Center Association, which is the private organization which supports the Art Center. These are funds that go from the Art Center Association to the city to reimburse for 3 full-time equivalents that are of city staff. What we realized is that the number 393,589 reflects 3.5 full-time equivalents. So the actual number that should be listed there is $341,851. So it's a difference of $51,738.
341 what?
341,851. I can,
So you're needing to add the 51 to the general fund? Is that right?
I would, yes, that would have to happen, yes.
Well, and you'll notice that the actuals are a lot lower. We did not realize they had a variety of unfilled positions, so it was not as apparent. But once we removed those unfilled positions, it was easy to identify that we've actually been practicing this way, but we budgeted incorrectly in 26 and 27.
So what dollar amount comes from your endowment to help supplement that? You say you guys are at 2% or 3% drawing off?
This year, it's a little complicated. In a traditional year, it would be 3%. And those, more or less, those funds, we pull those funds when we are, the association is paying the city on a quarterly basis. So that's about 180 usually. This year, we budgeted a little bit more than that. I think it's like 220-something from the endowment.
Yeah, so I had it, if you went from 3% to 5%, you pick up 256 more. If you just tap your endowment to the max. And if you pick up 256 more, our city contribution goes down, and then we basically go to a level playing field with the city contribution and private contribution.
Again, so it's a complicated thing. In the next couple of years, we are actually tapping the full 5% that we can
Okay.
tap into from the endowment. We're doing that, pardon me, we're actually in the process of setting up a second endowment to support large projects. And so we're bringing in donations for that, which would normally go towards supporting the bottom line. And then we're tapping more deeply into the endowment this year and next year to effectively backfill to make sure that the annual budget is met. But this is helping raise this 26 and 27, we're raising those funds to have the new endowment to let us do bigger things
For the programming,
for programming, yeah.
not to support your personnel complement.
Right. The general endowment allows us to spend as we wish, and that's generally funds towards the city from the association.
Yes, right now, the city portion, we figure was 933, and if you guys go to 5%, it takes you to 670, it takes us to 677, and you at 655. So where I look at it is, what I like to propose for March is that we reduce the Arts Center's budget to the equivalent of the 2% if they take it to the 5% on the endowment, is what I like to see. So whatever that, if that's.
Any money for
Well,
programs.
that's okay. They'll figure that. They got another endowment going, but we're gonna level this thing up. It takes it to a 50-50 split then for public and private on this. We're talking about 30,000 people that attend for this facility for $1 million cost to the city. We appreciate it. I'm not saying we don't, but this is a very easy way for us to balance that out. So I'd like to go in March, a vote on to reduce by the 2%, whatever that number you guys can come up with the difference in the endowment is what I'd like to see the reduction in the Art Center budget of general fund. Does that make sense, Teresa?
Todd, does your endowment have a restriction on the percentage of what you can take out?
5.
5%.
It is 5%?
Yeah. We've limited it to 3.
I mean, I know
At least it's not
I know you've been targeting 5, but does the endowment creation limit you to 5%?
5% is the max, yeah. 3% allows for a slight bit of growth, with the ups and downs of the market. The concern with using 5% continually is that it will actually, over time, reduce the endowment. So,
It'll no longer be self-sustaining because of the return.
yeah, I mean, with the 3%, the number that we've drawn each year has been about even, at about 175 to 180. So.
Next question is, do you guys, from a programming perspective, are you set up to take on some more programming if other departments wanted to use your facility?
Absolutely. I mean, I think.
I'm just saying, if we're going to throw, I'd like to see the Art Center get utilized a little bit more for different programming. I mean, that's going to be one of the things you see that other entities in the city do.
Yeah.
So it's like, I want to build your value, is what I'm saying.
Understood.
And so, you know what I mean? But this gives us a 50-50 split. It's going to give you an opportunity to go out and bang your donors a little bit and start raising more money in your endowment. And, it's fair.
It's always been the goal to try to have it at 50%. We've been
Yeah.
working steadily towards that. It started off considerably under a 50 match. This past year, I think we got it to 54-46.
And that doesn't affect any of your services like that. Everything stays in place. We're not asking you to think that. That's just
Well,
talking about just a budget.
Yeah, I mean, that's if we can match that funding without losing staff. That's the concern. I mean, this would involve, I would assume, trying to think of it. We'd have to, in effect, it would increase the Art Center Association's reimbursement to the city for the staffing. Okay. And I have
Just work on it. You've got till March.
Yeah, I've
We're
got a
gonna
couple of
Figure
boards
out what that
to-
number is, get with Teresa and figure out what that hard number is.
Okay.
And then we'll work it from there. Teresa, you good? Okay.
We'll work with you and we'll bring it back for wrap-up. So on the 18th of March, we'll have a wrap-up. We'll ask for a memo of, do you have a board meeting?
Yeah, well, I'll have to call a special meeting of the trustees. I'll have an association board in early March.
So from the public's perspective, the good news is that right now it costs about $44 per visit is what it costs for the art museum. The city right now picks up about $33 of it, and the board's picking up about $13 per visit. If we do this new proposal, which balances it, it goes, our portion is $22 a visit, and you guys is $22.03. It's 30 cents difference. So it's a balancing act is what it does from who's supporting the art center and how it's supported. So that's all, that's where I got my math.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see what the numbers, Teresa, exactly how you play it out.
Yep.
How you try and subsidize with what Todd's proposing, because this is a pretty significant modification, so let's see what those numbers look like.
We'll have a memo, and you'll have that for wrap-up.
Well, we're not asking them to do anything that they can't legally do. They can legally take that 2%. They should be taking the 2%. And then that just gives a little bit more balance for the utilization. Now, if we start utilizing the art center for more programming, which down the road, like we're talking about, then it makes more sense that we can kind of go that route. So this is part of the change process of utilizing and stretching our dollars. And so it's all good.
You you take any money out of that fund for anything else, or is that all you take it out for, is the city portion of the salary?
Well, in fact, so we're paying, the association's paying, like last year, $289.
No,
And
I'm
so we
saying,
can,
out of that fund, do you take anything else out, like for programming or anything else?
no, it all goes to the city.
Employee complement.
From the endowment, yeah.
So the endowment has been growing.
Slightly, it's been fits and starts over the last 5 years or so, yeah.
Okay,
And all capital expenses are the city's.
what's that?
Yeah, we pay the
Capital
utilities and everything. We
Right.
pay all the capital.
Well, we own the building. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
we gotta maintain them. We could be like the county and not maintain a damn building, and guess what? Then they fall apart, so cheaper to maintain them.
Oh, I agree.
Agree.
All right.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you.
Todd?
Up next, we have the library, page 169, Helen Rigdon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm
Morning,
Helen
Helen.
Rigdon, the Director of the Library. Our budget was pretty flat. I did work with some vendors to get they usually have a 5% increase. This is in our integrated library system. I'd worked with them this year to get it down to just a 3% increase. So we've tried to do some things like that. We've also tried to look at what we actually are doing with our money and where it goes. So we kept it pretty flat. Our only increase was in salaries. So overall, it's pretty much a flat budget. And then we have the question of a position to fill.
Questions?
Well, Helen, as you know, effective fiscal and public policy view last summer, all departments made some recommendations to probably most of them, I think, Teresa. One of the recommendations for the library was to perhaps reduce the budget significantly by a possible remodeling, a reprogramming, not of your program, but create a new model of perhaps 3 to 4 smaller branches speckled throughout the city, keeping the Morningside branch, perhaps a smaller footprint downtown, perhaps a new location for a west side branch, maybe in the Hamilton corridor, maybe a small branch on the Floyd Boulevard corridor, which offers a lot of accessibility for our residents, for the neighborhoods. Needless to say, it wasn't very well received. I think it was by you at first, the presentation by Teresa and Mike was to have you take a look at what a model like that would look at and how you and your board would structure it. What would this look like, for our community? Because I think one of your largest obstacles is the building that you reside in, that the library main branch is in.
Okay.
That thing is huge, and it's very
It is huge,
expensive.
but we're going to need a building of a good size downtown, we have to have a main library. We have to have a place to process the books. We can't have books being, because then you're going to have tech service people at each location. We need a place to house our local history. We have an extensive local history collection. We have city records and all the Polk directories back hundreds of years. So we need some place for that. We have microfilm. We have just lots of things that has to go into a central location. We can't have those things in each location, because then you increase your size and it won't be available at each location.
So, again, we would like,
Real quick, on that point, so from a space perspective, what do we got in the museum back there, Steve? We got some space, don't we, downstairs? A lot of space. Well, I know we do. That's a rhetorical question.
But is it going to be accessible to the public, the hours the
No,
library?
I'm just talking about on some of the stuff, you're talking about, our local history and some of the
Right,
things
those have to be accessible to the public.
Yeah, or requested.
They come in, and a lot of people are from out of town, and they're looking up family, and, yeah.
How would you describe the utilization, Helen,
Of the library?
of the historical pieces that we're talking about right now?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, but it gets used quite a bit.
Polk directories included in the
Oh,
microfiche?
those are requested a lot,
And microfiche?
yes. Because we have the journal back way, way far, further than, I think, the journal. They are missing some years, and we have
How
them.
much space do you need, square footage wise?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Part of this is we have a new director will be coming in sometime. I'm leaving the end of April. So a lot of this needs to be answered by them. So,
Sorry, Julie, go ahead.
No, that's fine. The Effective Fiscal and Public Policy Committee continues, to work towards reducing this budget of almost $4 million. And they believe that by restructuring to the smaller libraries and not a book depository, I know that some of those things were brought up in earlier discussions, that, changing, remodeling would take us backwards instead of forward. But again, we really feel like this is a solution to reducing the budget, making these libraries more accessible to all neighborhoods, people who don't have transportation. Just, there's so many benefits to doing it, and I think off the bat, we're looking at the negatives of all the reasons that you stated that could be an obstacle, but as we know, obstacles, we can work around them, we can find solutions, and that's what I would like. And I think it's, rather than falling on you, as you said you're leaving, I think it would be great if we had your committee look at a restructuring and what would it look like if you did do it, not what does it continue to look like if you don't do it.
Okay.
So we're not reducing the importance of the library or your programming. In fact, I think spreading it out and making it more accessible.
the proposal would cut our budget in half, basically. The original one that came to me was for $2 million. And you look at the number of people we serve in this community, and almost dollar for dollar, we give back our budget in services. I'm not saying that can't be looked at, but if you look back in the history of the library, we used to have branches all over town. We had the one in Leeds, Carnegie. We had the one on Fairmont. We had one out at, it's the Head Start now. That was a public library. But I think it was in the 70s and 80s, for cost efficiency, they condensed them down to make them, because to maintain those buildings and those sites cost a lot.
I think like the Morningside one is a great example. You look at, just so the public knows, we maintain that Morningside branch for $450,000. I think what Julie is proposing, I think the council is talking about, is, if you do, even if you did 500 per location, and I mean, the Morningside's a great little branch.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about surrounding, modernizing it. I mean, people consume their information differently now. You guys know that. And to go back to the mission of the library, Also, I think that the community's ready for a freshening up, putting them in places with, there's some amenities around small retail or around, small food, where you're gonna get more access to it. So we're asking for an open mind.
Right.
I think the downtown is becoming a community concern.
By who, besides the council, I guess?
Well, that's not fair.
No, I'm
Yeah,
just asking.
yeah.
Who you're hearing this from?
Well, you mean people in general, if they want to bring their kids down there, there's the obvious, the homeless issues, the stuff that's around the library itself and the size of it. It's just not,
But that shouldn't be held against the library.
it's not. But again, I'm talking about just I think what we're talking about is modernizing it, and in the same process, I think the consumer, the citizen's going to get a better product, and it's going to be more cost-effective for the library, and it's a freshening up, you know what I mean? So I think the proposal on there is, Julie, yours is to take the budget to 2 million, correct?
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually, yeah, to wean that down over the 2 years, it gives you guys an opportunity to put a plan together, a modern plan, and it's exciting, I mean, for the new director coming in, to put a plan together, and, $500,000 is pretty, I mean.
I would
pretty
keep
big.
this probably on the wraps, because any new director being interviewed, if they know this is the plan to cut the budget in half, they will not be
We're
impressed.
excited that they get an opportunity to develop their own system. I'm kind of a positive guy.
To a point. But when
Yeah.
you're losing $2 million, that's that's 50% of the budget.
And it's a proposal, Helen, it's a.
I
jump-off
understand
point.
that, but
But
I'm
if
trying
we-
to explain.
Right, but if we saw a model that had been worked through that worked towards that goal is different than,
Right, but the board did not agree to do that, so
they don't have to.
that's right.
Alan,
we- Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you've done a really good job of trying to decrease every area that you can, and it looks like just some employee compensation is what has
Yeah.
stepped you up. So, and I think we need to take a look at that, because there are decreases across when we talk about trying to operate better and look better. I mean, even with utilities, you've done everything that you can.
Yeah.
I think we all have work to do, right,
Correct, I agree. I mean, there's always room for improvement. That's just a big number to try and reduce it by, because the citywide models didn't work in the 70s and 80s, and I don't know if it would.
My understanding was that the proposal was to send it back to the boards for our time. Then you guys come up with a plan, and the plan
Right.
didn't come to fruition. So
The
that,
board said to wait
Right.
for a new director.
so the
They
only
knew I was
the only
retiring.
option then that the council has is to force action is budgeting. So I think that's the signal that we're giving today is, I don't think anybody's talking about a huge monster slash. We're saying is, you get another swing, you get another bite at the apple. Go back and this is what that we're looking to do. Do something, with the resizing it, fitting a budget of about $2 million. And again, if the board doesn't want to do it, great. But at some point, then the council's going to move, and that the only power we have is the dollars.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I think for me, I don't want to see the tail wagging the dog. What I'd like to see
I'm with you, agree.
is a better sense of what libraries need to look like in today's society. And I think that's what Julie and Rick are both saying, is that, rather than trying to address it simply by reducing your budget, what I like to know is because personally, I don't want to affect the library's operations. I think you run a great service, and neither do Julie and Rick.
Correct.
I'm not,
Modernize.
but I think it's, from my perspective, and I shared this with Karen Clark earlier today, I simply want to see, from an educated perspective, from possibly a consultant, input as to what our library system should look like, and run it properly, run it efficiently, run it consistent with 2026 and beyond. And that's why I would rather than having the tail wag the dog, I'd like to see a proposal from, whether it's the new director, your board, and get a better sense of what we should look like going forward.
Okay, and I believe that will be probably under the new director. I just don't feel it's my place to put a plan in place and then make them they may come in with new and fresh ideas and, be able to address the needs. But again, going to the smaller models concern me, because we will not have the resources that we have. I mean, I'm not saying that we couldn't go into a smaller space downtown, at the downtown library. But we have to have that central place to hold those big collections. We have to have those collections for the people of the city. I mean, you look at how many people use the library, and I know people gather their information different now, but the people that don't have Wi-Fi at home use the library. Our Wi-Fi went up like 108% this past year, usage. So they are coming to the library to get the services they need. And I want you to remember that a library is one of the only places in America that people of all classes, all, what do I want to say, their economic
demographics.
status,
Right,
yeah,
right.
that have access to the same information.
Absolutely, and that is one of the bullet points that I put on my own notes, that it's more accessible closer to home.
Right.
More accessible closer to home.
But we can't offer the full services in tiny branches.
Right, but does the kid after school that doesn't have Wi-Fi need access to the Polk directories and to the microfiche and all of that? No, they don't. And
No,
on the
but other
occasion-
people do.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying I've got more kids that would probably need accessibility than I do a person coming down to research a journal article that's on microfiche. So I'm thinking more about the masses and accessibility to those demographics that you mentioned. Absolutely. I was that demographic as a kid growing up. I didn't have a way to get anywhere.
That
And the closest
bookmobile.
library to me, if
Remember
my
the
school
bookmobile?
that was across the street was open, I was over there.
Right.
I understand that.
Julie, what are you proposing? Or do you want me to propose? I don't care.
Go ahead.
Well, mine's bigger than yours.
Okay.
Yours is more friendly than mine is.
Well, I'm going to propose a 25% cut this first year.
Okay.
And on that, look at what does a model look like that can fit that number.
Are you wanting to bring that back to wrap up?
Yes.
Are you wanting them to provide a sample of some type of model at that time of what that?
We wouldn't have time to get that together. You'd have to have studied the town and, you know, the areas, where you're going to put these branches, what are they going to be located? I mean, yeah, we wouldn't have time in 3 weeks to do that.
I think just a general, I mean, do you want just? a
But I'm not,
perspective, or
well,
what-
I can ask, well, the board doesn't meet until the 18th that afternoon, so.
Asking Julie what she's requesting us to put in the wrap. Want that, or what do you?
I want to put it in, and they could just give us a general overview of the direction that they want.
Can you do can there be multiple proposals submitted?
What we typically
Obviously,
do
we're
is
gonna vote
have
on it.
one proposal, and then you can make.
Amend it?
Yep, on the floor.
Okay. It's just,
I'd like to have one that shows about $300,000 reduction.
Okay.
And if Rick wants one that shows.
I'd like one that shows the cold million. That puts the pressure that they've got to change.
I think for purposes of this discussion in fiscal year 26, 27, I agree with the mayor. I think we probably need to be a little bit more methodical in how we make changes this year. And if we're going to make a broad scope change, which I understand what Julie and Rick are saying, I'm fully supportive of having that discussion. But I think for purposes of this year, I would not be supportive of seeing too drastic of a reduction unless I saw what it actually meant. So I think I would agree with the mayor.
Well, we're gonna have a choice in March
Right.
to nibble at the edges and status quo it and run the clock out, or we can make the changes that the community needs and that the budget desires. So that's a decision that we're all gonna go on the record with, and that's cool. But it changes in the air. Updating is modernization. We're all in the same team. This is a great discussion, and I'm excited for the future of the library. I really am. And the idea of it going into places with amenities and more traffic and more localization with the kids, and one on the west side, one back over the north side. I mean, I use the one in Morningside, the Morningside Library, and I think it's a great setup. I go in there and I do a lot of work and find my spot, and what a great model, and they're doing it on 450. And again, I think there's some compromise with meeting space that we can utilize other city property. You know, I mean, we just heard from the Arts Center that they've got meeting space for programming available if we're worried about programming with space. I think we've got some excess space in the bottom of the museum. We need to relook at our plant, as the museum as a plant, that what we have to house. If somebody specifically needs those type of services to research, that we can direct them that way or pull from them. So just think big, open our minds.
Okay. Can I have my board president come up here? Jane, do you want to speak? She's here
Before they
today.
come up,
Sorry.
before they come up, you know, you guys are talking 450 for a branch. You can come on up. I'm gonna be quick.
Jane, you can come up.
You're talking a couple $1,000,000 just for that, and you don't have any administration and any computer, because that's all the downtown. So keep that in mind. You're not gonna be able to effectively run the system without some of that administration that has to carry over. So it's not gonna be if you're gonna really talk about 4 branches, you're not gonna be able to do what you wanna do with $2 million. It's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
I agree. The administration is about equal to a branch in total.
And that's the problem that I see. And, you know, we can sit around here and give all kinds of money to developers, and we want to cut all the arts. Well, you know what? There's got to be balance in a budget. There are certain amenities that I don't go to. I've read one book in the last 20 years. I hate to admit that. I'm not a reader. I read lots of articles every day. Well, I read all the time, but not books. I got a little ADD, and I don't do well with a book.
Okay.
But I don't go to the art center a lot. I don't go to the museum. But those type of amenities are important to a community, and we need to somehow figure out a balance. And if you're going to make this transition, it can't be this particular year. You've got to phase this. You can't even get a building and get it up and running by June and get them moved. So go ahead. I wanted to get on my soapbox one time today. I won't do it.
I would agree with you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Scott pretty much said exactly what I was thinking.
Can I have you state
I
your?
have nothing else to add except that, I'm sorry, Jane Vereen, yeah.
Thank you.
This is an impossible thing to put into place so quickly. There's just so much to be done, and I do agree with Helen that in the past, we consolidated to save money. And the way our community is laid out and the people in the library, it's just not seemed like a feasible idea to anybody on the board. Can we do it in a year?
Start making, that's really the conversation that we're staying. Nobody's saying about cutting or slashing jobs like that. We're just saying is that you got a year to figure out a new plan. They gave you a year last time and nobody did anything because they weren't worried about the budget. So the only way it's sticks and carrots, the only way that you create change is that you have to talk about the budget.
This was in October, we got this, so
Yeah,
it
it was
wasn't
given
like it
to us.
last year.
No,
As
it
a-
wasn't at budget time, correct.
It was an AI-induced, developed proposal that just did not simply.
All we're asking for is a proposal the next year.
Well, I think the board would be willing to work on a proposal, yes.
Okay, great.
The parameters of what you're discussing are not possible in a year, but they would be willing to work on that. It's not impossible.
She said within a year.
Thank you.
I do have the question about the staffing for our position. It was an office and facilities position that the Personnel Review Committee said we should cut. They oversee our facilities and oversee the staff, and they asked to change that to administrative assistant. They agreed to that, but they want to get rid of our part-time person also in that office. And if that person, the full-timer is out, who's going to handle things? The part-timer, we usually try and alternate their outs, so we have someone to meet the public, to answer the phones, to set up the donations, to handle all the things like that. We're just asking for status quo on our staffing. And I know we need a decision because we've got to move forward with this position.
Open position.
I just want to make it clear that we've actually updated the complement. So the council approved the complement change back in December. So that was already updated where that full-time position she's discussing reduced, the part-time position was reduced, and a full-time admin assistant was added. So the complement was amended back in December.
But my understanding was that just in case the council decided to go with the administrative, so we'd be ready to go with that. But we still, the office and facilities manager is very important to the library.
It would require you to bring it back and amend this budget.
Question as to job descriptions and
When
fill
we-
us in on that.
And Mike can talk more to it too, but when we go through the hiring justification, we look at all the job duties and make a recommendation based on the job that's being performed and what based on fiscal being responsible. And at that time, we felt that position did a lot of administrative duties, which Helen is referring to. So we felt the position was in line with an administrative assistant. Correct.
But we have no one, and
Was
currently
human
I'm
resource-
trying to do it. I'm sorry.
And Teresa, was Human Resources involved?
Yes, it was Mike, Janelle, HR Director, and myself are on the hiring committee.
Just getting refreshed. I remember that we did vote on something.
Did get a memo about it back on December 1st. It looks like the budget impact would be immediately $77,000 increase to this budget if we would add
Increase to this budget.
To this one or the upcoming?
this.
This budget.
To the upcoming, the 27 budget.
Yep.
Yep.
The only thing I want to say when they showed the complement in your budget packets, this is on page 173, for fiscal year '26, they show the elimination of the part-time administrative secretary already, and she's still working and will be working until,
She's underfilling a position right now. So they have a full-time admin assistant. That part-time person is underfilling that position because the complement was changed. The council approved a complement change on December 1st. So we updated FY '26 because that has occurred before we provided you the proposed budget.
So to Helen's point, on page 173, looking at the personnel complement, the administrative assistant under fiscal year 2026 1.0, the 1.0 complement is what you're talking about.
Correct. They really did see a reduction of 0.5 FTEs.
and we are per capita, the fourth, or the second lowest library per staff per capita in the state. We track librarians, we like statistics, we do all that.
Just to kind of, last closing comment real quick. Mr. Mayor, respectfully, nobody is proposing that we cut the arts. We're talking about modernizing the arts and more customer and citizen friendly. And when it comes to the dollars we give to the economic people, they produce revenue. They produce property taxes. They produce sales tax. So
They cost
again,
services too.
I'm just telling you,
Buyers cost
that's not an apples to apples. So
Yes, it is.
we're not cutting the arts, and the economic community returns the dollars. So we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Just don't let it fly like that. It's a shot.
We have that right here.
But nobody
They
will
have
want to move
difference
to
of
this
opinion.
town if there are no cultural services. I'll just say that. When I move someplace, I look at those things.
Sure.
Agree.
The budget hearings are about difference of opinions.
Absolutely.
We all have our right to have an opinion here today.
You would have the wrong council if we didn't all agreed on every vote. So
So
Right, thank you.
our direction on that position is to wait till March.
Want to bring it back for a vote, or what do you want to do at this point?
I think it's got to be all part of this process.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
We're only
Thank you.
Thank you.
less than a month now.
that was an add of 77,026. If we,
Yes.
Okay, up next, we have the museum, page 181, Steve Hansen.
Morning.
Morning, Mayor, council members.
Well, again,
Just a few weeks ago, I was here and I gave you the broader overview. So I think in the short story is if you look at the budget, we're actually, past years, I've always said status quo. This is actually less than status quo. You'll see a little bit of a lesser ask than the previous year. So I think we're doing great things. You have the metrics in front of you. So I'll just open it up for questions.
Question, Steve? Unless somebody else wants. You good? Do you ever see a scenario where you could share janitorial services with other, like the art center or anything like that?
I think we should.
The way your hours are kind of set up, I'm not challenging that, but do you see an opportunity for the directors to get together on that, you and Todd to get together, maybe start reworking how we service those?
I think
Is that fair?
we're always open to that. I mean, not just with city, working with other museums, period, but just restate, when we came down with the capital campaign 15, 18 years ago, all of a sudden, our goal was to be a community meeting place and to have as many organizations work with us as possible. That includes all city departments. We host any number of city departments, events, police use this on occasion, human rights. So when we can, we work with the Arts Center on different programs. With our Welcome Center, they try to work with the Interpretive Center on different programming. It's more with tours and that. So I think there's room for that. Of course there is. You know, we also have our own programming needs. You asked about the library and their space. You know, they have a tremendous amount of stuff they're storing. So would we have space for all that? Of course not. But we do have some space
We can take a look.
available. But I mean, the records Helen was talking about, it really needs to be HVAC controlled, and we have space. There's some duplication, but not to the degree of cutting that back down. But I just want to go back for a second. On history, there's a reason, and I saw it change when you started taking all those branch libraries away. That was a council decision because it was an efficient thing to do. Now, I mean, I happen to think it's nice to have. I remember the Smith branch and the Morningside branch, but so it's just, there's a reason that was done downtown. I remember when it was a big hoorah when we moved into the building across the street with the library. It was a great thing, and it still is. So, but going back to sharing services, the library sends people over to us. We send them over there for different resources. So, absolutely, I think that's one of our things that we strive for, is to be used more.
Yeah, I think Rick made a good point earlier when Todd was visiting with us, because you do a really nice job of engaging with the community as a whole, not just as a museum function, but to invite community interests into the facility for meetings and otherwise. And I thought it was a good idea for Todd to do the same at the Art Center. Yeah.
I should know the answer to this, but I don't. What's on the third floor? Is that ours or the school district?
Both. So on the third floor, think about the roof up there. People don't know there's really a third floor to speak of. Think of two shoe boxes on the roof. There's a shoe box on the west side that's roughly 24,000 square feet.
Big shoe box.
Yeah, well, we kept 12,000 square feet for the museum, and the school district has the other 12.
You answered my question.
Yeah, we have the joint freight elevator that goes up there.
Yep.
Then the other shoebox on the other side is the HVAC, stuff like that. So it's, we store a lot of our large items that we're not going to use right away. An example, a Solvac sign that we saved. It's like, don't throw that away. Don't know if we'll ever use it, but rather than go to the landfill with it, let's save it. Big things like that, stuff out of the old KD station. So, but our storage is slowly starting to shrink. Mm-hmm.
Do you think that you'll ever take any of those large items out of there? And, I mean, would they be used for a display?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there are some things.
Like, how big is that sign?
Pardon?
How large is that sign? Came off a building, right?
It came off the front of the building. I only have to laugh at myself because I said yes to it. We rented a U-Haul, and it turned out the sign was too big for the U-Haul, but we managed to, our OSHA people probably wouldn't have liked it.
How big is it?
But I think something like that, repurpose it, well, I thought, well, disassemble it and then just use the face of it. But they're saying that we took the sign from the Sadoffs when they were moving from the plaza, and it's like, well, let's see, don't throw it away. We may or may not use it. I don't know. We might use it for an exhibit, but on the other hand, to send it to landfill, and wish we would have had it. So at some point, though, you'll go through a process of deaccession, and some of that stuff will go by the wayside, but
And go on the auction block.
possibly.
Yeah, I mean, when you do get to
Yeah.
that point in time,
Yeah.
rather than it end up in a landfill, maybe it ends up in some descendant of that particular
Very
piece in
possible.
their man cave or in their lower level or on their garage or wherever it might be, which is a far better destination than the landfill. So there's, you know, another opportunity there if you need to clear out storage or whatever, than to say, oh, I hate to throw this away, because I hate to throw things away at my house too, but goes to a donation instead.
My wife was happy when I took the museum job. That way she thought I had someplace else to store stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, you know, you've done a good job of reducing quite a bit with your budget. Just the one area, and maybe this is a question for John and with the IT department, but like where you did have your increase, is there a possibility that, you know, with the whole city, the whole, you know, city and county or whatever, that when we're looking at like software maintenance, and I don't know exactly what the extent of that looks like, but, you know, a package deal for all the entities that are, or is that some completely?
That's something we are doing. We're underneath the city's IT
Okay, so
department, so we use them heavily. We have a separate package for our permanent gallery, all the equipment that's out there. Disaster wall, the orientations here, that's not on IT.
This
but
museum
our internet
specific
service-
that you need.
Yeah, yes.
You're only
You're gonna
getting
find
charged
out.
$11.50 at an increase, that's, from my standpoint, it's a bargain for what I get to pay every year in increases in software costs, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Going up, up, up. And they say that's because of the price of silver, I'm told.
I don't know what it is.
That's what,
John tells us.
Any other questions?
Yes.
I do have one quick.
Go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Quickly, Steve, can you help me understand? You've got a 2.5-person complement for museum curator. Why do you need 2.5? I'm not questioning it. I'm just asking why.
For which,
You've got a museum curator in 26, 27. You've got 2.5 complements,
they're,
part-time and 2 full-time. You want me to show
no,
you?
we only have one full-time curator. That's our exhibits curator.
Oh, I'm sorry, it said museum director, and then a part-time curator. So a 1.5% complement,
We have one full-time curator, that's on the history side.
Right.
Our exhibit.
and then you have a half complement
For,
for
under the
part-time.
part-time.
for education,
Right, that's an education?
correct.
Okay.
And we have 2 part-time people for education.
So is that the museum development coordinator and then the part-time museum curator? Those are their, you do have a part-time museum
Yeah,
curator.
you have a part-time there.
Under your part-time staff. Listed on here.
You have an education coordinator and a museum curator. So which one is overseeing education?
I'll put faces. Teresa Weaver is our education curator, and then we just had a retirement and replaced it with a part-time education coordinator. So to combine, that's one complement. It's 2 part-time people.
And then you have a third part-time education coordinator. Let me come over.
In your complement right now, you have a part-time or a 0.5 FTEs of an education coordinator, you have a 0.5 FTE of an education or a museum curator, and a 0.5 museum development coordinator.
Oh, well, the museum development coordinator, yeah, that's not in education. I see.
No, above, you've got
above that,
museum,
yeah.
you've got a half complement under part-time for museum curator, and then above that, you've got an education coordinator.
Correct.
I thought you just said that the museum curator engages in education activities. And then above that, under full-time, you've got a museum coordinator, one full-time
Curator.
Curator, that's Matt Anderson, our exhibits and collections manager. Down below, the part-time education curator, coordinator is our part-time person. The education, it should be museum education curator.
Okay, that's
Oh, okay.
just
Yeah.
what we want to clarify. You don't have a full-time and a part-time curator. You have a part-time education curator?
Correct.
Okay.
20 years ago, she was full-time.
That helps. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll get that changed then.
And then the development person is that she does our communication, part-time, does communications, some fundraising on a 20-hour week basis, so.
Question, Steve, real quick. We could really blow this up, and I could say that we should probably start charging at the museum, but that won't fly. So I'll just, well, you start layering and get everybody all excited, and we won't, though. But I want to talk about the Welcome Center, the boat down there. What's the attendance on the boat? What's our head count?
We're averaging about 20,000 a year.
Okay, good. Yeah, so when you look at the Welcome Center, so again, this is not about cutting arts or anything else, it's about reshaping with the needs of where we're at as a community. And I think now with is it the Betty Strong, that's the one with the big flag, right? The Betty Strong interpretive. Seems like to me that's a pretty good draw for people down there for when people are coming into Sioux City. It just seems like they drive by the boat and go, oh, look, a boat. And then they head down to the big flag. So my question to you is from a budgeting perspective, it has 2 FTEs. If we closed the boat and left it in place as basically what it is, which is a great showpiece, not telling it, just to maintain it as a showpiece, but that doesn't affect any of the bathrooms or anything down there, does it?
No.
So the bathrooms would be just fine if we leave, if the boat closed, the bathrooms are fine?
Correct.
Yeah, we're good there.
At one time, the bathrooms were underneath our control, and then in a budget move,
Yeah.
those switched to the city.
And just so I saw in the CIP budget, you're looking at about 250, about $250,000 in a upcoming 2028 on the boat. It's going to need some.
For the boat?
Yeah, that's
No,
what
it's under 200.
well, okay, I got 2.5. I'll round down.
188.
Okay, so by the time you get there, let's just say 188. So that's an upgrade that's going to be of capital. It's got to be infused into this boat, right? On that end of it, coming up.
Rounded up to 200.
Correct. So again, not downplaying or getting rid of it like that, I'd like to, for March, propose that we close the Welcoming Center and push everything down towards the Betty Strom. It doesn't affect bathrooms. It's just, I think it served its purpose, and we can modernize and move forward. Again, it's just a proposal. I'd like to see us vote on that. And the other question I got for you, for the open mind, is, so if you retire tomorrow or in 5 years, you've done an amazing job. You put the museum in a great position. Have you put the museum in a position now where the next guy coming through can take the duties of the Arts Center and the museum together? Can we go to a shared director at some point, or is that just, you think that's too big of a bite?
We looked at, that was discussed heavily when we were thinking
Who's we?
about moving downtown.
Okay.
Council, but it really is 2 separate entities.
Okay.
It's like saying, can you have a police and fire chief combined? Could you?
Just thought I'd
Maybe,
ask.
but it's,
Yeah.
you got 2 different, you're fundraising for different entities, and could you? Sure, is it ideal? No. You're still going to have the cost, and you'd probably end up with an assistant director or 2 assistant directors. So I think the city has a pretty good deal right now, the way it's going.
Yeah. The thought is just as we modernize, and like I said, we've got so much space to utilize in the Arts Center, and it'd be nice to kind of start coexisting with maintenance and with custodial, and we start to kind of combine these services as we, again, modernize the 2 together.
Yeah, I think right now both facilities are skating by on minimum.
Well, they're also pretty open, pretty minimal
Janitorial.
hours over there at the Arts Center too, so.
I mean, the janitorial
Yeah.
staff, though, is part-time, for us anyway, so.
Okay. So, great, thank you.
I would
Good
say
job.
on the boat, the Welcome Center, that is not property tax, that's sales tax.
Yeah.
So it's within
So
also,
we're not right, it's not coming out of the general fund, it's coming out of sales tax?
It comes out of
From the
sales
general
tax.
fund?
Looks like $188,000 on the
Right.
sales tax.
But any reduction in sales tax would then move something that's property tax based into sales tax coverage.
Where do we fund Betty Strong from?
We don't.
We don't, that's all done on the state.
Yeah, that's the best part about it.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to clarify.
Best part about it.
We have to get a.
So I just want to
They're doing
clarify,
it
the only item that you want to bring back for this is the welcome.
Yeah, they're doing it anyway.
Just clarification,
yes.
the item that you want to bring back is for the welcome
that
center?
question.
Do you want to bring anything else back for this?
What's that?
I just want to clarify, the only item you want to bring back is for the welcome center? Is there anything else you want to bring back for museum?
I don't.
You brought up a lot of different.
Was there any clarification just on that employee complement to clarify that?
There is somebody in every one of those
I
positions.
think it was just in the
There
way
is.
it's
I
listed
think
it per title there, but
Teresa, I'd like to see it. We talked about the custodial staff. Can you whip up something to show us that, is there a plan that you guys can whip together, maybe show that the custodials can be shared, or based upon the hours of operation? Put us together a number there. that maybe we could find some cost savings on that. Those would be the two things that we should vote on. Thank you.
So in the complement, I just want to clarify, are you saying you have 2 education coordinators then?
No. We have a history curator, that's full-time.
And that's
And then we have a
the-
part-time education
Yeah.
curator and a part-time education
So
coordinator.
you want this to call an education curator?
Correct.
Okay, so we would either have to change and take a job description back to council, or we'll just clarify it here that that's what it is.
It's wrong here.
That's why I wondered. Yeah.
The position title is education
But the
curator.
salary schedule, we don't have an education curator.
Yes, we,
That position doesn't exist.
yes, it does.
Up above, you have one.
She's been with the museum for 27
it's
years as an
technical
education
title.
The
curator.
technical title is,
Education curator.
well, our system and HR do not indicate that that's a title.
Get with
So we can-
HR,
money's
and get with
there if
HR
that-
and finance
I
and
think
see.
what
We'll have
you're
to do
saying-
something.
Let's not
The
debate it
funding
here
is
today.
there,
Let's-
the position is there, it just has a different name.
Yeah, let's just, you guys get together.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what the problem is, but she's been education curator. Started it full-time, and then we changed it to 2 part-time positions. Now it's kind of a budgetary deal too, but
Steve, do you
So-
think, with regard to the Welcome Center, is there a possibility that you could find outside funding for it if you were not obliged or
but here's
in
the.
favor of closing
And
it?
the mayor's been around. People have the idea to dry dock this boat, bring it up. Stan Evans and others brought it up. It's a historic landmark. So the question is, what do you do with it? Are you just going to leave it vacant? I mean,
Right.
okay. That'll be the choice of this council or some further council. I think it serves a good purpose. It's the introductory point for many people to Sioux City,
Right. And the Lewis and Clark.
and they ask questions and answers. It's a travel center, and it's, like I say, it's also gives some history on the city of Sioux City. I think it's a little hidden gem down there. So as far as somebody's going back, so the convention center first had control of it. And Rivercade had an office down there, but it was underneath Denny Gann and the convention center. The director before me saw an opportunity with Lewis and Clark celebration coming up. He thought that might be a good deal for the museum to have it. Denny Gann, being fairly sharp, said,
Take it.
sure, yeah, we could work with you on this one.
Right.
Cooperation, and then he kept a couple of staff members and sent everything else. So, and then Rivercade moved out of it a long time ago. I mean, so, you know, it depends, once again, what you want in the city. And quite frankly, Councilman Bertrand, I have to kind of laugh, 'cause from my end, talking about not cutting arts, what I've heard so far is we want to reduce the arts center's budget. We want to reduce,
Well, that was the first 6 items on the agenda.
well, anyway.
This is first 6 items on the agenda. Trust
just-
me, when we go all the way down the agenda, it's going to be treated no
No, I
different than
get-
any other department.
I'm just saying, on this side, what I'm hearing is,
Sure.
we're going to cut the arts center, we want to cut the museum budget, the
No, we're just
library,
reorganizing government.
cut the library budget, and we're thinking about closing the Welcome Center. That seems to me like a reduction of service.
No, that's modernizing and reorganizing, Steve.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Thanks.
So there's another perspective from here. So
Yeah, yeah.
It's my job to defend the museum, and I'm very
Love the
proud of
museum.
it.
Love coming down there.
Yeah. So
Free.
the Welcome Center, yeah, you know, you're going to, I think you're creating a place to have vandalism if you're going to leave it.
And I'm not particularly in favor of closing it.
Yeah, I just,
So I'm just thinking,
yeah. It's a good facility.
rather than close it, and rather than us just say, okay, we're going to pull this 188, my question to you is, can you take this time between now and end of March?
17th is.
Middle,
wrap-
March 18th.
March 18th, and reimagine perhaps some outside funding? Maybe donations, maybe look for grant opportunities that may support it. Let's look
Yeah.
at that part of it differently, not overall, let's get rid of it.
I truthfully, I'm probably in the minority of one. The whole discussion about Explore Siouxland and $300,000 and money elsewhere is on pumping up the city. I think money well spent would be Explore Siouxland and the Welcome Center to be hand in hand and working together on
Have you discussed that with?
tourism. No,
Well, Stacy's here, so when
Yeah,
when
there
she's
you
up,
go.
we can
That's
ask.
great.
Actually,
I'm
we
glad
can-
that you're thinking that way.
we can
So
visit.
Good
that's a-
luck, my
that's a
friend, good
discussion.
luck.
yeah, well,
Once you get the money, you don't give it back.
no, the guy that was short-term before our interim, Stacy, we had a meeting.
She's no
set up
longer
and-
interim, she's full-time now.
Yeah, I know that. That's, I'm smiling because I like that and I think we could work together. But the prior to, the original gal that went to Texas, there was no working with her on that part.
Okay, But now you have a crack in the door.
Yeah,
You've got some direction from council.
yep.
That,
No, I like the possibility.
okay,
All
all
right,
right, well, let's do
I
that.
see tourism, I see
Let's do
tourism.
that. I do
Yeah.
too. Let's do that.
thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good luck with
Steve.
the rest of the day. I do want one kudos to Mike and Teresa in finance. They did sharpen the pencil and they asked every department head to do that, and we did it. We made our cut. And we'll get by. We'll see it in a year from now, but, so they've been working for months on this, and so have the department heads. So I begrudgingly say thanks to them because they made us take a good hard look at our budgets, so anyway.
Thank you for that.
Thank-
But and on this side of it, just based on Teresa's opening statements and you having been at the state, those cuts that we've received are well out of our control, and you know that.
Oh, yeah. No,
Something has to be done, and this is how we do it.
and we all can stand up here and say we don't trust what they're doing in Des Moines, so. So,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Up next, we have WCICC Comm Center, page 287, Wendy Hess.
Good morning. Wendy Hess, the Communications Center Director. The 911 Dispatch Center's budget's pretty straightforward. Obviously, it's mostly personnel expenses, payroll and benefits. Done the best that we can the last few years and identified what expenses can be paid for out of 911 surcharge money. So we've moved several things over the past year. Couple years, all of our software, all of the equipment expenses that are related to 911 are being paid by the 911 board. So we're a pretty bare bones department, kind of just a bunch of doers. Also included in my budget numbers this year is a small improvement request. I'm proposing we move to a new, it's called Critical. It is a testing software for applicants. The reason I'm proposing that is right now we're using a paper test that Human Resources administers. Well, it is designed by a company specific to dispatchers. We're only seeing about a 50% success rate on those that score well on the test and are actually successful in the job. So we reached out. There's a lot of other agencies using this Critical software. People can take the pre-employment test from home, or we could provide a computer for them to do it. And other agencies are seeing a much higher success rate. The company boasts that they have about an 80% success rate. We've talked to some actual customers like Comm in West Des Moines is one, and they are seeing about a 73% success rate. So if we can do a better job of picking applicants on the front end, it's going to save us a lot of money.
So would this typically be in the operating budget, or should it be in the capital budget?
This is typically an operating, it's in.
Is typically in-
For operating operations, yes.
And I lost my train of thought.
So I'm sorry.
No, you're good, you're good. I did kind of look back and see what we've spent on people, and like, in calendar year '25, we spent over $50,000 on training people, the pre-employment testing, and then the actual payroll hours and benefit hours of people that weren't successful, and that's just in one calendar year. So I think if we can pare that down.
Real money.
And yes, and
Not
pick,
25%.
and that's not even the time of the HR people administering the test and onboarding them. So if we can switch to that, it's a pretty minimal addition to our budget. If that can save us money, that's going to be huge in the long run. So
As we talked about in our meetings,
Yeah.
it's more favorable, complementary applicant. as well.
absolutely,
Right,
absolutely,
less cumbersome.
And
absolutely.
that cost is actually initially being purchased out of the technology fund.
I would-
And the city portion of that is about $2,500.
Yeah, as I look at this, it's,
There.
the net expense is 3,450, but it looks like it's in CIP 859,025, which is $2,400.
Yep, and that's the city's technology fund.
Right, okay, thank you.
So we take those improvement requests every year, and any of them that are technology, we try to fund through the technology fund if possible.
Okay.
And I want Mayor and Council to know, Wendy went through some significant transition and turnover this last year, and the phone was still being answered, so thank you for that.
Staffing has been a struggle for a couple of years for us, so it seems like since COVID, it's just been a lot. So we've been paying a significant amount of money in overtime. We've still been in budget because then those regular salaries aren't being paid, but I feel like,
But not with bodies.
right,
Right.
the wheels are moving slowly, but
Right.
we're getting back to,
Is it the pressure of the job, the qualifications for the job?
How many
combination of-
applicants are you getting? I mean, like,
So probably around 30. So when HR advertises the position, we usually get about twice that many fill out an application, but only about half of them show up to take the test. So that's one of the other things I'm hoping with the new testing software. You know, if people aren't showing up to take the test based upon the timing, maybe they have a current job and they can't leave in the middle of the day to come in and take a test at 11 o'clock or whatever. So, you know, when I started 25 years ago, we would get 200 applications. And so that has really changed. But just, I think it's everyone. It's not just us,
Right.
you know.
Police, it's fire.
Yes,
it's
it is. And other 911 centers across the nation are seeing the same thing. So there's places that are struggling a lot more than we are. So I am grateful for that, so.
how does I mean, have you talked to HR and what their feelings are as it relates to this app or?
So Theo's here today, I noticed. So Theo and I have talked extensively about it, and in fact, we demoed a different product because there's some computer testing that they had access to, and Theo and I kind of did a demo of it, and I did not like it at all. Some of the questions they were asking to me were not entry-level questions. They're something a dispatcher might know after going through training. And two, it's going to save their people a ton of time. So when we administer the testing, 2 of their HR staff, basically their whole day is administering the test. They usually do it at 2 different times. Then it's a hand-scored test, so they're spending extensive time then scoring the test and providing those results. So it's going to free them up extensively and take away, because they're a small department that does a lot of work, and so to set aside time to do that. So yeah. The other thing I checked, it is specific to dispatchers, so it's not something that customer service or another department in the city could benefit from. It is very, very specific to the 911 dispatcher job, so.
So is the cost that's associated with that, is that an ongoing cost or is this the one time?
There is an annual cost. It's like a subscription fee, so.
That's a bargain if it frees up other things and gets your applicant pool.
Absolutely.
We'll find out if it doesn't.
I was gonna say,
Just
that's
know
it's a big if, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, anything else?
Wendy, I do have a quick question. I don't know if you want to, if you have any plans. Your challenges with your, I can't remember what it's called, your redundancy location, your emergency location what are your challenges there?
So right now, we have a backup location. It's in Climbing Hill in the Emergency Services Building. And we practiced that back in October if we had to evacuate our facility going to Climbing Hill. So the reason Climbing Hill was picked, it's a county facility. When it was picked, the network was much different. And so we learned in October, it's not ideal. And we
I think it was
almost.
less than ideal.
Yes, we almost had to evacuate there. Do you remember the ice storm we had in March of last year? Our generator was not starting at our facility, our main facility, and there was a slight panic that we may need to go to Climbing Hill. It would have been the worst time ever to try and drive to Climbing Hill. And so we had Sheriff Sheehan and some deputies with four-wheel drive vehicles ready to take us to Climbing Hill if we needed to. There was like a semi-jackknifed on Highway 20, and going there was like a terrible idea. Generator got started. We didn't have to evacuate, but we learned that most likely the reason we would have to leave our facility would be things like severe weather. And so relocating staff to Climbing Hill is no longer ideal, both based upon the computer network capabilities and the physical location. So a project I have going forward is to identify a different location as our backup. And so I've had some initial conversations with the sheriff, with the police chief, with the fire chief, and Sheriff Sheehan thinks that there may be some space at the new LEC that would be feasible to do that. So we're in the very early stages. It's something we will talk to the 911 board about. I don't anticipate our operating budget having to incur any costs to create a new backup location for us. Basically, everything we have in Climbing Hill, we would just move. So we have computers down there and radios and all that. And so there would be some expense, you know, if Sheriff Sheehan locates a spot in the LEC that's appropriate, we may have to add some radio antennas and things like that so that we could operate. But so that's in the early stages, but that's definitely something that's on the radar for this coming year.
It's eminent that that's going to happen.
Yeah, yeah.
There's 911 money.
There's some 911
Yeah.
money that you can access.
Yes,
I just want
yes.
to make sure that you've got that in the budget, you know, because we see it every month on the Wick board.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you have that covered, because from discussions this past year,
Yes.
it happened.
Yes, so I'm confident, we haven't had a lot of discussions with the 911 board yet about it, but I'm confident that whatever would be needed there, the 911 board would be.
Any idea what your time frame, best case scenario would be?
So kind of just early discussions with Sheriff Sheehan, I've kind of tasked Travis, my operations supervisor, with that, and get with the sheriff and the facilities gentleman at the county to see what our options are.
But realistic to think in 2026?
I think so, yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
Mr. Malloy.
Wick IT, page 291, John Malloy.
Sharpen the pencils.
Mayor, council, city manager, financial staff. Full support of moving the redundant center from Climbing Hill to somewhere in the metro area. That would be a nice move for Wendy and staff.
Well,
just because we have, go ahead.
You're for it, how could we be against it?
And would you be in charge of facilitating that, your group, or part of it?
We'd
or
be a
all
big
of it?
help, yeah.
Okay.
And again, through the leadership of the Wick Commission and this council and the supervisors, we do have a redundant fiber connection to the new LEC.
Perfect.
So that would be a great spot to have it. So just my 2 cents on that.
How much?
How much what?
Put a budget together?
Say that again?
Put a budget together?
For,
Wendy would do that.
again, we would help Wendy with that. Again,
Wendy would put it.
she would be the driver.
Yeah.
Majority of those costs will be paid for, but E911 has a lot of money, and if we don't spend it, the state steals it from us.
Better.
So they have money to do, like we got radios at the fire department, all the rural's got about 8 or 9 new ones per department. And so that's ongoing revenue comes in every year, and quite frankly, we use it to enhance these sort of things.
Right.
So they would be able to take care of that, and what they learned in Climbing Hill is what we all thought. It's a terrible place to put a comm center, because if you're there any extended period of time, you got all your employees trying to drive out there in the country that all live in the city, so it.
And actually getting there, if it was weather-related,
So
is
it's
not-
long overdue, and they've had preliminary discussions with the 911, and they would be supportive of that.
Cool.
The reason for having it out there is the exact reason to not have it out there.
Exactly.
Yeah, and.
Right?
It
Yeah, I
was because
mean,
that
the
was
du-
the only place they had room at the time, that they didn't have to go
When
rent
was
a
that,
building. Huh?
When was that? What, like,
Quite a
what
long
decade?
time.
It was a
ago,
long
but
time
That's,
ago.
that's just not a, yeah. We'll
Okay.
get-
But the mayor's been really good at identifying projects to apply those 911 fees, so
Excellent.
save the city.
Or lose them.
Yep. So regarding my budget, the one that jumps out to me is the 23.5%, and that's the improvement, and that improvement is a software tool that facilitates data visibility into the data, the PII and HIPAA data that's on our network, and the exposures that we have with that. And then it sets up a framework for AI as far as labeling our data going forward. I don't expect you to understand that, but if you do, you guys can explain it to the rest of us.
All I know is every year it goes up, that's.
Yeah, yeah. And he's a big supporter of the tool, so he's really excited about the tool.
No, I'm talking even in my own office.
Oh, yeah.
That kind of
It's
stuff
crazy.
is.
It is crazy town, so.
The maintenance contracts and the licensing, it's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
I think we did a nice risk tabletop this last year as well regarding cybersecurity, so it's a real thing.
Yep. And credit to Mike for facilitating that tabletop exercise or being amenable to it. He had a bunch of city leadership in that meeting, and I think that was eye-opening for both parties as far as what our cyber risk is and the risk management that we're taking place, within the city and the county.
I regularly like to learn new words, and I had literally never heard the word ruggedized.
Ruggedized.
I'd never heard that word before. Ruggedized traffic switch upgrades.
Yes. So, yeah, the electronics that go in these cabinets are hardened, and they're able to meet the elements of.
They're rugged.
The rugged, yes.
The rugged phone
Not-
covers.
Yes. Ruggedized.
Ruggedized, yes.
Nothing from me.
Me either. Thanks, John.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Up next, we have Human Resources.
Wait, John.
Oh, sorry, John.
No, no. No, you're good.
Oh, okay.
Good exercise.
I'm a union guy, we take a break at 10 o'clock. Rest of you aren't, but we're gonna take 5 minutes.
Okay,
All right,
Okay.
perfect.
good.
Break time.
Take a break and we'll be back.
I just texted you. Yeah. Should know, nothing.
Okay, we'll start with Human Resources, page 151, Theo Meckelhaus.
Good morning.
Morning. I believe Janelle submitted a flat budget, and I'm here today on her behalf. She's out of town. Do you have any questions for me?
Well, I have one that won't be very popular, I'm certain, but we added a position for, lack of a better term, DEI, and now that function, according to state law, does not exist. We kept the position. So I question, I hate to cut anything, but, well, I shouldn't say I hate to cut anything, that's not true, but somebody's got to justify by March 18th the continuation of that position to me. And it has nothing to do, I don't look at people, I look at positions.
Correct. So, yeah.
You want a memo on?
I'm just looking
the
at
duties?
staffing levels in the
Sure.
department.
Yep.
I don't, if there's another position that they can move around, but I don't understand, when we hired it for a specific purpose, and that purpose doesn't exist anymore, why we're maintaining that position.
Yeah, we have talked about that as well when it was absorbed kind of as a human resources specialist, but now that person has been tasked with the head up the ADA portion of the website and outwardly facing. That's a new requirement by the federal government as well. So
that's a full-time job.
Some will say.
It is until spring, right, when the mandate?
Yeah, in April, but it might not be full-time by itself, but it's going to take a lot, year one.
Yeah, I want.
So we'll put that in the memo. Yeah, we have talked about it as well.
I think by industry standards, if you look at the staffing in HR compared to the number of employees that we support, we're very low. I don't have those statistics right now. The position right now helps with the job postings and screening applications, and it's also helping me with a drug and alcohol testing program that is federally mandated. And the accessibility website that Mike is talking about, and the position is going to be going to job fairs as well, so.
But if you look at, just going by numbers, I'm a numbers guy, I'm not a.
Yes.
Just go by numbers, applications are down. Vacancies posted are down. External hires are down. Separations are down.
Right.
So you would make the assumption, if you're a guy like me, that workload has not increased. So.
Page 155.
That's why I want.
155.
I don't have 155, yeah. That's good.
All right.
We'll have her bring a memo back on what that position, what work they're performing.
I was going to say, and this kind of goes back to what Wendy was talking about, I think, as I was listening, even with that, the app and what HR is doing. Yes. I'm just curious, I served on civil service, and so I understand a few things, but, I think that, I wonder if we have the population, when it comes to, who's applying for jobs and what that looks like. I don't know with that job with Wendy's if there's a background check and all those things, but I don't know if HR would do this or she would do it, but how are we marketing those jobs, geographically? What does that look like? And to the point of we're spending money, whether it's purchasing a new app to do something that we'll continuously do, that may not do it if we don't have the population anyway, for those that are applying for jobs and such. And so I don't know if HR, can give us some of those numbers as to, who's applying, if there's a mass exodus of people once they start the job, realize that they don't want to do the job or whatever that looks like. But, these numbers that the mayor pointed out, yeah, it looks, that it's down. So again, if nobody's applying,
right.
What are we doing, right?
So it's like, when I was here in '85, they get 200 or 300 for cops and for firemen. You don't get that anymore. Look at your post office. When I was a young guy, everybody wanted that job. Now nobody wants it. It's just a changing culture that we live in. I realized I was a young man a long time ago, but.
Don't remember it, that's what's good.
Any other questions?
And just to that job now, as it was hired as I guess I misunderstood it too, but that person is doing other duties and other tasks. and
Correct,
those-
correct. And like I said, if you look at the industry standard, we are very, very, very low staffed than, where we should be based on the number of population that we support. So yeah, they are very busy. There are duties that they're executing.
And they're titled as an HR specialist, right?
Correct.
Right, so.
This may be a question for Nicole, and I know she's not here today. Mike, maybe you can address, in both state law and federal law, there has been indication that you can't have a DEI officer, you can't have a DEI program. I know that in a significant number of the summaries that we were getting, that there were references to DEI efforts. Do we need to make sure those are eliminated from?
Like in the library and all that? We've tried to remove
Correct.
all those.
I think there were still a couple. It wasn't part of the budget discussion earlier, but since the mayor raised that, I had seen it in a number of components of the budget, so we need to probably pay attention to that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Theo.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Events facilities, page 115.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How are you today?
Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, Craig. I'm Chad Smith, General Manager of the Tyson Event Center, Orpheum Theater, and Sioux City Convention Center.
115.
If you look at our budget, we're not really doing anything different than we've done in the past, but consistently trying to come in a little bit lower every year.
That's different.
Well, no, we try to do that every year. Historically, if you look, and I think we talked about this last year, that is something that we've strived for every year we've been in the venue, is to come in a little bit lower year over year on our budget predictions and where we end up at the end of the seasons.
Questions?
So that's just kind of a continuation. We talked about, we came in and presented, which was great, and then we had a couple meetings, Craig and I, with you guys on there. So I kind of compare it to people I've got jumped a little bit in public about, the walking around money that I suggested. And I want to, it's really easy to justify it. We asked you guys to mop the floor, but we didn't put any water in your bucket. So you got to have the tools if we want the shows that the community wants and demands, and I think it's part of the overall perception of the community and morale and the travel dollars that come in, real dollars that come in, especially as we're trying to do some of the things that Gross Siouxland's trying to do. I think it's completely appropriate, and what I suggested to you is not align other communities to do it, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And, I'm not familiar with exactly what the other programs are, but we are aware that there
Part
are
of the
some
competition.
other.
Part of the competition.
There are some other, facilities and cities in this region that are doing similar things.
So let me ask you this, before we throw a dollar amount at it, which is, can move in March, have you guys talked to the Hard Rock at all about a cost share on some of this walking around money?
Not on this particular program. And, we submitted a memo yesterday. I realized, maybe you haven't had a chance to read through that. We submitted a $500,000 number as a starting point. Does it have to be that number? There's probably some, we can talk about what the number is, but we think something in that range is a meaningful amount.
Average show, what do you think it costs to land? What's your dollar versus input to the city? What's your average go out and get a show that you know is going to fill the seats? Does that mean rent the facility or a full-blown show?
I would say every show is a little bit different.
Yeah.
On a per show basis, we figure $75,000 to $150,000 in addition to just money into the pot, right? Would be a meaningful amount to attract new content.
Nick, can I have you state your name, please?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Nick Palmiotti.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Nick, would you rather go for 3 big shows or 4? I mean, don't get me wrong, Lee Bryce, I get it. He's a name. But I mean, when you think of these big shows, would you rather try to do like 3 times a year and go big, 100 grand each or something like that? Or I mean, what's your feel so far? Have you put any feelers out in the promoter market saying, hey, that we might have an aggressive council? What are you feeling on the backside?
That's an interesting question. And, we'd obviously welcome, I mean, it's two strategies, right? There are, if you look at what we've done over the past year, we had The Offspring, we had Nate Bargatze, we had Parker McCollum. Those are great artists, and those artists are touring venues of our size. With an additional 75 to 150,000 per show, we're going to be able to attract more of those types of shows that are playing venues the size of ours and markets the size of ours. If you're talking about you want to attract Zach Brown Band, I think that's a different conversation. I think the number we proposed is definitely the intent to increase volume of the types of acts that are currently playing venues of our size.
Saying more quality events, like I said, a Parker McCollum's a good event. Those are good events.
Yeah.
You think you can increase those for the suite owners and for the community itself and for more dollars flowing downtown?
Correct. If look around the region and look at bigger venues that have 10,000, 15,000 seats, the acts that play those venues, they're just not able to play the Tyson, right? So if the strategy is to try and attract some of those shows, it could be $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 you have to per show to subsidize the 5,000 to 10,000 seats we don't have.
Guaranteeing a certain revenue stream to the promoter that isn't able to generate a 10,000.
Correct. Correct.
Is the thought that or recapturing some of that money on the city side, let's say you did get high-end act here, you ponied up a couple $100,000 to do it because of the venue size.
For sure.
Our citizens, and I may know the answer to this already, but I'm going to ask it, our citizens understand the value to having that in their own backyard and not having to spend the additional money to travel north, travel south, travel east. Road time, gas time, babysitter time, eating out time, possible hotel motel time. Do they understand that, and could we recapture part of that they would be spending on an elevated ticket price? I will tell you, I will pay more for a ticket to see somebody who I want to see in Sioux City and not have to hit the road easily.
But I think if you asked Stacy, she would tell you that it's not just the indirect, which is a significant component, but it's the direct revenue that we generate from those that will come from 100 miles away, come to the event, come to dinner, rent a hotel, get a hotel room.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, in both ways, though, but
It's really
Sioux
both.
City here.
100%.
Yeah.
To just use a recent, we just had the rodeo a couple weeks ago, which is one of our biggest events. We had on Saturday night, we had 4,000 people in the building. The Hard Rock had a concert going on as well. They had 1,000 people in their building. So on Saturday night, last week in Sioux City, we've got 5,000 people in downtown that come to our show. And then those people don't go home, right? They go out, they go to restaurants, they stay in hotels, they go over the Hard Rock, and I think that, and we can work with Stacy on measuring, there's tools out there that can measure the, put dollar amounts on that. But, if we can increase that volume a little bit, I do think that there is a direct economic impact to that.
I think the key to Rick's question is working with Hard Rock. I had a chance to meet with Mike and Doug this week, and they're such a phenomenally strong partner in the vision they have for this community and what the resources they have locally, regionally, and really nationally, domestically. And I think we need to continue to work with them and to try and find opportunities to grow and expand as well.
Well, prior to you guys being on board, prior to any outside management, Hard Rock offered to manage 4 concerts a year for us and bring the big acts in based on their whatever system. We behind it.
Yep, you're 100% right, Julie.
I remember that as a stakeholder downtown, a small business owner, and I was in favor of it based on what I know, these big acts and these big concerts due to the local economy. Point taken was a Kesha concert at Battery Park and Toby Keith in the Tyson. And this town was on fire.
Miranda Lambert, all that was it.
On fire. And people were wondering why in the world would the city, as we were managing at that time, book Toby Keith at the same time Kesha's over there. And guess what? It worked like a charm. Like a charm. And
Different audiences.
Very different audience.
right,
Literally and
absolutely,
figuratively.
But I'm just saying, if we don't think big, dream big,
Yeah,
absolutely.
go for it. Because it's not because we're just Sioux City. We have to stop thinking about that. You know, we're not changing the size of that Tyson anytime soon.
Yeah. And, you know, the one thing I just want to affirm, I mean, we talk to Hard Rock weekly. So we have a extremely active dialogue.
Can I ask you this on that conversation?
What's that?
So can I ask you this on the conversation?
Yeah.
Is the conversation about like a 3-show sharing or a 4-show? You guys book it and then we can just rent them the facility type thing at a discount? I mean, let's get creative. Because the summertime, they kind of got us covered. They kind of got the community covered with the summer series.
Yep.
That takes us off the hook.
For sure.
For the suite owners and stuff, because they all go outside. So so we're really looking at about an 8-month window that we got to play at the Tyson, right? So
Correct.
if they want to come in and if they're willing to go to the shows and everything, and if they can forego the cost, well, we got an empty arena, you know, I mean, that's something the council needs to discuss on, you know, what are we willing to, you know, sometimes you give away the facility and let them do their thing to bring people to town. So, I mean, get creative in your thinking when you talk to these guys.
Yeah, for sure.
And I do think that in March, we'll hash it out as a council what that amount is, but I think we're probably all somewhat in agreement that we want, you know, like I said, we got to put some water in your bucket.
Yeah.
Or we're just going to drag around a dry mop and we're going to continue to get excited about the circus. And
we do have to remember that Doug and Mike have to run that up to Churchill Downs, right?
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
Understand?
Just to clarify, you want us to bring something back to wrap up? For
did you put that in your budget or not, the 500?
It's separate from our budget. It's separate
We're gonna have
from
that
our
I know Craig is not a 500 guy, but put it in there, we can all
Yeah.
debate it out.
So
I want to know the results of that because these guys get paid on performance. So if we're putting 500 in and increasing their performance and they're getting even more money,
Oh, sure.
you got to do
Can't
a
get credit for
balancing
that,
act there,
500.
guys. You can't benefit from the additional money we're putting in and then get paid additional money.
I don't think that's an unfair, yeah, I mean,
I
we
would agree
can
with
look at how, yeah.
Great
Well, you
point.
got to, if you're going to do 500, there's got to be a trade-off
Right.
of
So
how that works.
do you have a proposal that you can provide, like a memo or something?
Yeah, we
to
sent a
us?
We sent
memo,
a
yeah.
memo, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
Then we'll
so
just add that
that's
to the
pretty
wrap-up.
fleshed out what all that is, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
I think that we can make this work.
And, you know, to your point, Mr. Mayor, yeah,
why
that's a
it's
good
not
point.
in
Let
here.
us think about,
That's why-
that's a fair point, yeah.
It's got to be a blended
Great point.
Yeah.
responsibility. Yeah.
Craig wants 600. That's what he was telling me in the bathroom. Craig, you're Craig. No, I can't-
Rick keeps
you can't
saying,
spend that kind of money,
Rick
Craig.
keeps
Knock it
saying,
off.
think big, and I said, not
says
that
something
big,
else.
Not in the bathroom.
not that big.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you. Up
job,
next,
guys.
we have Police Department, page 215, Chief Rex Mueller.
Good morning, council members. Very happy to be here. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak about finance's role. They've done a phenomenal job under Teresa's leadership in holding all of our feet to the fire so that we made appropriate cuts. And I think our department really looked hard to try to cut where we could and still maintain a level of services that we have. We just finished in the past year our own strategic planning, which I believe aligns very well with the city's strategic plan. Obviously, some of our priorities are staffing, getting our staffing back up to that allocated level so that we can maintain services. And we've been hiring a lot, and we've been training a lot of personnel. An investment in training is obviously part of that. building partnerships, and I think one of those partnership pieces which stands out most is our work on the homeless task force. And then just as simply, as mentioned, is our goal is always to maintain a high level of service. And, you know, I'm sure you're aware from my updates, we just had our on-site assessment for CLIA. This is our 10th accreditation, which is simply outstanding. We're a meritorious.
But how many years is that, Rex? 10th accreditation does not mean 10 years.
No, it doesn't. So the early accreditation cycles were 3 years. So we're looking at about 33 years of accreditation. So we're one of the senior agencies, just even in across the country in CLIA. Not a lot of agencies get to where we're at. We're on board early. We believe in setting high standards for the agency, and I think the parting comments of the assessor said it all. He said, if I was starting my law enforcement career 40 years ago like I did, he said, this is where I'd want to start it. And he looked at the community support. He looked at the way the department runs, the standards that we hold ourselves to, and it was very humbling to hear that, and all due to the work of the officers and staff. They're the superstars. We challenge them every day to do things that are very difficult, and they rise to the challenge every time. So can't thank them enough for the work.
And I would like to add one more thing. In my interview, we had Council Bluffs here interested in modeling themselves after Sioux City.
Yeah, they're working on their first accreditation.
Yep.
We invited them up because we want to support other agencies. We see the value in setting high standards, and
Very impressed is the feedback that I got while we were in the room together.
yeah, great agency. Great agency.
Chief, your performance measurements are from fiscal year 25. When will you have the performance numbers for 26?
The performance.
Or 25, 26?
They should be updated, but part of our issue is that a lot of the crime data that we provide as far as performance measures is given to the federal government, then they reinterpret it.
So we're actually currently in fiscal year 26. So these will not be, they won't be available until June 30 of this year for
So these are not
FY26.
18-month-old numbers, these are 6-month-old numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but still, there is some delays, and that's why when we give you, like, some of the performance measures as far as the crime data, what we're giving you is preliminary numbers. That's the way that we record them, the state of Iowa records them, and then we expect the federal government to reinterpret it, because Iowa's laws don't specifically align with the way that the FBI interprets crime data. So it's always a weight game, but when we reach out to the council and reach out to the media in January, that's based on our preliminary numbers, and then it's a weight game, how they look at our numbers and how they reinterpret them. And it's usually, I mean, it's accurate to our area, but we want to make sure that we're providing you with the federal numbers too.
Rex, do you want to speak to stats that were maybe thrown out Monday on crime percentages?
Yeah, so one of the battles that we always fight, this is, and we always have been, and I'm not about to change, we are a customer service agency. If somebody steals the $2 yard gnome from your front yard and you make a report with us, we come and we take a report. There is a lot of agencies that set a threshold that they won't even come or generate a report unless it reaches a certain threshold. So our status as an accredited agency, as a customer service, as a community policing agency, when somebody calls, you're going to get us. And so a lot of times those statistics that we report are simply because of that. Now, I can get you numbers, we can show the numbers, but I was a little dismayed at the way that Flock rolled out their analysis. I attached a memo to the info to council this past week to give you a little perspective on how we gather information and what that information really means. And every year when we give you the crime data at the beginning of the year, you're going to get a comparison of us to us. It's not fair to compare us to other communities. Nobody has our demographics. And what we've noticed is a very long time we've maintained a very steady crime rate. And I think this is an extremely safe and prosperous community. And that's what we look at. We always say, hey, don't compare us to others, compare us to us. Now, those safe cities, I think the Flock, and I think technology does offer us a way to reduce our crime and be more proactive. And that's why we advocate for systems like that. But I don't like how that was rolled out. I don't think it was a fair comparison. You can make statistics look like anything. Again, I would recommend that everybody look at Sioux City compared to Sioux City and what we're doing. And this is a great, no doubt about it. I feel very comfortable here. I think the citizen and the cooperation that we get between citizens and our officers and staff makes all the difference. Years and years of community policing has benefited us in that citizens feel like part of the solution, not just, just call us and come fix my problem. They want to be part of the solution, and I think we do that better than any community. So I wouldn't be alarmed by any of those. We're going to provide explanations every year when we run our crime data so that you have very specific understanding of where we're sitting, what we're doing, what the rates are, and how safe our community is. And I would, again, submit that it's extremely safe. Great place to live. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Chief, when I met with you in 2025 during the campaign, I also had a chance to meet with Chief Collins. And one of the questions I asked both of you was, where are your fears? Is there anything that we're not doing that adequately addresses public safety? And I think one of them that I mentioned to Chief Collins was the issue they had in Texas last year where they had the significant flooding. And for $80,000, the county could have had a warning system that would have eliminated the concern of the young ladies and the counselors that were killed or that died during that disaster. So I continue to ask the same question, but I'm asking it in a kind of a particular way this morning. The school resource officers, how do you work with the school system to make sure that we're adequately safeguarding our schools? And are the school resource officers funded by general funds, or is there a separate fund, a grant fund that supports that?
Well, the school resource officers, they actually currently about, I believe around 70% of their wages are paid by that. We are renegotiating with the school right now.
Getting ramped up.
Yeah, and that would give them more access too. They do have summer programming. There's obviously new school administration. We're working with them to pay their fair share, but the benefits for the school system and having those officers there and the benefits to the department is the partnerships built with the schools are as good as any partnerships. We're engaging with youth in the schools at a very non-threatening level. Most of what those school resource officers do is not policing, although they take a very zero-tolerance approach to vaping and any criminal behavior. Obviously, they're addressing criminal matters, but just simply their presence, their work with the students, it's very proactive. We have a lot of police officers who's on our department who, because of their interaction with SROs, chose this as a profession. So the early engagement with youth cannot be understated. The benefits, we'll never know all the benefits of having folks in the school, but the presence, the safety, not only do the high school and middle school SROs work with strictly those schools, they will go to the satellite schools. They will address things outside of schools. You're aware that we've had issues around West High, which we work to alleviate. Those officers aren't glued to those schools. They step out in the community when a community issue relating to those schools arrives. And I just don't think you can understate how important those, of all the times that we've had to make cuts to the department, we've made some adjustments. We haven't filled positions because of vacancies. We've always kept the officers, and that's one thing that we never really even considered not filling those positions. Now, there could come a day where that would come under consideration, but that's the value that we place in having those officers. And again, it's one of those things that you'll never, it's interesting, that you asked this, sir, is that one of the most frequent things I get from members of the public who approach me that are in their 30s and 40s, they remember their school resource officer. They remember who it was that interacted with them, 20, 30 some years ago in high school.
Leo
Ask
Miller.
about that person. Absolutely.
Leo Miller.
And so those are engagements that you can't put a price on. We're dedicated to that. I think the school sees the value of the officers. They're very financially invested in that and physically invested in that. I've never heard conversations from the school board about devaluing the presence of those officers. They're just part of our operations. They assist the schools, but they also assess us, and that when issues can be handled within the school, they don't have to send a district car to address that. So SROs are very well equipped to address enforcement efforts in the schools. On occasion, they'll need the assistance of district office or district cars. But by and large, they're handling the issues themselves, which alleviates our uniformed personnel from having to respond to every issue at the schools. So very symbiotic, mutually beneficial relationship with the schools that, you know, again, we'll never know most of the benefits that happen with that relationship because we're avoiding trouble by our presence, we're setting a standard, we're engaging with youth, probably you know, such positive engagements that it's leading to positive outcomes for a lot of these youth too. And we're teaching classes too. That was another thing that we've done in the last couple of years is they're teaching in the high school level, the officers, the SROs are teaching criminal justice classes as part of a potential career pathway. I mean, those are just great ideas and positive outcomes. And I see the actions of the officers within the schools. I get body cam footage every now and then, and the positive way that they're interacting, the de-escalation skill that they're deploying, the manner that they treat these, handle with care initiatives, things like that. When students are in crisis, they're intervening. So just doing a great job. Can't say enough about that.
I want to clarify that 70% of 9 months right now is currently paid by the schools. The rest is general funds. However, right now, one of the Captain Bertrand, is working with the schools to renegotiate that plan, and they'll talk to their board next week to determine if that plan is in place. At that time, they would take on a little bit larger portion of the expense from the city.
Thank you.
Chief, I don't remember my school resource officer, but that's a whole different conversation. I do have a question. Like, yeah, we didn't want to know him, right? But I do have a couple questions, and it just kind of goes back to like what we were asking the museum. On your records section of your budget, you have a police records technician, and your complement 7, and then part-time 1.65. What's the, just kind of looking at having both, what does that look like for you?
Well, so call volume is, and not just records, but the redaction transcription specialist. So that was the position that you guys signed off on. We're adding responsibilities to those sections. Now, some of what our record staff, our civilian staff are doing is based on volume. And so having the accessibility of part-time staff to bring them in as needed, to me, is a very positive thing for the city. Now, especially those redaction and transcription staff. I think in one of the prior council meetings I mentioned to you that the open records requests, meaning I want reports, but now that we have body cameras, we have video too that needs to be reviewed for any privacy issues, HIPAA violations, redaction, and those have increased by 300%. So some of the volume in that support services division, those civilian staffs, their demand has gone up significantly. And we haven't increased staffing. We're looking at trying to see how we can utilize things like AI for some of our transcription functions. We're trying to see how we can leverage technology to lessen the burden on some of these staff and then shift it to some of the newer demands. So I think we've taken a very progressive look at our civilian staff. It's, you know, ideally you can say, oh, well, this new technology will allow us to do this. Well, we have to see it first. So changing those jobs descriptions within that division in the support services division, increasing responsibilities and trying to shift towards what we believe we will need in the future based on the demands of the public is what we're doing, and that's going to be a wait and see. Our plan is to, as we shift these responsibilities and rely more heavily on technology, that we'll let the council know if people's workloads are lessened and we can reduce staff in the future, that's what we're going to do. But that's kind of a wait and see, which is why we're redefining some of the positions in that division that we're talking about. Records department, those are by and large the civilian positions, and I think that's what you're referring to. So we've got records techs, we've also got the transcription and redaction staff. So, they serve different functions, but the bottom line is everything that we do within the agency from a paperwork and a record standpoint.
And the same thing with the word processing, right?
Yes.
Okay, because
yeah.
And then I just had a question about animal control. Can you just give me some background or understanding?
Well, that's obviously a contract function. So the city
Okay.
is invested in having an animal control function. In fact, we have a lot of communities around us that request assistance that we don't provide because they're not financially invested in our animal control services. But we contract with a provider who then fulfills those functions. Obviously, the building, the animal control building, the vehicles, those are our resources, and the contractor then utilizes those resources for the animal control function. And it's interesting. They have come back for some increases to keep staffing in the last few years, and I can understand that. It's a competitive hiring environment, but I think they've been very responsible with city funds and the functions that we asked them to fulfill. And one of the things that one of their functions is adoptions. They work very hard, and they, as a company, can profit from those adoptions to offset costs. But at least that way, we're not destroying more animals than we need. So I think Cindy and Chris and their staff have been very good at partnering with Humane Society for mutual benefit, so that those resources are here in the community. And if you've seen other communities that don't have that resource, there's pretty significant issues with feral cats and some of these things. And while we do have animal control issues, I think that having a division like that, staying on top of it, is important for us as far as a service provider and as an agency. But that's a contracted service.
And we own the building too?
Yes.
That's why.
Cindy and Chris do a great job.
They do.
It's a yeoman's.
They really do.
It really is. I'm curious, do they have the capacity to do work for other communities on a fee basis?
I don't know that our contract allows that, but could that be something they could do? We've never.
Interesting to know if they have the
space.
capacity.
Oh, they don't have the space, but the question would be, and
They
I'm
have
sure
the person power.
those other communities
Yeah.
would be, if they have a compelling need now, they probably wouldn't want to pay for it next year. I mean, I think getting agencies to pay in or getting other cities to pay in, that'd be an interesting question.
Not very likely.
Well, I don't know that it's not very likely. I mean, when you look at our Comm center, communications center, you have a group that are served by that Comm center, and everybody pays based on usage. But I don't know how much it's been explored. It's every now and then that we have outside communities that'll ask for assistance. And I think Cindy and Chris, what they do is they find outside organizations, rescue places, and try to help divert that and help those communities out with knowledge, not necessarily using our resources for other communities who aren't paying for the services. So they're still a resource to those outside communities. I'd have to ask Cindy and Chris how, if they would see a need for that. I think it's
in question.
Yeah, every now and then we will get
I don't
those
mean physical
questions.
capacity, I mean human resources.
Yes, and every now and then there'll be an ask, and they'll reach out to us, and they find a way to assist them without using city, paid resources that we provide and pay for those outside communities. So their knowledge is just all beyond what I.
So we own the building and equipment repair and maintenance. What kind of equipment do they have there?
Well, they've got, their vehicles are one, so the animal control vehicles.
So we own those too?
Yes.
No, don't own all of them. They had one donated, because I asked that question. I'm sure they have one that their nonprofit donated, and the trailers too.
Okay, I'm thinking of the physical vehicle.
We have one. I think they have one, if you check, I think they've had one that's been donated by their, whatever, OTSA or something, Friends of the Shelter.
I think we have a list of assets that was asked for.
What's that?
I think we have a list of assets.
Right, but
That's
I'm
for
saying, I
people.
think they've actually got, like, the trailers and that, somebody else has purchased for them, just so you know. I think.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
the
thinking, Mr. Mayor, I'm thinking of the ones that we see with the enclosures.
Yeah,
and
but if you
things
see
like-
one, it says provided, I think, cheap by,
It does say FOTUS on the side of it.
yeah, I think that one was provided by some outside source, I think.
Yeah.
So we're responsible for the upkeep of them though, of all the vehicles there? I'm just looking at that $1 million there, and so.
I don't hold me to that, but I think I asked that question last year.
Question. So on the homeless task force, we repeatedly have the same conversation a little bit on resources, on where is that going to bleed out or not bleed out. So I guess the question I have, it sounds like that there's some internal candidates that would be interested in being reclassified to that type of a division if that position was identified. Is that correct or not?
Well, what we did was, when, obviously we're doing report outs for you. When council advocated for its continued function, I would see those as a temporary allocation. At some point in time, those were taken out of patrol functions.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
They're still not fully staffed. So at some point in time, I would say we're still evaluating it, and I think it's very valuable. I think Jill is going to provide some new insight when she comes with me on Monday to talk about neighborhood services portion of the services. But yeah, at some point in time, I think the city's going to have the conversation on whether or not this is a permanent.
Well, that's where I want to have the conversation now. It's like, so are you ready for us to propose an FTE for the homeless, for a homeless task force, if we have a candidate that's knee deep right in it, or do we need to propose that we just reclassify an existing FTE because I think both is viable for us, is to say, we keep saying is that these resources are being bled. Well, let's shift a full-time employee that's existing that we know wants to do it, and just reclassify them, and then there's no distraction of that they're being taken off of their assigned position, if that makes sense. Well, and then if we want to go a full FTE, make the ask. I mean, I was waiting for it to come, and it didn't come. So I'm just curious on it. Do we need it or what?
I'm not, and the only thing is, I'm not the only participant.
Sure.
The police department is not the only one within the city providing positions, so it's certainly I can comment on my side now. Does it hurt me to not have those two positions responding to regular calls for service? Yes. Is it providing a function? Absolutely. I think eventually, whether it's now or in the future, Mike runs the homeless task force. That's probably a larger discussion that our department, along with field services, Parks and Rec, all need to have to see what a permanent.
I guess our thought is that constant feeling that it's not an identified position. Well, let's identify it, and then at that point, either then we request another officer if we're short or whatever. But then it's dedicated versus you feel like that we're bleeding from another department. So let's either identify it, or let's ask for another FTE, because I do think it's going to be a permanent fixture at some point if we're getting the effectiveness, what it seems that we're getting at this point. I think you guys are, I think we're actually seeing, I'm always going to complain about outside the rail and those types, the brass rail and stuff like that, but we're doing a lot better. I mean, the guys that used to text me 3 times a day, that there's people hanging around their properties, it's slowing down, and you can physically see it on the streets. So again, I compliment that. So whenever I hear that it's not the police problem, but you guys are the solution, you're our finger, you're our arm as the city of part of the implementation. So I guess I'm going to ask the question again: should we propose to reclassify a position, or should we at this point start the discussion on a homeless task force position?
Well, and I would ask you, the council, and Mike to have those discussions is what's a long enough trial period to gauge our effectiveness. Now, it's been in place for about 3 months.
Yeah.
And we're still finding ways to track our successes. Like, is there something that we're missing?
The test is coming with weather. The weather's coming. That's going to be
that will change the nature.
That's the test.
Obviously, some of the issues we're dealing with now with the squatting in stairwells and public spaces, those aren't going to be as significant when the heat, and the temperature changes. It will change the nature of it. But I trust the council to determine what you think is appropriate, but I don't know. I would have to ask, is 3 months enough to evaluate the effectiveness? And I think our crime analysis unit, and again, we're just one player, so it's really, you're asking me questions that it's hard for me to tell you because, you guys have said we should not be the face of this. I would agree. We're not the only department invested in it. We're not the only city entity. There are other providers that are outside the city that are also invested in this task force. So probably needs to be a larger discussion beyond just me to answer those questions.
Thank you. So Teresa, for March, can you propose, let's debate it out in March, a classification shift from the existing officer to a homeless task force, and then if we want to amend it there and bring on a new position, we can have that in March. Let's talk about it.
Well, I'd like to add to that.
Please.
While we're evaluating, my question is, because I'm not really in favor of taking an officer, full-fledged officer from regular duties and switching to task force.
We have somebody committed there, Julie, that
We have
wants it.
two, we have two
Yeah, I
officers
understand that,
that's
but
temporary
I'm
duty
wondering
assignment
if
right now.
in the overall evaluation, perhaps it's not a full officer, but perhaps a position that's created that's a liaison of, I don't know.
Well, and they're functioning a certain way. One of the, so Jill will be speaking with me Monday.
Right.
But 2 weeks from then, I've asked our two officers who are functioning in those positions to come with me to be able to speak to you. So if you guys have questions on the ground, they'd be good ones to ask what they're dealing with. And I think they're a much better resource. They're seeing it every day. I'm getting the report outs, but I'm not out there with them. So I think they should provide some insight a couple of meetings from now that will give you guys some ideas is what's getting done. And again, I think we need to pull in some of our other providers and talk about what they're seeing.
But again, I'm just wondering, does it need to be an armed, full-fledged, trained officer out there assisting?
Well, they're going to be, it's just what we call him or her, right? I mean, if you're talking about reclassifying.
Well, if we reclassify, it will be.
But it'll
I'm
still be a
saying-
full-fledged officer, that's my point. It's just going to have a different title.
They need to carry it
And
out.
and singular
Right, but
function.
not if we create a new position.
Well, I would say that our position is somewhat defined, even though it's a temporary duty spot. So the question would be, do you give us that, do you add to our allocation and those people are permanently assigned to the task
How
force?
can we afford to lose 2 officers?
Well, no, if we are committed to as a department, we are committed to addressing this issue. I think we're handling it. I think what we've done is very innovative. What and by we, I don't mean police department, I mean all of our participants is really cutting edge, and I think we're having some impact. So larger discussions, hard for me to tell you outcomes because I'm not the only participant, but that'll be up to probably Mike to have discussions with you guys and then the other participants to categorize their needs and what participation in this task force is costing them and at what level they can continue to participate. Hard for me to say right now, forecast. I think we're doing a very good job, and I think what we're doing day to day is giving us an idea of how effective we can be. It might need tweaks. I mean, we might need less personnel.
And I would
goes.
expect less.
Sure.
This is a learning
Oh,
period
yeah,
right now.
very, very
Data
much.
gathering, et cetera. How many openings do we already have on the force right now, though?
So we looked at our numbers. I think we're at, we are at present, at this particular moment, not taking into account the people who will be leaving the agency, we're about 6 short. But you have to understand that many of those are either in training or have conditional offers and are set to go to the academy. So streetable officers, we're probably down about 15 officers, roughly. I'd have to look at the numbers. I can provide them in the next council update, but.
Back to my point, I'm not sure that we can, body counts for staffing, afford to take 2 active officers and commit them to a title change, classification change at this time.
Yeah, and it's tough, but
Because then you're going to replace them.
Yeah, I get it, and we're always hiring. So I think when a decision is made by the city, if you would increase the department's allocation to account for that, then we'd hire for those positions.
Yeah,
So
I'm not concerned about that. People, the jobs will open and you just keep working them through. But I like the idea that there's people on the ground that you have that are actually enjoying the work. The feedback that I get is they're feeling some satisfaction doing it, which is fantastic. That's the people
you will be able to hear it from the horse.
So thanks.
Right.
So having them here will probably be helpful. So if you've got good questions, they'd be good ones to ask in a couple of weeks here. So.
Chief, you're reducing the drug task force dramatically. Is that disbanding or?
No, so Mr. Mayor, a number of years ago, we had a bigger presence in the task force. Now, Burn Jag and HIDA funding has remained, but Burn Jag funding has slowly reduced. But we also were going to allocate those people where we thought they had the most impact. And so what we started to do is we started to move some of those personnel from the drug task force to the SIU. And so we bolstered our special investigations unit by pulling personnel from there. Now, we maintain a presence there. But we have, and that's, we're going to continue to evaluate. We're going to continue to make sure that HIDA is invested in that task force. But we as a department have to make decisions on what we think will be most impactful for the area. And I can tell you that having special investigations has been, to me, more impactful. However, we still maintain a presence, and we have shorted them a position for now. We have 2 sworn allocated down there, but they're working with 1. But then we also deal with military deployments of those personnel. And so that's something that we evaluate, you know, based on some of it, based on the funding, what HIDA looks like, but as far as effectiveness goes. And so, yeah, we've removed our presence from that task force. And unfortunately, what we've seen is that it's hard for the DEA manages that task force. The Sioux City Police Department started it years ago, but the DEA has since kind of taken over as the lead agency, and they have been unable to get a supervisor, a permanent supervisor, in that office for a long time. So
They haven't been able to?
No, they haven't.
No, I know.
acting.
I talked to one of your former officers that's with them out of Minneapolis, and he said that it's been open and nobody will take it.
Nobody will take it. So it's kind of a wait and see. We want to maintain a presence. There's the HIDA funding is continuing. I'm part of the HIDA executive board, so we continue to go and advocate for funding, HIDA funding being spent, not just on us, but other agencies that have partial funding from HIDA. And as long as Midwest HIDA is willing to put resources into our task force, we're willing to have personnel. But again, what is the DEA, what is the managing agency going to bring to the table? And we look at them, and if when we don't get the feeling that they're invested in our best interest too, that's when we've removed personnel. And we're going to place them where they're going to be most effective. And I can't say enough about the SIU.
Well, I've never been a fan of it, so I'm not disappointed. I'm not asking to be critical.
But I think the way that we've managed and moved personnel from that have benefited the city. And that's, at the end of the day, that's what we need to figure out, is what's going to benefit the city the most, and that's where those decisions are made. So
I realize you always have vacancies, but I'm a traffic citation guy because I believe what Pete Gretkin always said, you have to change behavior. And you dipped in 2024 dramatically in citations issued. You came back a little bit, but you're still below 22 numbers on citations. And as I drive around the city, I don't see less people violating laws. I see more. Is that at least a focus?
Traffic is always going to be a focus, and we just refilled. That was part of our problem with the hiring. You guys know we'd had hiring vacancies. And so essential services, uniform patrol, always got the benefit of the doubt. We left investigations positions unfilled. We left STEP positions, which was the traffic unit, specifically unfilled, and now we're starting to fill those. So as we get numbers back up there, we want to refocus on that. That's, I mean, you know this, Mr. Mayor, that's one of the bigger concerns that people bring us when we have the town hall meetings is traffic. And those are important, and those are important to focus on. But those 24 numbers, we knew those would dip because we were leaving positions unfilled, or we are actually transferring some of those personnel and assigning them to the watch. Now, they were still trying to strike a balance. Those traffic folks were writing tickets when they weren't responding to calls for service, but we still had to give priority to the calls for service. We are getting past what is a huge bell curve as far as hiring goes. There was a lot of hiring in the early 90s. A lot of those folks, like myself, are getting closer to the end. And so when they retire, we are then working to replace them. So I would like to think that in the next couple of years, we'll get to a point where we have hired for those huge hiring cycles that we had in the 90s, and we are getting to kind of an equilibrium where we're hiring less officers per year because we've reached staffing levels, and then we're going to be able to maintain those units and get our numbers back up and address those issues. But for now, boy, it's just an interesting game. We think we're getting up there, and then we have a military deployment, or have some injury losses or unexpected retirements. And it's, you know, we're playing the game, but the positive thing is our hiring has been good. We've had quality candidates. This week we had a hiring orientation. That was something we didn't do years before. We're doing everything as an agency we can to recruit and hire talent to replace our losses. And we're having more success than a lot of departments, so that's a positive thing.
One more thing, just a concern.
Yeah.
Narcotics, dramatically down from 23, 22, but on the rise again. Do you see that as a concern?
Well, that depends. Sometimes sometimes those narcotics levels and the seizures are dependent upon the size of a seizure. So, I mean, you could get I think officers are regularly working drugs. Just a couple of nights ago, and I don't know if I put it in the council info, traffic stop led to some good seizure and some firearms and some prohibited persons owning those. But a large seizure can sometimes skew those. But drugs is always drugs drive crime. Illegal, illicit drugs can very much drive some of our other crimes, to include property crimes. So
that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Oh, because the seizure numbers are down.
Yeah.
Seizure numbers are up this year dramatically.
So, but
They're up from last year.
And that's always going to be, and that goes back to, Mr. Mayor, that goes back to that discussion I had with you on SIU, that Special Investigations Unit are focused on gun crime, drug crime, vice crimes, some of those things and we have left them short also. So as we get our numbers up there and we get that SIU fully staffed, that'll be another tool that we can use to address some of the drug crime. And, it's like any criminal activity. You take out some of the big guys and you're going to see a reduction on the back end as far as criminal activity and violent crime. So,
thank you. Any other questions?
Thanks, Chief.
No problem.
Thank you.
Fire Department, page 133, Chief Ryan Collins.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Fire Department's proposed fiscal year 27 operating budget is a maintenance level budget. It does represent a 2.3% increase over the previous fiscal year. 86% of our costs are attributed to employee compensation. 10% is allocated to expenses that are outside of our control: fuel, utilities, insurance, that sort of thing. Even only about 4% being discretionary funds for the purchase or replacement of essential equipment, training, that sort of thing. So we're kind of limited on what we can spend our funds on. Special thanks to Finance. We met several times with Teresa and Sarah and the rest of their staff, going line by line, 340 some odd lines, and we looked at every single one of them to see where we can reduce. Some notable reductions: anticipated contract overtime needs. Over the last 18 months or so, we were down up to 16 people at one point. I'm happy to report we are down to 2, which is fantastic. That will help with those overtime needs in the next fiscal year. Some operating equipment reductions, CMG lease charges. Previously, the ambulances were under the operating budget. When we acquired the 4 new ambulances back in January, those were moved to the CIP budget. So that does reflect in the operating budget as well. So some of the challenges that we have going forward is just that continued call volume. The mayor mentioned workload just a little while ago. Over the last 5 years, our call volume has gone up 22%, 45% over the last 10 years. And we're doing that with the same number of people. There was been some conversations in the past, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on when we're talking about our performance measures, specifically our incident call volume. That is, each incident is one address that we go to. It's not the number of units that are responding. So on a typical EMS call, you're always going to get 1 engine and 1 ambulance. That's 1 incident. If we go to a fire where we have 3 engines, 2 trucks, an IC, a medic unit, 7 units, that's still 1 call. So when I communicate with you through memos or whatever, I'll either use the term incident, which means an address, or responses, which is the number of units that are going to that particular incident. So I just want to make sure that we're clear when you're looking at the performance measures, that when it mentions incidents, that is 1 address that we're going to. Some of the other challenges, obviously the applications that we are receiving for employment. We test for firefighter at least every 2 years. The last couple of years, it's been almost every year because we're exhausting those lists due to the vacancies and the hiring cycles, no different than PD. The number of applicants continue to decline. This last cycle for firefighter was actually higher than the previous year, which was great. The recent paramedic application period garnered only 3 qualified applicants. And that's going to be a challenge going forward to make sure that we have enough people on those civil service lists to replace those that are retire or move on. And then finally, continued uncertainty with the GEMT funding, which is a huge revenue source for the city. I spoke about that at Legislative Day. So far, it doesn't look like there's any threats to it, but at any point that can change. That represents roughly between $3 to $4, $5, $6 million a year on Medicaid reimbursement to the city to allow us to provide transport services. So we're constantly keeping an eye on that GEMT program. Good news, though, I mentioned the call volume continues to increase. The last 2 years, it has started to level out, so that is encouraging. The cost of fuel has continued to decrease. I wrote my notes prior to the events that were reported this morning, so that could change. And then, as mentioned earlier in Teresa's opening statement, that the pension, the MFPRSI pension contribution rate for the city did decrease 1%. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
Well, Chief, I definitely love your metrics and your performance things. And I'm glad that you did point out that you guys went line by line, because I was going to ask about, everybody else seems to look or have a decrease, but there is like no decreases there. But, you know, and I do understand. I think that we have to, is there a way to study as it relates to the overtime that comes through your department? And I know, you know, if there's an incident, you can't get around that, but.
We are continually looking at our overtime. Last year, fiscal year 25, we had about 15,000 hours of overtime, contract overtime, and that majority of that is due to that rig staffing. We do have minimum staffing levels every day. We have to have so many bodies on the rigs. And so when we go below that threshold, then we need to staff that with overtime. And at some points, it's been mandated overtime where we've had to tell somebody, you can't go home. You have to stay another shift, and that is very difficult.
Does that include those training officers, or is that separate?
That is separate. That's
separate from the
operating.
training officers?
Yeah, fiscal year 25, each day we were averaging about 43 hours of overtime.
What is that? How does that look in dollars? I mean,
in a fiscal year 25, that was 1.6 million. So I'm encouraged by our staffing levels as it stays today. Going forward, I anticipate a lot less overtime.
That's still less than it used to be 5 years ago.
I'm sorry?
That's still less than it used to be 5 years ago.
Yeah, in fiscal year 25, we had 35,000 hours of overtime. I'm sorry, fiscal year 22, 35,000 hours.
Yeah. How come so many hazmat out-of-region calls? And how do we get paid for that again?
That's part of our regional hazmat program.
Yeah, right, but it's a
through the
flat
LE
amount, so if we've got a lot more calls, we just eat it? Is that, am I right? or-
So each of the 13 counties pay a fee per capita to allow us to staff, maintain the equipment. When those calls go out, we respond, but we do not take over those incidents. We are there only as long as they need us. Any equipment or materials that we use is billed to the RP. So we really don't have any reimbursement from the county. It's usually from that RP.
Right. But why was there so many? Do you have any idea? I mean, that's amazing. You got 16 of them. That's more than one county. You just don't.
Yeah, we've had quite a few more in South Sioux City than we've had in the past.
Really?
And I think we've had a couple up north in the northern counties.
And we go to South Sioux under that program? How are they involved in that?
It's through Dakota County.
What do they pay us?
I don't have those numbers.
Well, I think that's
But I could
important.
look, it's a flat amount per capita per county.
I think we should know that, just because if we've got one county that's running those numbers up dramatically and we're not getting.
We're out of balance.
Chief Collins, didn't those fees just come back to council and were we
They did.
calculated? Okay,
Yeah,
can
just.
provide
I
that.
think that was in
Just curious,
memo?
because those-
December count.
Those numbers have been pretty steady over all the years, and now all of a sudden they're jumping, and because when you pull that hazmat, you're pulling somebody out of a job that's, so that, I just want to, that's a lot, so,
We'll have a memo come back.
okay.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I do have an improvement request that's in. I brought it forth last year, and I promised you I'd bring it forth again this year. And that's for that administrative assistant chief position. That represents a $196,000 increase, or about 0.7% of our overall budget. Just to kind of give you a little bit of background again, in 2016, when the administrative assistant chief retired, at that point, it was decided to move the position to a captain deputy fire marshal, because at that time, that's where the workload was. And in 2018, we stood up an EMS division with 33 additional employees. With that comes a lot of more administrative work from a human resources standpoint. And so all of the job duties that were farmed out that the administrative assistant chief previously did was farmed out to other staff members, both on shift that are working 24 hours and then the fire marshal. Unfortunately, it's become to a point where they're unable to do their primary duties as effectively as we'd like them to do. So just the workload is there. We see the need for that administrative assistant chief back.
Thank you. You can bring it back, but.
Do you want us to bring it back to wrap up or not, or what's the?
No, I don't. I mean, I've sympathized with what he's saying, but this is probably not a year I'm voting for any increases, I can promise you that. So, but thank you.
Any other questions? Appreciate it. Thank you.
Parks and Recreation, page 187, Matt Salvatore.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Our budget this year is actually, general fund support is less than what it was last year for Parks and Recreation. So we're maintaining services without doing a lot extra. We worked with finance to identify some reductions and some agreed upon changes, and we reviewed our complement, clean things up there. So that's how we were able to achieve less this year than general fund support this year than last year.
Applaud you.
Is that at least in part because of your management of parks and parks maintenance?
Yes, Parks Maintenance was the biggest change as far as complement goes.
Why is it's probably here, but I'm not seeing it. Why is your leases and rentals down so dramatic? What's that?
Leases and.
Page 192.
Is that due to the marina, Matt?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's what?
yeah, due to the marina, that was like $350,000 of it, the marina. So,
Because the expenses went down as well.
That's because the revenue didn't generate that we were promised would.
Well, and I think the expenses went down accordingly, though.
Yeah, hopefully, but a lot of listen, the expenses should go down because you're not going to dredge every year. The revenue should go up because now they can put boats in it. So saying one goes down justifies the other one going down doesn't necessarily in my mind.
The marina was a really big challenge last year because we didn't have gas. So we'll have it this year. I'm hoping for a much better occupancy rate usage of that facility. They have a 3-year contract. We're on year 2.
I think we can get out on social and really push that, thank you for seeing us through our first bumpy year. Kind of got it, and we're ready.
Yep. And
We
they're at the,
operated
I hope you
under the
can,
gun
because
last
there's a lot of people that are not comfortable yet.
and rightfully so. The gas is a big part of that. They're at the outdoor show this weekend promoting the marina. So marketing along with having facilities. There's been It was, the marina was in a lot worse shape than what we thought. I mean, most of our time was just spent fixing things based on the
Hear
damage
anything
that resulted
about
of
our
flood.
money?
What's that?
Hear anything about our FEMA money?
Kelly and Sarah are working through that. I don't think that's specifically the marina itself, it's the
Well,
Jolly
I think-
Rogers area.
Yeah, that's what
And we're working on fixing those utilities so we can do an RFP for that. Yeah, Jolly Rogers.
All right, so that was my question.
Yep.
That is being addressed?
Yeah, we're working on the utilities, and then I have an RFP ready to go. So we're just waiting to, I'm hoping, yeah.
And that's what we're waiting for FEMA money for, is to repair a lot of that damage up there. There are
Yeah.
huge gaps, the shoreline's crap, the fences are gone.
And utilities.
So the gas is running now.
Not yet, we're close. So we repaired the gangplank, so all the lines that go under the dock need to be addressed, and then so the majority of the work is done.
So just for clarification, the FEMA funds are reimbursable. So after we complete the repairs, then we'll get FEMA funds to reimburse us back. So we don't wait for the funds. We complete the work and then they.
But we do have an obligated project with FEMA, so we are okay.
So we're scheduled for the Jolly, it just looks terrible. We're scheduled for utilities right now, or we're talking about getting scheduled?
Yeah, we've been doing some cleanup. No, we're actively working on we'll get something bid out to repair the utilities, and then we got to fill in a big sinkhole where we shorted up last year, so there wasn't further deterioration.
So the question on the discussion on the mowing and stuff and the overall maintenance, I know you presented on that. On mowing consistency, do we right now do we have the same crews on the same sites every week? Or
Yes, we do. There's
just who's available?
No, it's the same routes with the same operator. There's a little bit of overlap, but we'll be able to concentrate on that a lot better this year with less real estate and economic development mowing that we've done in the past. So we don't get pulled away to do other things.
I'm gonna keep asking that question.
Yeah.
Because it just seems like the same people need to be mowing the same parks, and there's some accountability there on the services there. It's just, I think we lost control of that a little bit. And then, you think you've maximized all of the ground you can farm out when it comes to third-party mowing?
Yes.
You feel like that's as good as it's gonna get?
Yes.
You're still gonna need your part-timers?
Right. Yep.
How many part-timers is that?
I'm trying to think. No, I had it in my presentation. I didn't bring that with. I can bring that back if you need to.
Well, in the complement, it's 7.25 FTEs, but they typically hire significantly more than that because it's only a period of time. So I
They're
think
budgeted
Kelly-
for 6 months, but we only usually get them for 3 to 4 months.
Right.
Say it's 3 or 4 times that.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he puts in for like 30 if he can't
Yeah.
get them, but I don't know that he always gets
I
them.
had a slide in my presentation that I can dust back off if needed.
You feel like you need them all?
Yes. The mowing and trimming is just a small portion of what they do.
So, you do think you're the right guy when it comes to what's going on with the parks? So when it comes to the pools,
Yeah.
Morningside Pool,
Lewis Park, yep.
Lewis Park, yeah, so that one right there, that's scheduled for $125,000 paint job, is that?
Yep.
So we're gonna invest in a failing pool that we're doing there?
Would define failing.
Is it a long-term hole?
So is it a long-term what?
Hole. Would you recommend that pool being closed, if you're looking at pool closures?
I could tell you where we're at with, the park board has been evaluating
Yeah.
all the pools. So the plan to be proactive was with the water park opening this year, to take a look at all of our swimming pools, look at hiring, look at attendance, look at revenue, and evaluate what impact will the water park have on all of our swimming pools. The attendance for our swimming pools have decreased significantly each of the last 2 years. So that's a part of the whole conversation. And obviously, the capital costs are accelerating that conversation. So that's been a topic of conversation for our park board for the last 2-3 years. We're hoping to get to that evaluation point this summer. If service level reductions are needed, I think swimming pool is one place that we need to take a look at, just because there's not other services that we can really use. Yes,
According
but
to,
one more year.
I don't,
yeah.
safety-wise,
According for safety.
We can't paint it before the season starts anyway, so it would be after.
Year with no pay.
Correct. We're going to have to, we can't get a painting project done between now and the end
We need
of
to
May.
clarify that, because building maintenance has told us otherwise, that it has to be painted prior to us being able to utilize it.
that has been.
Okay.
So we need to.
I don't know
clarify
how we get,
Clarification on that?
Yes,
we would have to start, like, we would have to get
Why
that
would
out.
it have to be painted?
it's got something to do with depth perception, and there's all sorts of different reasons why people can't tell how deep it is and what.
I mean, we got to get that out for bid soon, if that's the case.
Last month.
Yeah.
Clarification out for bid.
We'll bring a memo back too and discuss with both Mike, Matt and Dan. They can get.
Wait that long?
We can, well, I wouldn't wait. By the time you get back for wrap up in 2 weeks, we'll have a plan in place and what
Yeah,
we're
but by
doing with
the
it.
way the government works, not because it's wrong, but because the way that we have to work, you're not gonna get that thing, a contractor hired by April 1st, and you don't have it hired by April 1st, not gonna get it painted by opening season.
Be a big challenge.
And there's only that guy from Homer, the last time I checked, even close at paints out pools, right?
We can check and get it.
No, there's vendors out there, but availability, a lot of them are
Last couple of
busy
them
already.
That were done by that guy in Homer, weren't they, or somewhere around in
They
Nebraska?
did leaf, yeah.
We can get an answer to council next week.
Yep, we can.
Yeah, for sure. I'll touch base with Stan on
You
Monday.
gotta hurry on that. Okay.
Teresa, you go for March, put on to closure of.
Yep.
Not Lewis, well, just Lewis and Clark, just Lewis.
Lewis Pool.
Lewis Pool.
I just think that's part of a broader discussion, so, yeah.
Yep. And then we'll give us an update on leaf, because if you, I was told that if we were to force rank the problems we have with our pool system, leaf is actually top of the list. Am I been missing?
Leaf is in the worst condition, correct?
Leaf is in the worst condition.
Yeah.
The public needs to know that.
Yeah.
So what's the forecast not to the worst condition, or what's our 3-year vision with leaf?
So although historically it's settled over the years, we used to survey the corners of the pool every spring and fall. We've quit doing that because it has quit moving. But historically, the pool was sinking. It's leveled out. But there's, well, I don't know if it's fixed, but the issues aren't continuing.
So Matt, how has your committee viewed the new water park and its likely impact to Lewis and Leaf? I'm assuming you don't believe, your committee, your board doesn't believe that it will impact Riverside, but is
No.
there a general sense of what it's going to do to the numbers at Leaf and Lewis?
We anticipate the numbers will go down.
Significant reductions, or?
They really
don't
just
know?
wanted to rely on the data, so they're trying not to forecast that. And hiring has been fine for us this spring. So after a year from now, it might be more of a challenge, but we're actually able to find lifeguards for this upcoming season.
And I believe this investors at the pool, at the water park have offered to integrate schedules if need be to
Yeah, we could discuss sharing.
work it around like that. So if you're a lifeguard, you know, you want to, everybody's going to be wanting to be excited maybe to get to Splash, but maybe we share and you can go out there for 2 days or whatever it might be and maybe share the schedules a little bit, which I think would be great. And I'm going to say, I'm never going to be a proponent, you know this, Matt, of closing our pools unless we have a plan in place to replace them. Maybe we don't need 3 pools. Maybe we need Riverside and then we need 1 aquatic center. But we've got to have pools available to teach swimming lessons and get kids used to being in the water so they're not too afraid to take swimming lessons. And we've got to continue on that path. And until we have a backup plan, I just don't see how we can just, oh, well, we're closing this pool and we're closing that pool because it needs maintenance.
Yeah, swimming lessons are the top thing. That's a public safety issue. And there are alternatives to being able to still provide those, but that's a heavy consideration.
I'm not against replacing, but I'm against closing without a plan.
Yep, understood.
Outside of Riverside, but Leaf is being used more than even Lewis, right?
I believe so.
In used.
We got a lot of adults that like to use that one.
Yeah, Leaf is the second highest attended swimming pool. Leaf and Lewis are right there.
Aquatic Center, everybody. Put it right out there by Siouxland Splash. They're looking for a neighbor.
Yeah.
Long lines, you set that memo out on the wall and stuff. Are we still throwing tons of money at the one center?
Yeah, it looks like general fund support's about 231,000 for FY '27.
Any suggestions?
I really don't have anything. I mean, it's busy. We generate what revenue we can, but we'll never generate enough money to offset the expenses. So long-term, I said this before, long-term, I think there needs to be a plan to what would that look like if long lines did not exist? And how could there be support for everything that OVG 360 does out of that building for the Tyson Event Center? That's a tough one.
And the
Part of the short-term and long-term plan.
Yep.
could be a retreat topic for council to come up with a vision.
Okay.
We don't have a retreat on the books yet, but we can get one on, we usually do that in the fall.
Yeah.
Sooner than later. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
We're actually going to change up the schedule here and move human rights so that I think we'll go over our lunch period with Mike's topic areas here for the day. So we're going to let Karen go so she can leave for the day.
Page 159.
Good morning, Karen Mackey, Human Rights.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning. Thank you for moving me up so I'm not the last person before you eat lunch. So first I want to talk briefly about what we do. We are a law enforcement agency that is charged with enforcing civil rights laws in a fair and neutral fashion. In addition, we do education and prevention work trying to reduce discrimination in our community. Currently, our educational efforts are somewhat limited due to a reduction in staff. One of the good things that's happened is that one of our commissioners was able to write for a Gilchrist micro grant. So we're getting $5,000 to help us put on Faces of Siouxland. Now, she was able to do that because it's a grant she's very familiar with. She has written other Gilchrist micro grants and was able to get that done in a pretty quick manner. So staff is currently working on how they're going to use that money. We're hoping to infuse more art into Faces of Siouxland, and so it should be exciting this year. So, why are we important to Siouxland? Well, part of the biggest reason, I think, is because having a local commission helps to make Siouxland a place where people want to live, not where they need to live. None of us really need to live here. I was born and raised here. I love Sioux City. But I might feel differently about it than other people. I love it with its pluses, its minuses. I think it's a great community, but we want to get everyone to feel that way, everyone to love our community. We don't want to have a brain drain where we lose kids once they go to college, they don't come back. We want We want people to come back here. So a local commission staff is uniquely positioned because we understand the community needs. You know, think about the Sioux City PD. When they're investigating local issues, they have an understanding of the local issues. Okay, well, if you brought in law enforcement from the state, they wouldn't understand things. They're still law enforcement. They would still probably do an outstanding job. But you start off by having an understanding of the community and what's going on. And that helps to get things done. It helps to can respond more quickly, can respond more thoroughly when you have a base understanding of what's happening. The community trusts us because we're from here. Of the three of us who are staff, 2 of us were born and raised in Sioux City. The other has lived here 20 years. So they know us. A commission, a local commission especially, is a pressure release valve. When someone believes they've been discriminated against, they get frustrated, they get angry. Having local people to be able to jump on an issue right away, even though we're neutral, just the mere fact that we're involved right away reduces tension, and it's better for the community overall. We work with other local agencies, places like the Landlord Association with Women Aware. We also work with regional organizations and national ones. One that we've worked with, it's been a couple of years, but we have worked with the Department of Justice's Community Relations Service to do some training here in Sioux City. The last time we had them here, it was about protecting religious buildings, because we all know that discrimination against religious minorities is on the rise, unfortunately. So I did want to start by talking about the income we have in our budget and talk about our 2 partners. We have cooperative agreements with 2 organizations. The Iowa Office of Civil Rights. Previously, they paid us once a quarter. So they've gone to a different model where now they will pay us next year for the work we've done this year. Okay, so when we cross-file with them, essentially what that means is we do the work, they help pay us for some of the work we've done to kind of reduce the burden of the city. But they don't really do any work on it. They do some filing, that kind of thing, but we're the people doing the work. So just so y'all know, then you're not going to see any money this year. You're going to see it after July 1. Okay. So HUD, at the end of September, you might remember that the government briefly closed down for a little while. And so on September 30th, by September 30th, HUD had done a couple of things. Number one, they got all the appendices that go with our contract. They sent that out to all the fair housing assistance programs across the country. They didn't send the contract, the top page, they sent everything else. And they had a Zoom call with all of us and told us that the money has been encumbered, so the money's sitting there, and that as soon as they could get the contracts out, they would get going on that and get us the money. No fair housing assistance program in the country has that first page yet, has a contract to sign, which means none of us have gotten our money. We have all been working together to try to find out from HUD when that might happen, because that's important to every one of us, even small little commissions like us where we're going to get around $36,000. There are some agencies, large agencies, that are really expecting a lot of money, and they're really hurting. So we don't know yet. We know that the money's sitting there. It is obligated. We just don't have it. We will continue to work with others to do everything we can to rattle that cage and get that money, because that's important to us. Now, the last thing I want to mention regarding HUD is that they added new criteria. Previously, we have been required to close 50% of our housing cases within 100 days. 100 days is a reach. It's a big reach. On the average in our office, we have somewhere between 6 to 7 housing cases a year. It's not a huge number. So it's really easy to miss that mark. The other thing is that we're not entirely in control of how long it takes to resolve a case. If a respondent hires a lawyer, there's a hurdle that adds more days. I'm not implying that lawyers are slow, but lawyers are busy. What typically happens is under our ordinance, people are given 10 days, respondents are given 10 days to get back to us with their response. So they wait, it seems like they wait till about day 9 or 10, and then they talk to their lawyer. And so their lawyer then calls us up in a panic and says, I just got this today. It's the 9th or 10th day, and my client was supposed to have a response in. I need a continuance. Well, we are a neutral agency. We need that response. We need to know, because their response may be enough that we can close the case. We can't just close it without hearing from both sides. So we give them an extension. We will routinely, the first time out of the box, give a respondent's attorney a 2-week extension because they need some time to research, figure out what's going on, what they need to do. Sometimes they'll come back and ask for additional extensions. We strongly discourage that. They need to have a very good reason for that.
Can you define that?
We can, and we have.
That you would need to stay within your guidelines.
Yes. And so, and one of the issues is that sometimes attorneys, they know that this is a time game a little bit, and so they will think maybe they're running out the clock. They're not really running out the clock, they're just hurting us. If 100 days passes, we still investigate. Doesn't matter if it takes us 300 days, we're still investigating the case. It just hurts our statistics with HUD. Okay.
Which could affect your funding in the future?
Well, it could, and it probably will, and here's why. Like I said, 50% is tough. This year, HUD has upped that to 75%. And in talking with other directors across the country, no one has any idea how they're going to meet that number and still do thorough investigations. Frankly, you know, there's some thought that it's just a way of trying to weed out as many fair housing assistance programs as they can. I don't know, because at the end of the day, I don't think there are going to be very many that can meet that criteria, especially the smaller ones. It's going to be difficult. We're trying. We're doing everything we can. So our investigator, her priority is housing. It's been housing for years, but her priority is housing. Now, one of the issues we've run into, especially lately, is she's the only Spanish speaker in the office. So if we have someone who's a Spanish speaker who comes in, maybe they have an employment case, they need to talk to someone, they end up talking to her. That takes up her time. Now, we do...
An investigator?
Yes, that's our investigator.
Oh, okay.
Is the person who's fluent in Spanish. Now, we do have a part-time intern this semester who's from Portugal. So obviously he's fluent in Portuguese, and we actually have a Portuguese complainant right now. It's been great because that person has taken up a lot of our investigators' time, and now he can take up our interns' time.
And we also have Spanish-speaking customer service reps that you can
Yes.
borrow, that they know that they can be used in other departments.
Yes, so sometimes we've needed to do that. And our intern, Spanish and Portuguese, are very similar. So in a pinch, he can help with that. In fact, Jessica has gotten, so she understands a lot of Portuguese now because they are very similar. And she's had to deal with this individual quite a bit. So, but anyhow, yes, we focus on the housing. She deals with the housing. The other two of us try to do the other cases. So I do have some statistics for you, and this comes from Wick. So my secretary contacted Wick and wanted to know the number of external inbound calls. So for the last fiscal year, we had 1,707 calls coming in. That doesn't count.
Say that number one more time.
Sure. Then this is external
Inbound calls.
inbound calls, 1,707. What that doesn't count is internal inbound calls. Say someone calls customer service. They get transferred to us. That happens occasionally. Or maybe more often, the city manager's office. Because, you know, when people don't know where to go, they either contact us or they contact the city manager's office, is what it seems like. So that also does not count us calling them back, maybe calling another agency, getting some information, calling them back. But we thought this was a good pure number of like how many people are calling our office.
Whether they're calling you intentionally for a complaint or whatever, because I know in the past you've said, well, they may really need to speak to Mid-American Energy or our water department, or, you know, they don't know where to go, and sometimes you're the hub, and then you try to do a one-call resolution.
Yes.
Get them to where they need to go.
Yes.
Okay.
So what we do when someone calls us, because we don't know to begin with if this is something that's going to result in a case or not, if it's related to discrimination or not. So we start with discussing the issues, figuring out what's going on, discuss with the person their options, because this is their life. They get to decide. And then we help them determine the best path forward. And if there is another organization that is better suited to handle their issues, we refer them there. So on an average, according to Wick, we spend 19 minutes and 38 seconds on a call. That's the average. You know, some of those are 2-minute calls, some of them are 2-hour calls. But on average, it's about 20 minutes, okay, to run through what's going on, figure out their options. And this is only people calling. This isn't walk-ins. We get walk-ins almost every day. Not a huge number, but sometimes we'll get several people in a day. One of the things we do is we track how many complaint forms we give out every month, and it's somewhere typically between 7 a month to 12. That doesn't mean that those are going to come back as cases, because again, ultimately the person gets to decide what they're going to do in their life. If they want to file a complaint, they can file a complaint. But if they're sounding like that's something that they want to do, when we're speaking to them, we get them the complaint form, we'll email it to them. If they want a hard copy, we'll mail it to them, and then it's up to them. We don't go chasing complaint forms. It's their choice, you know, what they do. That means we're pretty busy, though. And one of the things this also means then is that because in this last year we've had only 3 people and we're all full-time, which means we have vacation time, sick time, and boy, we've been using those. It means sometimes there might only be 1 person in the office. And it has meant that we haven't been able to do as much educational or outreach events as we would like. We have used commissioners at some times for some of those, but commissioners can't do it all. We have an intern. He's great. He's a hardworking kid. English is not his first language. He's been in this country going to school. He's a soccer player who discovered you can get scholarships in America to go to college. And so he's only known English 3 years. And he's college level at speaking English. So he's doing a great job, but he can't do it all for us. What he's helping us do is not drown.
It's not what?
Not drowned. Yeah.
Sorry.
Not drowned.
Oh,
We're,
not
we're
drowned.
treading water, okay? We're not swimming. We're not in a race. We're treading water and trying to not drown. We've been going in reverse the last year. So the last fiscal year, we ended the year with 13 pending cases, plus 3 cases that needed to be set up for public hearings. And almost all of those cases were 6 months old or less. We were really well positioned at the end of that year. Now we have 20 pending cases, so 7 more. We have 4 cases set for public hearing, but of that 20, a number of those are getting close to a year old. They're not there yet, but, well, they'll turn a year old later next month. And as I said previously, not been doing a lot of outreach. I did put in a request for a part-time clerical assistant. I do believe 1 part-time clerical assistant would be a significant help in getting us to the point where we are resolving cases quickly, but still efficiently and thoroughly. You know, the issue is to not let cases linger. That's horrible for a respondent. Most people cannot imagine how horrible it is to have a civil rights complaint filed against them. It's an embarrassment, it's a stress. If we can get on a case as soon as it comes in and get it resolved one way or another, however that happens.
How quickly would you like to accomplish that? I mean, what's your goal, rather than having it stretch out, 3/4 of a year, 9 months, or a year?
Well, I'd like them all resolved in 180 days or less, 6 months. And I think that's a good goal. I'd love to get it so it's even lower. Eventually, I'd like to get it so it's, 120 days maybe. But yeah, if we can get it so it's 6 months, I think most respondents would understand we're trying to do a thorough investigation here. It's going to take a few months. And one of the things about having a local commission, there have been times that we have had cases against local small businesses where we've been able to get those closed in 2 months or less, sometimes only a month. And typically what has happened with them is they rarely hire an attorney.
Just your presence.
They call us up. I can't talk about what organization, but for example, one of the first ones I ever dealt with, there was a local small business. They were just big enough that we had jurisdiction. The owner of the business called me up and said, "Hey, Karen, why don't you come on over to my office?" So I did, and because they were just right downtown, and I got there and we had some chit chat. Come to find out, I didn't know this, he did. He knew my father years ago. Okay, so that's one of the reasons he felt comfortable with me. But he told his secretary, "Karen's going to be investigating this. You give her access to anything she needs. If I'm not here, just give it to her." And we were able to conclude that case in a month, and it actually was a no cause. But it was because they knew about the commission, didn't really know me, but knew about the commission. He knew my father. He thought I'd be fair. Gave us a chance to do a fulsome, thorough and fair investigation, and we did it quickly.
Karen, I'm confused. Is it only your housing cases that require a 10-day response?
No.
So you just said, I'm trying to make sure I understand where your strain points are. You're telling us that in certain cases, you're having trouble getting the respondents and/or their attorneys to respond back.
Oh, we always are.
But now you're telling us that the respondents want to get this addressed because they're embarrassed and they want to get it resolved.
They do, but.
I'm struggling understanding where the pinch points are.
No, I get it. Yeah, people are embarrassed. People respond by being embarrassed different ways. There are some people that just, let's get this taken care of. That's a minority. Most people avoid. If I don't look at that paper, if I don't accept service by certified mail, it doesn't exist. And so, yes, sometimes, frequently, we have difficulty getting respondents to first accept the stuff from the mail carrier and then respond to it. So that's the first thing. It's a rarity that we have people that jump on it and let's deal with it. It's wonderful when it happens, but it's rare. Do you have any other questions for me?
Just a real quick question. Federal government operating grants, is that the HUD stuff or?
Yes, that's HUD. Yes. So we have two cooperative agreements. One's with the Iowa Office of Civil Rights, which used to be called the Iowa Civil Rights Commission, and then the other one is with HUD, specifically with the Fair Housing Division of HUD. So yeah, we're waiting for that money. And who knows when we'll get it. I know we had someone from finance, I think it was last week, come in and just kind of like, what's going on with that? It's like, well.
And that was included in your, the report you got for the quarterly reports. We always indicate why the revenue is below, and that's why they were reaching out to Karen.
Just a delay.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous, frankly, but it's just where we're at right now. We have no control. The feds are in the driver's seat with that. So, any other questions? All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Want a break for lunch? Okay. Okay, we'll break for lunch and we'll be back in a half an hour.
I'm sorry I had to leave for a minute, but I would like to at least bring back the human rights to not ask, excuse me, not ask for any more additional tax dollars than the year before, which would be $7,481.
Yep.
So I'd like that brought back.
Okay, we'll add that to the wrap-up and notify them.
Okay, we'll move to administrative services, page 59, Mike Collette.
For administrative services, as we keep looking at things, probably the largest increase that's being passed through is postage. So one thing for council to consider would be, right now, we are defaulting to electronic for their utility bill and making them opt out for paper. If you want to consider, if they opt out, adding a $1 fee or something on that to pay for that postage, if they decide to opt out. So just for consideration, because postage is up significantly in the budget. And we can bring it back at wrap-up if you want to, if not, just.
No, I don't have a problem with that. We do a lot of mailing out for W-2s and 1099s, and this is the first year, it's just gotten out of hand. We've charged our clients for that postage because you can't continue to eat that.
Yeah.
Mike, do you send out many registered letters?
No, I don't think that's a big piece of it, not through.
Well, it's more than you think.
Yeah, but it's more than you think.
Yeah, it's
Well,
permit.
in
inspection services.
engineering, or in public works, we learned that, and it was due to the notices that ERA's group was sending out, that just because they don't respond to that notice, or they choose not to go pick it up, I should say, our duty is over, that we are not required to send a second notice or a third or whatever it might be. And we've had that verified through legal, that that's it, you're one and done. You did your due diligence, you sent the required document. If they choose to avoid it, not go pick it up, that's not on us. So I think making that known to all departments, that you don't have to do a repeat. I mean, it's, I don't know, 10 or 12 bucks or something. I forget how much they said it was costing.
Ridiculous.
Right, so we can cut it at the one when we're required to send it, but then we don't need to follow up if they don't respond.
Okay. Would you like to bring back the opt-out fee for wrap-up?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll bring that back.
And isn't there also some legislation contemplating the public notice requirement?
Yes.
We've been fighting for that.
Yeah, so are we getting any indication where that stands
It's
in
out
the?
of, I believe it's out of subcommittee, so.
I think
It is out of
they'll pay for
subcommittee?
Yeah.
Good,
That will help reduce for the publication fees.
good.
Okay, airport, page 71.
Probably just items of note is this next year is a essential air service timing proposal for us, usually every 3 years. So this will be in that fiscal year. Overall, the expenses are down slightly. The difference is this 27 will be the first year in 5 years we are out of COVID relief money. So that's where that increase comes back into play.
Where's that line item, Mike?
So federal operating grants.
Okay. That's the $600,000 reduction?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking the wrong way here.
I do want to note that the performance measures for FY '25 inadvertently did not get updated, so we're requesting that that gets updated. I can provide that in the wrap-up packet just for your information, that you have it prior to the approval of the budget.
Running the concessions now.
OVG. Some of that's due to flight times. You know, that success of that concessions is due to flight time. So I think they're better now since January with a third flight in there.
So I was visiting with somebody yesterday that told me that they were notified of some flight adjustments to a flight from Denver. Is that a permanent adjustment, or is that a one-off?
Starting May 21,
right,
there will be a flight change.
Okay. And is there anything that we can do? Are they adding another time or completely eliminating that return flight?
We're not eliminating anything, just the flight times are changing.
The time is changing, okay.
For the better, actually, we
Okay.
think. Now the Chicago flight is the kickoff flight in the morning.
Okay.
And coming back, so somebody can go to Chicago and back business-wise in one day. and that was a struggle before.
This was a flight from Denver, so what's the changed time?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay,
But May 21 is the new.
okay.
Mike, I think I asked you this before at CIP. What is the restaurant?
So we have a restaurant out there as an amenity, and that's what the mayor was asking about, who runs that?
The concession.
So OVG runs the concession part of it.
The hangar or whatever it is?
No, it's a restaurant. Yeah,
Kind of a little cafe.
yeah. We have no risk in that, so we just get a percentage back on what they sell.
Okay, transit, page 267.
So I wanted to, this is the place, if you want, I know the previous council made their position known on the LEC route. Just if there is any direction to look at that without, or wanting county participation, I guess this would be the time for that.
I remain the same. The county should have approached us prior to completion of their business plan out there, and I don't believe that our citizens should foot the bill for their relocation. Now, if they want to talk about some cost sharing or something like that, I would be open to that, but have they come to the table?
No.
Right, so then I don't change my stance as one council member.
Okay.
Give me some background.
Sure. The when the new LEC got built, we don't currently run a bus route out to that facility. And the county had wanted us to, but they're not interested in participating in any of that cost.
Which is
Around 100,000 to go out there 2-3 times a day for the year, yeah. Also, we looked at the fuel pricing. Transit's a large fuel user, so we are going to pass along some fuel savings in the current year, next year's budget.
Yes.
You want to speak to that?
I don't know if you have it. So we do have, so we looked at the 3 largest users, and we looked at their fuel because we set this way back in July, and then we determined, hey, the fuel is a lot lower than we thought it would be. So we looked at this current year and said, here's where we lie right now, and we feel comfortable reducing this year's budget by what we feel will be under in this year. So for transit, police, and for field services, the field services area, we will be making and bringing back to wrap up some reductions in the fuel.
I was going to ask that earlier when we were visiting, but okay, good.
Yep, so it's about $400,000 in total, but to the 101 fund, it's about $160,000. Then a portion would go to Mike's transit fund, and then a portion of it will go to road use, but we will see a reduction in the budget.
What is New Freedom?
That is a program where we offer a priced voucher to disabled individuals on the hours we don't run paratransit.
Okay.
And we pay the difference. They buy an $11 voucher, we pay the difference. It's a way for us to offer some of those services without offering full-blown paratransit services on some of those critical times and days.
So going back to the LEC, Mike, the Siouxland Regional Transit System had proposed a ride program, I think $20 each way, just to get, I think, to the bus location at Walmart. Did that ever materialize? Was that a proposal, or did they implement that? Do you know?
They did not implement.
They didn't
That program, somebody needs to book a day in advance.
Oh, okay.
To use that system, and I don't, if the jail wants to pay for that, I'm not proposing we put that in our budget.
Oh, no, I wouldn't, I'm not either.
Well, is there some sort of a voucher system that Council Bluffs or someone's using? Didn't we do a little?
They are, that's what Council Bluffs uses. When somebody needs to leave, the jail provides them a transportation voucher through a taxi service.
They can do that. I don't know why they don't get a couple of minivans or something, small used transits, and have 1 or 2 out there and.
Because they don't have enough. It would be more expensive than to hire somebody, because a jailer's probably $100 plus with all the costs, and then you still got the van and the.
Then they better put an RFP out and get it hired.
That's where the court, trailer court.
Right.
You need a sidewalk.
They're building up that area too, right? I mean, there's stuff coming in out there, right?
Rick, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I drive that road every day.
Yep, it's in the works.
I think there's a development coming in right next to
Yep, it is in
LC
work.
as well, right?
Yeah, but they're gonna flag lot that, so they only have to put it on the part that they leave, which we should not allow.
I can't figure out why.
LEC Agape put one in.
Neither one of them set sidewalks in American War, LEC.
But we should have required it
We
when
should've.
we did all, that's,
Agape it's in their agreement. That they-
Okay.
no, but.
I know, but we're working up the hill. We are.
Okay, they are gonna split their lot and flag it, meaning they're gonna have a driveway in and none of that to the west, so they don't have to put sidewalk on.
If we approve that, but I don't think we're going to.
Well, you're gonna have to do a sidewalk assessment technically then, because they can do that if they flag that lot. I'm not,
We'll get it on our
Yeah.
next agenda. In fact, I'll send it right now, because that's been a topic in the past.
okay.
Okay, Economic and Community Development, page 99, Marty Doherty.
Can I say something real quick before Edie goes? Mike,
Yes.
deserve the biggest kudos for all these hats you're wearing.
No, appreciate it.
Interim manager, administrative service, the airport, transit, everything else you're doing. Overseeing staff, working shoulder to shoulder with whomever asks anything of you. You're very responsive. I'm one of the abusers probably. But I know who to go to when I need something, I need the correct information, and kudos to you. I appreciate you more than ever.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have all of our divisions represented here this morning, so if you have any questions about any of those, team's all here. Just a general comment, there really aren't any major changes to the budget for the department. I don't believe we had any improvement requests. There are no staffing changes except one, and it's sort of a lateral move. A maintenance worker, the decision was made to move a maintenance worker from the Parks Department over to inspections. This is a person that deals with graffiti removal and enforcement. It's a part-time position. I think it's a 35-hour-a-week position. So I think it's a lateral move as far as budget goes. But we're kind of doing that to improve the coordination and tracking of that
That makes good sense.
service. Otherwise, the one thing you may notice too in the economic development portion of it, it does kind of go up and down over the years, and the biggest reason is what's included in that budget is the tax rebates that are used for different projects, and they can vary quite a bit. Or they can one year one will be completed, and then a couple new ones will start. So if you see kind of a swing there in economic development, that's the biggest reason for that. Otherwise, there really aren't too many changes in that. So happy to answer any questions about, again, and these guys are all here, to all of our experts here in each area, so if you have any questions.
Well, historically, some have argued that inspections should cover their department by fees. I've never been a proponent of that, but I have been a proponent of at least 40%. And that, under your budget today, it appears to me you're about $127,000 short, which I realize would cause an increase in fees. But
we did, if you recall, Mayor, we did, I believe 2 years ago, we looked at the fees in inspections and in planning, and we made some increases. And these guys can tell the details of that, but we didn't do anything last year, I don't believe, but then this year we have discussed it some, and we've done some research on it. With the changes that are happening, I probably should have mentioned that too, with changes in the department, we made not budget-wise, but we made a lot of physical changes in the office on the third floor, affecting inspections, planning, and economic development. We're almost done with that, not quite done, but, and with the new software coming in, we discussed it a little bit. We talked to finance about it, and we thought the right time to do, I do think it is time to look at it again, but we thought with the new system coming in and online charges and so on, that we maybe would wait until that's up and running before we would bring those to council.
Well, what does that have to do with the cost of service? That doesn't, are you gonna lay,
Well,
is that software gonna be so good you're gonna lay a person off? I doubt that.
I think when Marty and I spoke, it was more about just to the developers in the developing world, increasing costs plus changing the process on how they submit things and do things. Felt might have
yeah,
It's inspection, I'm assuming, takes into account a guy like me that owns a rental property.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 years ago, we did increase the rental permit fees once again. We had done a 3-year, every year for 3 years, then we took a year off, and then we did another year most recently and raised those. But the one item that we have not done is building inspection or building permit fees,
Yeah.
both residential and commercial. That hasn't been done since, I'm going to say probably 2015-ish, somewhere in there. We did a change and did an increase at that point. So it's been quite a while since we've done those. As far as those, we could certainly look into maybe doing some adjustments on those fees. One of the other things I think we need to really maybe look back into again is I found it a number of years ago, and I haven't, I actually had the time to go and research it lately, but we were not receiving 100% of our collected fees back from the county when the properties were assessed for charges. Those fees were kind of got tied up somewhere, and we found quite a few $1,000s worth of fees that were due to the city. This has been, I have to get you the year on that, but I noticed that we had lost quite a bit of income in one line item, and that was because the fees had not come back to the city from the county. We do assess those fees all the time. You go back close to 20 years ago, 18 years ago approximately, a lot of the charges, invoice charges, were not getting assessed. They were just not even actually getting invoiced, which just because they said there was a delinquent land or party or there's a death on there, they should have been assessed against the property, so the people buying the property could have, we could have collected our fees back.
Now it's a hiccup by the county?
We do, excuse me?
Is that a hiccup by the county?
No, that was in our department. That was within our department, was not getting done. That problem was corrected. And again, that goes back about 18 years ago. We started making sure those invoicing was taking place. But again, when a property sold, there have been times that our assessments have been waived from there, whether it be for weeds or snow removal or cleaning up junk, trash, debris, whatever it might be, have sometimes gone through tax sales and they've gotten waived off of the chart. We have not collected those fees.
Who had the authority to waive them?
I would say the county took that authority. I don't know that they have the authority since we've got an assessment against it, but it's been done before.
I think you just got a project there.
I needed another one.
Hey, Darrell?
Yes.
Is that the reason that it takes so long for tear down properties to get back on the tax roll? Is the county running the clock out on the city? I mean, it seems like it takes like 7 years for a lot to return. And I don't know what,
I don't know if that would necessarily hold that up. I mean, I think.
Do you want to go into the timeline on these?
We do, we'll assess those fees against the property.
Yeah.
One of the problems is that the assessments can only go once a year before laid out over the property line. So we've got sometimes a 12, 14-month lag from when we have it until it actually gets assessed against the property. Then we'll run into a situation where, okay, so now it's in limbo. We have the charges against it, but it's not assessed against the property. Well, if the title search company's not doing their due diligence and calling the city and finding out if there's pending charges or not, then the new property owner calls up and says, hey, whoa, I didn't even own the property. I shouldn't have to do that. Well, technically you do because it's against the property itself. I'm sorry, what?
I'm going to have one of those, I think.
Yeah. It is a very frustrating situation. Now, we have made some advancements in the last few years on that. We were able to work through IT, and they were able to put a link on the assessor's site. So when you go into the tax information on a property, there's a link to click to take over to pending charges. So it's pretty simple to do if they'll actually take the time to do that and know about pending charges against the property. Otherwise, as far as the property sale, I know tax sales come up on some of those properties after they've been torn down, and there is a big delay on some of those properties. Sometimes we try to have a conversation with a property owner or the heir of a property, if somebody passed away in it, and say, you know, you don't have to wait until all this goes away. You can sell the property at any time. And it's been successful in some cases where they've just gone ahead and said, you know what, let's cut our losses. We're not getting anything out of the property anyway. Let's just sell it off and we'll get somebody to redevelop it or tear it down. You'll see coming up in a placard hearing in April, we'll have, I asked for demolition on all of them. I keep it the same on every bit of it. Do I tear all those houses down? I absolutely do not. If they're not causing a major nuisance in the neighborhood and they've been secure, they're not a threat for safety of people in the neighborhood, I will hold off on that, and we'll have people come back, and then we'll bring them back to council, and we'll ask to have a bond requirement and give them a stay of demolition so they can rehab those houses. So we continue to work on that program and move those forward. But again, collections of fees is sometimes very difficult, so.
So is that because, so in effect, are they unfiled or unrecorded liens? And that's not why they're not being reflected? Or are the property owners simply getting a quitclaim deed and they have no idea what they're getting?
By far, the majority of the time, it's a quitclaim deed is what happens. And they'll come in and we'll just say, you know, if you'd have done a title search and a warranty deed, you wouldn't have this issue right now, so.
So are they in effect uncollectible now, or just too old, or just too undeterminable?
I would say undeterminable.
Yeah.
It's weed charges, snow charges, nuisance charges like that. We probably, I would have to go back and review numbers, but I'm going to say we were collecting, 10 years ago, we were collecting probably 40, 50% of those, and I would say we're more like 70, 80% now.
Why are we limited to assessing only one time a year? Is that we submit to the assessor's
Great
office?
question, and I've never gotten 100% of the answer. I've asked about that, why we can't do it more frequently, but it has to do with the way that they lay them over their books for taxes. And maybe Teresa could add more light to that. I don't know exactly how that
There is only
works.
one time a year that we do assessments for them.
But is that because that's how we do it, or is that because how they accept them?
I can reach out and ask if it's changed.
If we could do it,
But typically, that's the
if we could do it
county
even
process.
quarterly, I think that would help an awful lot.
It's
Well, yeah, 'cause
quite a
I mean,
substantial
seriously, I
process.
bought a house and
It is
sold
a
it like.
substan- yeah.
It's a
weeks
substantial
later.
process.
and
So
And I think you guys mowed it in between that time frame.
I would say, I mean, it takes us about 3 months to even get them onto assessment. We have to send a notice, we have to give them 30 days to pay it, then we take it off of our system, move it onto their system. That takes another 30 days. So quarterly, I'm not sure is even reasonable, but
But once you started, it would be reasonable because you just keep the cycle going.
I suppose.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd just be doing it all the time.
I would really like to see that, because I mean, it does take a lot of staff time to do that when you're doing it once a year, and there's happens to be quite a few other things that are going on that at that same time that the office staff, the administrative people are very busy doing. So,
Well, who wants to call Tyler?
I'm sorry, what?
Who wants to call Tyler? Yeah.
I guess I will.
We'll call.
Not Tyler that does that, is it? They don't go to the city
Yeah,
assessor.
the assessor wouldn't be part of
They
it.
don't go to
That'd
the
be the
city assessor?
recorder.
Yeah,
Oh, over to the recorder's office.
yeah.
But it goes on their page eventually.
But that's where the recorder is where that goes, then to the treasurer.
We'll find out.
Hey, what else for Marty and his crew?
Jill, page 106. That's, isn't it in general fund sources?
Yes, that is the fund for the bus tickets.
Yeah,
Yep.
let's, kind of for March.
We've actually already have a technical change sitting out there
Okay, it's
for
not
March.
reflective here, so it's already done?
Right, well, it'll be a technical change that will come back in March because we recognize that they were low this year. So we as internally are requesting that you'll approve that in March. So we've increased it to $32,000, which is what we think, based on this year's numbers and prior years, that seems like the appropriate number. So we didn't increase this year based on Jill's analysis and what we've seen for expenses. We did a budget add this year and we're requesting to increase it. So you'll see that come back and wrap up.
Yes. Yep. Just to give you some context, as of today, we've spent about $21,500 on the relocation of 116 people. So that's an average of about 185 a person.
Anybody back?
We've had one that we know of.
Pretty good.
Same thing I was going to request.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll say Jill has a great presentation on Monday ready for
Thank you.
to
Great.
talk about.
I love those presents.
A lot of stats. It'll be interesting.
Renee? Thanks, Jill.
Oh, one more question, Jill.
Sorry.
How close are we to pushing out for sale
Oh,
from vacant to?
very close. We're just waiting on one more appraisal, so,
Right.
yeah, within the next month.
Oh, my gosh, that's.
Yeah.
You have everything you need?
Yeah, I think we're doing well right now. We have 3 staff people working full-time. We have the real estate development specialist, or real estate specialist, and Marty helps with projects as well, so we're moving forward.
Yeah, and I would say, we have increased the, the mayor will always remind us, we have increased the number of BREs that we've been doing with, since we've had another person for the last year or so. We've been able to, it's important. I agree.
Not as reflective in your reports as I would like it to be, Martin. How come
It's just a
the
timing.
charges for services and real estate went down so much? On page 113.
So the charges for services, what we've typically done is taken that and charged it back. It's a chargeback process. We've determined that he administers a lot of his time in the TIF areas, so we've directly charged some of that to the TIF administration instead of charging back. When we looked at the projects he worked on, the chargeback was really significant for a minimal amount of work. And so we went through and looked at his work and with Renee's help determined this is really the areas he spends significant amounts of time. So we went ahead and charged directly to those areas. So the chargeback is reduced to the projects. So this is all funded by a chargeback backs and or direct charging.
And I think you'll see that in some departments, and I think you brought it up last year, Mayor, with charging tips back where it was appropriate.
Yep.
So you actually listened.
I always listen to you, Mayor. Stop. He has lots of great ideas.
Great way to do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Water and underground
Thank you.
utilities, page
Thank you.
277, Brad Pitts.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Brad Pitts, Utilities Director. A lot of the same for water and underground. On the water side, just probably a little bit of an increase, maybe in chemicals, if I remember correctly. Dial in treatment processes and keep the budget tight knit as possible. And then underground, really just status quo as well. As you know, water main breaks, sewer backups really drive the operating budget. So we do what we can to keep everything in check there as well. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Hey, Brad. Julie and I's presentation on the library was taking on a lot of water. You got any room in that big new building for like a library stuff or anything? Or?
No, it's full.
I just toured that. It's very nice. It's coming along as far as getting everything situated where you need it.
Yeah.
My question, and it was brought to my attention, and I did follow it up, and I followed up with you on it, was maintenance of the painting of our water tanks. Now, that one in Singing Hills is already falling apart. The paint is coming off. It's
Yeah, just kind of keep it short on a lot of that stuff. They're on a 10-year cycle for the most part.
That's
We keep an eye on them, and if they need something sooner, we'll do that. Singing Hills tank is a little bit unique, as we found out when we painted it the last time. The paint is failing. There's no structural issues with the tank, but there is some effervescence, that comes through that tank that makes it a little bit difficult on a new paint job, so.
It's in such a highly visible area. We got to stay on top of these things because we get the finger pointed at us all the time. Not you, the city and, of course, council, that, we have nice things or we have, equipment, we have structures that, we don't maintain. So before we start seeing gigantic blotches that, you can really see from far away, I'd like us to try to look into it. I've talked about it, and it's, last time, was it around the $85,000?
Yeah.
And we're beyond any warranty time for the last paint job, so that's not going to fly. Okay, well, can you,
We'll stay on top of that.
Explain to me, the Zenith water plant produces much more than Southbridge, right?
Yep.
Why are the chemicals or supplies at Southbridge 3 times almost as much?
So it really has to do with water quality. The iron and manganese content of the water is extremely higher than the raw water that we treat at Zenith. So of course, the sodium permanganate, which is one of the most expensive chemicals, is the chemical that it takes to oxidize the iron and manganese at the Southbridge plant.
But didn't you do a collector well under the,
Yep.
how could the water differ?
Yeah. We found that it's kind of the same as the Riverside collector well, even though it's only 2.5 miles away from the riverfront wells. The mineral content is much different than that on the riverfront. I think we're kind of spoiled a little bit with the raw water that we have at the Zenith.
So the well water's better than the collector wells for treating?
I'd say there's pockets. So the pocket out on the riverfront has a lot less minerals, and we just run into areas that have much more, Riverside and Southbridge. So it's really, they're just pockets that you run into, and we were fortunate enough to get a good pocket on the riverfront and not so much at Riverside and Southbridge.
That's unbelievable to me.
It's a lot.
Absolutely unbelievable.
And you got to take into account there as well for the chemicals is that we have 3 or 4 chemicals for the cleaning of the membrane filters. Where at Zenith, there's no chemicals used for the cleaning of the filters. So that adds to the cost as well.
What do we do to make it more like Zenith then? Geez, for $800,000 a year, probably $1 million a year wouldn't consider the production.
Well, the membrane filters are much more effective in removing the higher iron and manganese, where the filters at Zenith, just being dual media filters, wouldn't have that same capability. So if you look at anything as you move forward in treatment processes, you'd look at more at putting membranes in the Zenith plant rather than putting dual media filters.
I'm looking at putting some new wells down south.
Well, as you know, we're going to have to do that anyway. Another issue, but.
I mean, what's a well cost now, a new one?
Well, with the pipeline that we're looking at, the estimate was 16 million, but that's with a mile of pipe too. So I would say just the well, you're probably looking at around 10 to 11 million dollars for a collector well. If you looked at a straight vertical well, you're probably looking at 2 to 3 million.
what was the one up here on the north side going to be out on Outer Drive? Weren't we targeting that at one time? Was that around?
That didn't include a well, that was a tower and a boost.
The tower, okay.
But man, you could drill 3 wells down south if the water quality were better and pay for it in no time.
At that point, it's just a matter of having the capacity that you would need to run that plant, really. So.
But if you're doing that pipeline, what you're doing here, bidding it next month or this month, right?
For
that, tying those water lines together from down there all the way to tie the system together.
Oh, yeah,
You don't care where you produce water at that point.
Yeah, it's a little more difficult for the Southbridge plant to push that much water to the north. It's a little easier for Zenith just because there's a pressure gradient in there that has to be overcome. But yes,
Well, I think you ought to look at that at least for future planning. I mean, this is ridiculous. This, for a plant we have only used in excess times, it's, man. I mean, are you even pumping out there? The last I knew, you had to pump a lot of it on the ground.
No, that's all going into, it's all going into the system now, right about 4.5 million a day.
Okay.
We're keeping it real steady right now. So
Okay, because you used to pump it out because you couldn't sell it, so. Still, I think you ought to look at a well field down there. We've got ground in that, not very far away.
We're going to be looking at that area anyway for doing something different, so we'll keep that in mind.
Public Works, page 239, Tom Pingle.
Good evening, or good afternoon, Mayor and
Afternoon,
Council.
good morning.
Yeah.
Rolls
We
into
don't
one.
like
Keep us here till the evening.
Yep.
Yeah. Public Works, Tom Pingle, Public Works Utilities Director. Our environmental budget went up 6.3%. Wastewater treatment plant went down 2.6%. Renewable energy, 3.6% down. Public services, 1.3% up. Engineering, 2.6% down. Traffic engineering, 4.6% down, and fleet was 1.5% up, with an overall budget change of 3.6% down.
What did our gas sales this year compared to last? I see you don't separate that. That'd be nice if we had that.
We put out, I think with the closing for the CIP budget, I don't know if you guys got those yet, but the overall budget of gas sales this year was 800,000. And
That's way shy 8 million we were promised.
Right. And the year before that was about 1 million, so it was a couple 100,000 lower. And we hope with the digester improvements project, which is going to be completed at the end of this year, we can generate more biogas. But we do anticipate when phase one of the large project is completed, that significant revenues will be increased due to our primary clarifiers actually being able to operate those.
They'll be producing it then.
Yeah, we'll be able to collect more solids and put it in the digesters. Right now, only 1 out of 8 of our primary clarifiers works, so it's all being passed through.
Boy, did we get sold a pile of lies on.
Right. I know we're currently working through that with legal still.
I know, but that's, those guys.
Yeah. We are also asking for an improvement request for this year for a half of the year starting, if you do approve it. The position would start in January. We're looking for a CMMS coordinator for the wastewater treatment plant. And we've asked for that for the last 3 years. This year got actually requested to go up to this level.
And it is currently in this budget. So it has been, it's one that's recommended by the city manager and has been moved into the budget, so.
Tell them what that position.
So this position is the one that's in charge of asset management, preventative maintenance, getting all of our assets in the system. We currently do have a software system called Limble. Unfortunately, without the position, getting the assets into the system has been delegated to other supervisors. And so it's not fully implemented for us, so we don't really know the full capabilities. But the city used to have this position, but we redirected that position to, I believe it was an additional lab tech, due to the industrial sampling and all the sampling and regulations that were coming down. That was honestly a terrible decision. But the key to like really needing the position back now is because this position needs to track the current assets with the future assets and keeping them separate. And then like, right now we're in a very reactive maintenance, which is costing a lot of downtime, shipping, expenditures, things like that. So we really want to get to a predictive maintenance, and this position will help us do that, as well as keep those old assets and new assets separate, as well as it could be a scheduler planner. It could look at staff and find out where we could improve time. So it's a full encompassing like maintenance management, asset management position, so.
I know you guys voted, I think you haven't looked the homework, but I'm sure you voted the garbage collection fee increase last week. Can somebody explain to me why it's gonna grow 100,000, it looks like to me? Well, if you started with 313, I saw it here somewhere, or you're gonna finish with 313 and you started with a couple hundred. You say it isn't a fund, but you treat it as a fund, which is fine.
So I had sent a memo, so there's some changes in what was presented here. So the fee or the increased fee for the garbage bills was not included in the budget. So when we thought we'd have fund, we will not have fund balance or fund as large of amount in the fund. So when initially, I had told you we had $633,000 in that fund. We do not. So $457,000 of that is an increased amount from Gil Hall that the fund has to absorb. So whether you pass it on or not is a decision by the council.
I understand, but my point was you could pay Gil more and not have to increase your fees and you would still have a fund balance.
You're right, but what I'm telling you is the $633,000 that we thought we had.
No, I know, it's like 313 or something.
It's much lower than that. So that.
It was like 100 and something.
Yeah.
It was,
Well,
And we were
somewhere
spending
I
it
saw
down
it here
to
last night when I
1,000.
was going through this.
And this is not reflective of that, what we determined after the fact. So only after you asked at council did we determine that it was not included in their expenses
And
that
if we
they
didn't pass
budgeted.
it along, it took that fund down to like 15,700 and.
Yeah, if you didn't at all. But you could pass along 2% or 1% instead of the
You
full
gave us
3%.
3% and a 2% and a 1%
Yes.
result.
Yes.
Okay, well,
So the other option is, I know that we have increases each year, so we talked about whether or not you do 2% this year and 2% next year, you'll split that out. So you could do
well, they
lower
already
increases.
passed it, but it bothers me that we pass rates on to citizens that aren't necessarily needed.
No, it's only got one, it's got a reading.
It's, we only did second reading. We didn't
We only did a second
third.
reading.
Okay.
You get a vote on
Yeah,
it.
that's,
Yep.
we
So we did
deliberately
that.
did that.
Maybe
for you.
maybe resend that memo
We
out.
deliberately did that.
I'll
Okay.
resend that. I'll resend
I'm
you the
going by
memo.
what Julie said. I
It
haven't
was a
read my-
different one.
Okay,
I'll resend the memo out to
And
you.
Mr.
okay?
Mayor,
I got the memo. That's
okay.
what I'm,
Yep,
Mr.
don't
Mayor,
get
we're
that.
going to present another option too, which is on the second can usage. You know, basically, it's like $4 and some cents. And
It's $4.50, yeah.
she's going to run the numbers, Teresa's going to run the numbers on actual amount of users that use a second can, and see if we can make up the delta. So if, let's say we got to bump that second can user, I don't care if it's $2, you're still getting it for a third. And the idea is that they're there anyway. Well, that's not true, and they're still putting tonnage on the truck. So I think that we can maybe make up some of that delta on that second can usage and maybe leave the older folk, if they use one can type stuff, leave it harmless. I think it's a real option. She's going to run the memo.
So we did run the numbers, and it's like $21,500 per dollar that you would increase that second can.
It's real money.
So, yep. So if
And
you
it's
wanted to
about-
increase.
It's about $18 for the first can and $4.50 for the second. So
Yep.
To your point,
Yeah,
it's
it's
even
three
more
times
than,
almost, yeah.
it's
so-
4 times. Yeah.
To me, there's where
Oh.
it's more of a user fee at that point. If you're putting more tonnage on the truck. So it's another option for us.
okay, thank you.
Other question for Tom so if you guys when you look at, there's 69 miles of dirt roads in Sioux City and 420 miles of concrete. We had this conversation. And just to kind of back up really quick, Tom, I'm actually a nice guy. I'm going to compliment you. You've taken on a lot, not even just with the new council, but in general, and the oversight that we've worked together on the wastewater plant. I want to say thank you. I think it's completely over budget, so do you, but we like the bid packages, how they're going off, and I think that you've put together off-ramps for us and options for us as we beat up Kiewit on the bid packages and make them more accessible to our locals. So I want to compliment you on that. I think there's hurdles, but at least we have options. So before we go there, so back to the dirt roads, 69 miles and 420 there. When you look at on page 245 on the paved streets, that's $4 million to maintain the paved. Is that what you have? About halfway down on 245. Yeah, and then on the dirt roads, we spend about $2 million. So we're spending $2 million a year to maintain dirt roads, and we're only spending $47,000 in gravel. So there's just a whole lot of maintenance. So we've proposed, and I've talked to Gordon, and Gordon's playing ball on this, which is fantastic. I'm not ready to have him over for Christmas or anything yet, but he's open-minded to it. That Hanson has a program that we talked about years ago, which is a concrete connector program. And I think we can whittle this down, and we can start doing we're going to do some memos on filling in existing concrete we have right and left without having to touch any infrastructure. And we had a really good extended conversation about that with Tom and Gordon. And I think we can whittle, it's foolish that we're paying $2 million in maintaining dirt.
You go out to Miles Inn and do a block, that street right by Miles Inn. It's been
Connect 'em.
stupid for a long time.
There's no reason. You're done. Yep.
But you guys have to, you got to vote for a paving assessment, and those are not easy, I'm just telling you.
Well, but the key to that, but the difference is like you said, is in our neck of the woods too, is the assessment. But the problem with the assessment is if we do an assessment based upon concrete only, the problem is that when Gordon gets into, or the engineering gets in the ground, the first thing they want to do is they want to upgrade all the systems. I know. They want to go down 6-foot sub-base and all this 100-year infrastructure with a concrete connector program, which is completely was done in the past, which basically says you're using existing infrastructure, you're going down sub-base, lay your rock, lay the, so now your assessment back to the locals is going to be a fraction versus, you know, a block being $1 million, you can go in there and actually just do connectors with concrete right, concrete left. So, and I think we can whittle this down, plus we can whittle down our 69 miles. So my instruction, my request for you guys, like we talked about at the meeting, was to identify low fruit, you know, the block here, block there, and let's start putting a plan together, because the bigger picture is the maintenance. The $2 million we're spending on dirt is foolish.
We have a meeting Monday.
Yep, we have a meeting Monday, perfect. And then in the same breath, the 47,000 in gravel, you know what? I know we've limped through for all these years, but there's no way we're gonna concrete these roads, so let's get some rock on them. And I requested that goes to thought, well, for March, let's move that to 100,000, and we can have that debate in March. Hopefully have some mutters show up. And then concrete thing.
You're going to have some excess road use fund just for fuel savings.
Just pile it
Yeah,
on.
for the fuel savings, you're right. Yep.
The other question I had was, we talked about the sidewalk program. Is this the right spot for that? Okay, so the sidewalk program, Mr. Mayor, as you know, we're in our last, I didn't know any of this, but it's in its 10th year coming up, which was a 10-year cycle around there. You guys know that. So what a great opportunity is to finish 2026 out as programmed, but moving forward, we can adapt a program for what other communities are doing, which is number one, first thing we can do is, Gordon agreed to and understands that from a liability standpoint, the connector of concretes, the idea that in town we're going from 4 foot to 5 foot to 4 foot in a 30-foot span, we need to sync up our concrete along there. But from a consumer standpoint, this is one of the biggest gripes we all get and customer service receives, is that phone call on there. So what other places do this, basically we're going to educate, we'll send out a notice to the, number one, forget the temp guys that are going out there and marking the temps that are going out there and marking the streets. We've got people that are on, what do you call that? Low?
Light duty.
Light duty. We've got plenty of light duty people that we can train within the department and send out in these zones starting in 27 to identify that with that no cost to us, so we can eliminate the temps on the end. And I think a little bit more discretion on what they're identifying for cracks, a little more professionalism on what they're identifying. Number two then is we go to a cost share program, because when you eliminate the temps and you eliminate some of the overhead, the whole permitting process, Teresa identified is in the process of identifying, it's a real dollar amount that we can then implement a match. So the first option for a homeowner would be do it yourself. That would be option number one that you'd get in the mail. And there's 3 options you get when you notice that you got an X on your sidewalk. Number one, do it yourself. Let us know that's what you're choosing. We'll inspect it at the end. Shouldn't cost you anything if you're going to spend the money in this and that. The second option is a cost share. What other communities do is they're saying an average between $220 and $250 a panel. Is that what we're saying?
Out there.
But there. Yeah. So we do a cost share. I don't know if then you give the homeowner something distinct that they know. If it's $100 or whatever it is, you're going to be fine.
Okay, I am. We discussed last week, unfortunately, we can buy down the cost. But
right.
We can't give them money.
No, that's what I mean, buy down.
Yes, buy down the cost, okay.
That's just
I don't
same
see the
language.
cost. Well,
Yeah.
the state auditor listens, I want to make
so
sure.
we can buy that down at that point. So then that way, number one, that the consumer knows it's a fixed cost, what's coming at them. It's that, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got to pay for a city thing. It's an opt-in option, and it also shows a percentage that we're doing cost share with the city. The city's assuming it. Or the third thing they can do, what 60% of the people do right now, is ignore it, and it gets replaced by us anyway, the city, and it just goes on to their
We assess it.
yeah, it's a lien, an assessment. So I think this is a solution to a nagging problem that's been hanging out there. And the timing of it is good because we're just finishing the 10-year loop on that end of it, so that will come in front of us. I don't know if it's during March or is that down the road?
Do you want us,
I'd like to see it
bring to wrap up?
I
So
would.
we can bring to wrap up as a memo with the 3
Thank you.
options. And then you guys can vote on what option you'd like to move forward with.
Fire again?
Say that again?
This is the last year for 27, correct? 27 is the last, that's
27
the
or-
10th.
27 is the last year. This,
We have one
we're in
more.
26
Okay.
now.
Okay.
So it'll start in 28.
Start, you're right.
Okay.
July 1,
Um,
28.
But we can
So-
always, we can always accelerate.
But we already are doing your option one. If they fix it themselves, there's no permit
Correct.
fee, there's no expense to them, there's no nothing.
right.
You know, is there a permit fee if they do it themselves?
No,
No,
None.
no.
not if they're patching.
They do it themselves.
No, they're patching. Yeah,
If they're
replacement.
removing a panel.
If they're
then
removing the
they have to get
concrete,
$10.
yeah, it's like
Don't-
15
don't-
bucks.
Don't say what is. Yeah, if they're replacing a panel, they got to get a permit, right?
Well, they all have to get a permit.
Yeah.
But it's free.
It's just, it's free if they're just filling in the hole
Yeah.
or grinding.
Right.
If they're replacing, it's like 15 bucks.
Yeah. I can tell you as a consumer, it's a kick in the teeth when you get that. There's nothing
I bet.
worse than that. So that's the sidewalk thing. We'll look forward to bringing that up. And then the last thing that I had on, not the last, but is on infrastructure is the smell. Tom, we had a great meeting on this, and thank you for presenting this at council on Monday, correct?
Vicky will be here doing.
Yeah. So we spend about 700 in stink, right?
Correct. Yep.
And we still have stink. So I asked, is this, just because I know we're 4 years away from supposedly this all going away, but they're saying that we're using the best chemical, but we're just not using enough. So this is a preventable thing, right?
We can get it to lower levels than today, but I can never promise that the odor would be, and we've talked about this.
Yeah.
That it'd be completely eliminated, but it would dramatically decrease the,
Keyword there is what?
dramatically.
That's the
Yep,
key word.
yep.
So
Or how much of extra cost, how much additional cost?
So this, and I'll let Rick, or I can
Right.
say it too, this all comes from an actual study that we did, and we performed increased dosing to select a certain technology that's going in with Phase 1, the big project, but we wanted to know if that technology worked. So this all comes from that, and it was about at that dosing rate, it would be about $150,000 a month, or about $1.8 million a year.
if you take it to a .02.
Yeah, if you
which is
take it all
basically
the
clean
way.
air.
Yep.
There's a happy medium in there, and it looks like right now you're down 329,000, right, on your budget for last year on wastewater?
Yep.
I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, that's 329,000 worth of stink that we shouldn't have smelled. So, I mean, to me, we want to be the council that ends Sewer City. This is the council that's going to do it.
Yep.
We know in 4 years it's coming, but let's figure out the chemical. Bob, what's your thought down there?
Well, we've heard all this stuff before.
I know.
And at the end of the day, it depends on who dumps what.
That's when I made the
I
phone
mean,
call.
We
Yep.
put all kinds of crap at Floyd. You get Floyd overloads, we've had it out in
Mm-hmm.
Riverside, and we've increased it, and these chemical supply guys always say, this is exactly what you
I
gotta
know.
do, and we're at the same point we've been since I got back on here 14 years ago. Now, it is a lot less than 14 years ago,
Yes,
but there are days that thing,
Stinks.
and that's based on,
so I don't
Oh.
believe any of these chemical salesmen, because that's what they are, is chemical salesmen. But I hope you're right.
Well, I told Tom every time I smell it, I'm just going to call him. So we got that lined up, and I did, so we're good. So it's just, so we're good.
And to Mr. Mayor's point here, the long-term solution is not, in Phase 1
4
is.
years.
Yep.
It's a Band-Aid.
Yep, and it's a Band-Aid right now, but the long-term
Don't
solution is.
ever promise something that you aren't 100% you can
Right.
deliver on, because
Promise
we've
to
heard
try
these
it.
things before, so.
Yep.
Well, we're
appreciate
going
your
to, this council's going to make an
Yeah.
effort, and we're going to do it. So I would like to put that request in there, that let's add back in the 329 back for stink.
The other thing you have to do too, though, is remember that we have some animal food producers, I'm not gonna name names, and we have some other industries that cause these odors, and some of the industries are outside our city limits to the south. Some of these are industries that are located across the river to the west that we get blamed for. So keep that in mind, that no matter what the staff does,
not going to be 100%.
everybody blames it on the city, even when it isn't, so.
Tom, which page is the city? I just had this morning. I can't find it. Which page is the fees from the other communities?
Oh, in wastewater?
Yeah, give me that.
That's towards, it's in the sewer fund
I can't find
analysis.
it.
Yeah,
I know I
fund
looked at it.
analysis is in front of the book.
27,
What page?
27,
47?
27.
27.
Sorry, 27.
So if you go back to 227,
And you can see the sister cities, what they
Just
pay.
27.
Oh, just 27.
It's a fund
I
analysis.
saw it.
Yep.
So when you go, I think I made a note to bring that up in wastewater. Yeah, I pulled it out, actually, here it is, I pulled it out of the book. Yeah, so I'd like to propose too, when you look at this, Mr. Mayor, I'm looking for some guidance on this, some historical perspective. So, this isn't a make a Sioux City great again slogan, but these guys are using our systems, and I know you've looked at those, we talk about fee structures again. When's the last time we reviewed the fee structures on Dakota Dunes, South Sioux City, North Sioux City, Sergeant Bluff?
3 years ago.
Are we under contract? I don't know these answers.
We have a 28E agreement, pretty much for the lifetime, but anytime we raise rates, we notify them 90 days ahead.
So we can?
We can raise
the 2080?
Yep, and
Okay.
what we did
They have to be corresponding rate increases in Sioux City.
Correct.
To correspond to their.
But in the past, the council actually leveled it. Before, they were paying less than our own residents, which is not a good thing.
So is there an opportunity to increase fees on our neighbors?
Yes, there is.
There is. Can you get us that number for March?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be whatever we want to do.
Yeah, that was my question. We have that freedom, right?
Right.
So to me, there's a couple things that come into play here is, Mr. Mayor brought up, the users on the other end. I don't have any issue, and I don't think anybody in Sioux City would have any issue. We're raising fees on the dunes or South Sioux or North Sioux, so I don't think any of us would have a problem. And I know that I don't. And let's find a number that we feel is reasonable, or even unreasonable.
Yeah.
They're using our stuff, and it's going to cost us $500 million, in fees. So get us a number what you think is, give us like 3 tiers of what you think is reasonable and unreasonable.
Yep.
Please.
I'll give a range there.
Thank you. What else did I rip out here? Oh, I just wanted to make a note, and I just really want to compliment Ike and Craig. Since we've been on the council, our snow removal complaints are at 0. Our snow management has been unbelievable since we've been on the council, and we haven't spent any of our money on sand and rock and gravel.
January 2nd.
So I just feel that new council made moves, and let's make note of that. So thanks, guys.
Back to page 27, on the revenue sources, interest, there's an investments and overdue accounts. What are our overdue accounts, and are those not collectible?
I think those might be Teresa, correct me if I'm wrong, page 27, interest and overdue accounts. I think that might be the FEMA money that we're just holding back.
No, these are investments.
Okay.
So the invested money that's in this fund, we allocate back out to the funds. So this is like any of the money that we receive from investments for our CDs or so this dollar amount is actually invested.
So those
and then
aren't
goes back
fees,
into the fund.
those are truly interest
But
accounts.
also, if somebody's late on their bill?
That's,
And overdue accounts, yes, both.
that's the
Yep.
overdue accounts, okay.
Okay.
Tom, you guys are putting out to bid the gravel, right, Mr. Mayor? Remember we talked about the trucks, that presentation?
It's out to bid right now.
Yeah, so we are going to bid that out for liability and so thank you for that. They're bidding it we own the rock, and they're bidding it that they buy the rock for us, right? We have plenty of place to store it, so we'll do there, so thank you for that. That's great to see. Is this the spot where we're working with downtown partners with the ambassadors? Is that this department? That's not here, is it?
No, that wouldn't be here.
That's why, I made a note, I wasn't sure which department, so, okay.
I mean, our environmental department works with downtown, but that's about
But not downtown partners.
Yep.
We're talking about putting together that ambassador crew, like cleanup.
It would be related to
Oh.
this.
But that's their contract.
Yeah.
That's the contract Downtown Partners has.
Okay. We don't share any cost with them for some of that stuff through this department?
Downtown partners, the only thing we share cost in is the recyclable dumpsters.
I will have some conversation related to parking and some of those in our area. Based on what you decide to do with parking, there could be some opportunity for us to assist with the person we have. Yep.
You have that notes in that?
Yep. That'll be in the finance.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor.
City Council, page 91.
This is probably time I could bring up a pay raise for you because
Second.
I wouldn't affect me, so.
There has been, I guess, thrown out there for discussion if there's any interest in a logo update with the citizens to engage.
Local what?
Logo update for the city logo.
So I've been visiting with Mike, and I just feel that our logo is a little outdated. Thought it was outdated years ago. I'm not suggesting that we allocate any funds to the budget, but I would like to see some form of an effort through our marketing group to try and revise our logo. Granted, it would take some, there would be an expense at some point with regard to stationery and vehicles and otherwise, but I'd like to see us consider modifying them.
I buy all my own shirts. Are you personally gonna?
I will buy you a shirt. When we get the new logo, I will.
Because you'll buy like the city does low bid. I'll get my own. That's why I get my own.
It's just, it's a point of consideration.
I don't mind looking at the design of it.
It's the design component,
But
right?
as far as
As a project.
changing, I think we're talking, does anybody have an idea what we spent the last time?
Throw it at the youth council for a project.
I think the Mayor's Youth Council could be part of that project, but I feel like we could reach out into the community, the high schools, the colleges, Mayor's Youth Commission, absolutely.
That just brings it so broad and so many opinions, so many cooks in the kitchen.
Well, there's only one group that makes a decision, that's us. So we can ask 100 people to make suggestions and we evaluate it.
Have at it.
Mr. Mayor, what do you think the salary should be of the mayor?
I don't know.
$250,000, right in there?
I'm not going there. I mean, I'm probably the only one that it won't affect because it can't go into effect until after the next election. But certainly we're not on the high end of council or mayor salaries in the state of Iowa based upon size. Trying to convince citizens of that. So.
You can always program it out to 2032.
What's that?
You can always program it out. You know, set it now, program it out to 2032 or something like that. That takes it completely out. Anyway.
As part of the council budget, there's still a contribution to Saturday in the Park within here for $10,000.
What, that?
Their Saturday in the Park, 10,000 contribution is within this budget. If you want to have that discussion in relation to the tourism, which is up next as well, just, there's 10,000 in this.
Traditionally, we've been paying for the new fence that they use every year, right?
I don't believe we did last year.
I think that's what they do with that 10,000 is put it.
No, they can do whatever. The fence was put up because of the
Right.
water project.
And that was in addition to the.
That was in addition to. We paid like 15,000 extra for that.
Yep, we did.
But we haven't the last year or two.
Right.
For the fence.
Since the water tower got built, we don't.
Okay. Yeah, we can wait until the next group comes up.
But as a point of discussion, the request is for us a significant increase to $50,000.
No, the only thing that bothers me about our budget is the funding. Because some of you spend time in economic development, some of you spend time in utilities, some of you, I don't. Some of you spend time in,
That's fair.
in non-taxpayer dollar time. And the water fund and the city fund, the sewer fund, the
Sales
economic
tax.
development, the TIFs should pay some of that money. I mean, I spent more, when I was on the ED team, I spent more time doing economic development in TIF districts than probably I did anything else. But the taxpayers pay for it. And
So we can look at doing a direct charge, and we'd have to reevaluate that annually. We do a cost allocation plan, but we can't allocate out based on the cost allocation plan per the
Can't
Iowa.
what, Teresa?
We can't cost it out based on the cost allocation plan. We can't allocate it out based on the Iowa code and regulations, but we can do a direct charge. So we can look at the
Well, I
salaries
think
of the
you
two
should look at
people
that.
and determine what that looks like. So we'll, for both TIF and the other area.
Try and get a reasonable percentage of what that is. No.
No. Allocating out your cost to other
Rather than
funds.
general fund dollars, the question is, can we use enterprise funds for the source, the funding source for the city council?
Just lightens the taxes.
For our
ask.
salary, we're not taxing for it.
I didn't follow it.
That makes sense.
It does.
Okay,
I'll bring something back for wrap-up.
Yep.
Guys to look.
But I will say that we all do much more work, time, effort, energy, thinking, sometimes loss of sleep, and I don't believe that anyone is over. I don't. I don't. There's so much more to this than people realize. There just is.
well, I'll wait till next
Right.
budget.
Pardon me?
Yeah. Life of service.
Absolutely. But you have no idea how much time we spend on it either, sir, respectfully. Well, get voted in and you can do it. Okay.
Tourism budget, page 263.
Man, you've been here a long time.
Stacy, thanks for your patience.
They tell you eight.
Lot. Mayor, council members, glad to be here.
Again, congratulations on your new appointment.
Thank you.
We know you'll do a great job.
I'm going to give it my best.
What's South Sioux contributing now?
I think they were a little late to the game.
Yep, South Sioux is not contributing right now, but I do have everyone else's numbers. Our Dakota Dunes has been doing 5,000 a year for the last couple of years. North Sioux, 10,000, but we did not make an ask last year because of the flooding. Sergeant Bluff, 5,000, and they just started for fiscal year 5.
And Woodbury County?
Nothing from Woodbury County.
Have you asked?
I personally, I have not, no, but I've only been doing this for a handful of days.
I've mentioned.
But I already have one appointment with Andrew and Jeff Dooley on March 24th at 2 o'clock to have my next ask for North Sioux City. So I'm working on getting those scheduled.
Yeah, I've had a chance to visit with Stacy, and I had shared my frustration that I don't think there's enough financial support from the surrounding communities. So I'm glad you're taking that initiative. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will say with that, though, too, and I do think it's important, I think if, we did switch, so we are Explore Siouxland, so we're community-based, Tri-City, more than Tri-City, but Tri-State. But we also do have to recognize that the city of Sioux City is the largest player. We've got most of the hotels and the restaurants. We've got the attractions where, we are the art center, the museums, the children's museums, things like that, too. So obviously, we have a larger responsibility than those surrounding communities, but they should be participating 100%.
So question. So again, this is a really interesting, how this is all funded, but let me see if I could wade through it. So your contribution from the city, this comes from performance-based. So once you hit a certain.
We have 100,000 flat fee.
Right.
And then after that.
After 2.4 in sales, you get a percentage of anything over 2.4.
Yeah, 50-50 split, so.
So how long
for
is
an
the 2.4? Is the 2.4 has been pretty consistent, if I look at the number, isn't it, across the board on the baseline? Is that fair?
As far as where we've hit,
Just, yeah, as far as the ongoing revenue, that's the baseline.
That's been the inception, since inception.
Since inception, yeah. On that, right?
I'm sorry, give me the question one more time.
The 2.4 is the matrix we've been using since
Yes.
the inception. You weren't here. Since the inception of the plan, right?
When we added that percentage, yes.
Yeah. So my question is, is it time to reset the matrix? The way I looked at it is to motivate, not to motivate, that's the wrong word, to incentivize more coordination out there. If you look at it from a contribution standpoint, is it time we move the matrix like from a 2.4 to a 2.7? And that way it creates more incentive to go out and sell more. Does that make sense?
Inflation alone, everything else we get's inflated, there should at least be inflated.
That's my point. That's kind of where I'm going with this. I'm trying to be gentle because she sat here all morning.
Well,
And, you know, this is one of those ones where.
You're moving the line up.
Yeah, well, that's my middle name, right? Yeah, right. So what I'm saying is it might be time to reset it through an inflationary. So what I'd like to propose is just for discussion in March is that we reset the baseline to 2.7. It gives us another starting point as you're coming on, because you're going to be a fireball and you're going to go out and you're going to kill it, and it's going to be big.
Do we know when the 2.4 was set, Teresa?
Yeah.
2022.
Right after, not far after COVID. That's,
I think it's like
So it's within the last 5 years?
oh, yeah.
last couple,
In the FY '24 wrap-up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
couple
three
years.
fiscal years.
Did they go 1 or 2 years on the 100,000 base?
Yep,
They get a
couple of
month
years.
off, huh?
But
yeah.
they didn't get the incentive at.
No, we only
No.
had a couple
No.
years of the flat
Flat
fee
100
of
for
100,000. Then we
yeah.
kind of pushed again because comparing us to other cities in Iowa, we
Right.
just,
I
we don't
remember.
have staff, we don't have money, and a lot's expected. And so that's when we said, so to that point, how can we have more dollars to spend to grow our staff and and what we're trying to accomplish? So that's when we set my understanding, and I wasn't here, but
You're
we
right.
set that goal, and then anything above and beyond, then we split 50-50. And so I do think, I like that model. I was actually hoping that we could start to increase. So moving line up, yes, we're obviously going to be as aggressive as we can be. We're going to do everything we can to always grow. But we are in need of more dollars as everyone comes in. But I've been here all day. I know what the landscape is, so I appreciate that as well. But again, from that hotel motel tax, we are the only receivers of that fund that does have an ROI. So if you look at just last year as an example, we had that 100,000, which is really the only thing you're committed to. And then once we hit that benchmark, we had another 442, 442, above and beyond. That was split 221 each, so we got 321. And then if you would have 221 from the city, but you take out that 100, that was the only thing obligated, you still netted 131. So by entrusting us with 100, you got 131 net out of that. So, I mean, I think that makes great sense, right? You give us a little, we give you a little more. You got more than your 100 back. And that's really how we are structured. That's what DMOs should be doing. We are out there pulling everyone together, giving a unified branding. We are out there marketing that. We are out there selling that. Those tourist dollars come in. All of that money, again, helps continue what we do, but it's supporting what you do and hopefully creating more lanes of revenue so that you guys can put that money towards all these others that need it, right? So I was actually hoping for more. I know that
And maybe the compromise is, I think you're going to grow. Everybody
Yes.
thinks you're going to do it. So maybe the compromise is that the 2.7 is that anything over 2.7, you go from 50% to.
All of it.
Or you know what? It's not a bad argument. I mean, if we can pick up the extra 300,000, I mean, maybe, or you start at 65%, and then if you get
You just
2
have us lose money,
you.
because
Well,
you got like 400 last.
I think
you
if
tier
we,
it,
if
even
we
if you tier
reset,
it.
if we continue to reset the base.
That's what I'm saying. If you reset the base and then re-tier it.
So we reset the base initially based on the years prior and did an average. This would, it's like 2.726 would actually be the new base for the 3 years that we've been funding them. And that would be like.
If you took into account inflation? Or just
Just a hard number.
Just hard numbers?
Yep. So at this year anyways, they would have gotten $143,000.
plus the 100?
Yes, because it was $2,843,000 is what the actual bring-in was. It would be 100,000, and then if you did the 100%.
They would have got 140 instead.
Oh, they got 221.
They got 220.
We got 221.
They split 440.
That's right.
And then can I have you state your name for the record, please?
Stacy Anderson.
Thank you.
Well, you can throw out different scenarios so we can look at it.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say, though, that makes me just a little concerned with it, too, though, and granted, again, we're going to do everything we can, but when you don't have guaranteed funding, again, when we are really in need with only 2.5 staff, right, and nothing, like even the next closest thing up is 4. Like, nobody has less than 4 staff, and that's when you've got communities of like 60,000 or 27,000. Like, I'm just concerned about not having, again, we work on long-term, and we want to be able to be safeguarded in having enough funds for staffing.
I like where we're going with this, but I think too with that, can the 100, because we're talking about inflation,
Yeah.
can the 100 be higher then? So the guaranteed maybe is higher, but then whatever we make above that goal.
That's a good discussion.
I mean, I think
Mike's
if we
gonna make a
move
note
one,
of
we
that.
should move both.
That's a reasonable ask. I think, let's talk
And
about
is it
that.
also fair to believe that the 50% you're getting above the benchmark of 2.4 of hotel motel tax doesn't take into account hotel motel tax of any community other than Sioux City, Iowa? So to your argument, Stacy, there's probably other hotel motel tax generated in South Sioux, in Dakota Dunes, Sergeant Bluff, or otherwise, that's not being taken into account in that calculation.
That could be.
Right?
But they don't have a
Ask
lot
of
of
those
hotels either. I mean,
Well,
throughout.
some do.
That could be a potential ask of those communities.
That's right.
increase their-
And I think
To
that's
change
really
their
the
model.
impetus of the dialogue, was those communities are generating hotel motel tax and not part of the calculation,
benefit from you.
right?
Can they use those that outside?
So I think Nebraska's a little bit more, and I'm still really new learning. My understanding is Nebraska's a little bit more complicated as far as us being able to be given those dollars, but that's the conversation.
Well, that's just,
we're having.
if they don't, if their contribution isn't based upon their hotel motel tax, but is only indirectly based upon
Yep.
what they're generating, excuse me, then they're not using their hotel motel tax to pay the contribution.
They're not participating.
And you also, with the increase in hotel motel tax, obviously are getting more head tax from the hotels. So your budget is growing. I mean, you're a nonprofit, geez, I'm in the business.
Is your total revenue about 1.4?
My budget for the year?
Yes,
Yeah.
your total budget,
865,
not including the city portion.
including it.
Okay.
Yeah, we are like significant, like the lowest in the whole state of Iowa, the lowest, with huge,
But let's keep in mind, that's 865,000 we
Yes.
didn't have 3 years ago.
yes, I'm
And
not
we- and we
complaining, I'm
knew
just
at that
trying to
time
create
we
the
had to-
reality.
We had to grow it, and the only way you're gonna grow it, there's enough weekend activity going on with kids' activities, but you've got to grow the midweek stuff that we have never done in this community.
Yes, and we are doing that, and actually, we just,
That's where your growth come from.
Yep, and the last couple of things that we have just went through are doing week. We are working really hard. That is our main focus right now, is weekday business. It's what our hotel partners are wanting, helps the city in general, just to get that hotel filled during the week. And we're getting new stuff, like we just put through, well, you guys obviously know about the farm show. I was one of 4 people that worked with John and Jason and Penny to get that done. And especially, I spent a lot of time with Penny going over her concerns with the Expo Center in that space. So, I mean, there's big things like that coming, which is huge. We just, as of yesterday, put RFPs in for the League of City, and thank you for your letter of support,
You
Mayor,
won't
for
get that, but you won't.
And the Iowa recycling and waste. But we are working very hard to get bigger things in, weekday business in. We've got a new, there's
I
a
had to
tattoo
sit on that.
convention that's going to be happening here in just a couple of months. That's brand new for us. So working on getting different things, newer things in weekday business.
I had to sit on that miserable board for 6 years to get us here one time in 12, so don't hold your breath, you're getting that one back for a while.
Well, we're going to fight for it. We're going to do our best.
Good.
Well, they enjoyed it when they were here last time. They
Yeah.
were very surprised at how much progress we had made. We got tons of feedback on it.
But they'll
pretty
only
close
come
to getting them back
they'll only
again.
come to this side of the state
Right.
every 6 years, and Council Bluffs gets it once and we get it once.
Well, we're hoping to change that, and I'm been really impressed already with our new Director of Sales and Services, Angela. Like, together, we're working really hard to have more of a presence, more of that one-on-one, the phone calls, meetings, because people need to know who we are, and we need to be loud and vocal, right, and not be ignored just because we're on the northwest corner of Iowa.
And I can tell you guys, you new guys, some of you should go to the League of Cities, no matter, I think it's way on the other side this year. But if you don't show a presence, we can't expect them to come back here either. You've got a couple of you, I mean, I might go this year, I haven't been for a while, but they like to see that you're here, not just when they're here, so.
I do think that's part of it, right? Like, we have to have a presence, we have to go to these things, they have to know who we are, and they have to see that, hey, we are making most of the effort, right? So that gets reciprocated.
Absolutely.
They do give you mileage if you get on their board, though.
I'll drive you.
And you can waste a whole day in Des Moines, but they'll pay for your hotel too if you want to go down the night before. I never did, but.
Would you like us to put in a Saturday in the Park consideration in a new formula proposal back to council?
Yes. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Anything else for me?
Good job, good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry you had to stay all day.
Yeah.
Next time we'll serve popcorn.
City manager, page 95.
I think last year the discussion from memory was regarding communications position, and I think it's been successful to add, I think, the contracted person. But we also heard from council during the summer session that communication out to the public was key. So open to anything more you want communications to provide to the residents and the public. And just recently, I have her doing a presentation to council on the 9th regarding that as well, so before wrap-up, just for awareness as well.
So I'll just ask again, like the software maintenance portion, does that increase every year? Is it?
Yeah, so this year in particular was due to the federal requirement for the website accessibility.
The ADA requirement?
Yeah, that was the big increase ask there. Yes?
That'll be a continuing expense going forward. Yep.
So we just put it through the manager's office as a central place to put it for the whole city.
Why did you cut your interns down? I'm just curious. You did.
Well, we looked at the interns. We had it for a number of years where it was at and wasn't getting utilized. And so we looked at what we thought the average of it getting utilized was. And we usually have some budget left over from year to year too. So what typically happens is, if I requested for an intern, I would get money, I put it in my operating project. It runs over 2 fiscal years, so we see often in 1 year, we have a large increase, and the next year we don't have as many requests, just because of the way it falls. Most of those interns occur over the summertime. So we reduced it knowing that we don't have those interns. Both of the fiscal years are usually split over the fiscal year.
We are planning for a communications intern this summer, though.
For the ADA requirements or
Just in general? Just in general.
My department will be submitting for one as well, and we've used them several years for new standards that come out for the audit. They help implement those standards. So it's been helpful for our department too. And with staffing changes, getting a new person up and going, if we can get an intern in that can help with some of the daily balancing and cash balancing and whatnot.
Small team, Teresa, are you sure you want to have that just at 1.22?
Well, the issue is we can't really get people in the school year.
It's not an
only in
issue
the
of
summer.
what, it's availability.
Yeah, typically it's a summer
It's a
request, so we
2-month
get them,
window.
but it's only 10 to 12 weeks, that's it. And,
What about a temp service?
well, I suppose a person could do a temp service, but we have worked well, it's worked well for us, just the time that we need them for audit stuff is at that time. So it's worked well for us, but just supporting the intern program, I think it's done a lot of good things, and it has helped our department
But I
too.
just know how small your team is, and, we're understanding more and more how heavy your workload is. So I just want to make sure that you're covering.
No, with our interns, we've done well. Yep. And it does help significantly.
And this piece is under Mike. Now,
It is.
you've still got a compliment on yours as well, right?
The funding sits under
Yeah.
Mike, but the management of it often sits
Yeah.
under finance.
Right.
So, yeah, so Sarah and the budget team put together what the actual cost is, and it gets approved by the city manager. She moves it into a project and helps manage with the departments, so.
That's what I heard.
I feel like this is the only department that I've seen an employee compensation decrease.
Well, that's because that person was moved.
There's lots of transition.
Yep.
This department that you.
Everywhere else is going up.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, it looks good on you guys.
Right.
So what if, this budget's gonna finish way over budget because we haven't had a city manager?
It will.
Yep, it will.
Haven't replaced Mike. I kinda like it that way.
Too.
Just and keep-
We now Captain
I don't
Osgood
know.
there, come on now.
Abuse him as long as you can.
I don't know. I'd like Mike to stay where he's at. Maybe find somebody for the other areas, but
Express, right?
Okay, well, I tried.
We just won't talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Finance Department, page 123.
I can answer any questions you. I do have one item that I discussed a little bit at the CIP hearing. I have, and I sent out to you guys related to parking, some parking items for operations for your consideration.
Well, I wanna, before you go, I have a question. Who does the 1099s?
My department does.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, you issue 1099s that's non-labor related, but you put them on a 1099.
I'm not sure what you're related, are you housing?
I don't know where they come from. My clients get them, and they're on the wrong form.
Should they be on a miscellaneous, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
They should be on miscellaneous, okay. I can look into that, yep. We looked into whether or not we have to issue them, but they may be on the wrong form. And then it's up to the tax preparer to determine whether or not they need to utilize them.
I understand that, but it's up to the taxpayer to have to write a letter saying that the city issued it on the wrong form, too.
Okay, so I will look into them, but if you can identify the ones, so that way I can make sure
I
that,
will, the next time I get one, I'll send it to you.
I think it's housing, but, okay. Yep,
So can you get the corrected one then?
yep, we can correct them, and/or we can, I want to change
Or write
them
a
next
letter.
year once, so we don't do that again, yeah, yep.
The grant coordinator position that's in your complement, does that position seek grants citywide or just related to finance projects?
No, citywide, and actually, we don't have a person in that position right now. We've contracted with HDR, so we have a contract with HDR right now. We just went through the process of looking through all of our projects to determine all of our priorities, and filling out for them filling out a questionnaire they have for them to actually go out and look for grants for us. So we've supplied them with 15 grants, 15 different projects that are city priorities, and they will go and look for grants for those areas, large areas.
So how does that position then get reflected in your compensation line item?
It's sitting up there in general services, it's in professional services.
Okay.
So you see in 25, it was funded, and then we suggested
And that's the
reducing it.
negative 54,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
yep.
It could be removed from the complement, I suppose, right? Because it's not a position.
No, I think at that time we just,
As a position?
yep, it started out as a position, and then it was determined or decided by council that they wanted it to be professional services, and we were going to see. I sent out a memo a little prematurely. I was going to bring it to you at this time or for wrap-up, but I wanted to do that because there was another item coming to council that impacted kind of some of the suggestions. So we have several different options that we have went through to try to determine what we do with what is our next step with the parking. So there are 4 options sitting out there. We've spoke to Downtown Partners too and gotten some direction from them. But the first option is just to completely eliminate the parking meters and have, we'd still have enforcement because you'd have like an hour free in parking or whatnot. And and the memo is lengthy, I know that, but there is an increase to the cost. So we would have no revenue to offset the current cost we have for enforcement, and then we'd have to add enforcement. So that actually costs us money, and we don't have any, typically what happens right now, the parking, on-street parking offsets some of the ramp expenses. So it keeps the ramp prices down too, and some of the capital expenses at the ramp. So we'd have to increase the ramp or the monthly ramp costs, and we would have an increase to the, and that would be a general fund increase to have enforcement. So that's one option.
Well, but keep in mind, Teresa, on that option, that while you are eliminating the meter-generated funding, you could seek other alternatives to a revenue source, maybe some business participation.
We could.
Right? And I don't know what that number, it might be so minimal that it doesn't really offset the loss of the parking meter revenue, but it should be considered, because when part of the dialogue about giving this some thought is that businesses downtown believe that it tends to be an impediment to getting more activity downtown. So some of our downtown business owners might see it as an alternative.
That's an interesting thought, because when we sat down and talked to Reagan, she said that about 2 years ago, they took a city block and they decided to make it free parking. And she said they were going to do it for a month. Within the first day, almost every business called and said, give it back. Because we have so much now living downtown that people will park their car there and leave their car there and not park in the parking ramp.
Yeah. But isn't that the issue of enforcement? Isn't that why you would have to have additional enforcement activity?
We could, at this point, they were just doing free parking.
Yeah.
They weren't limiting to 2 hours or anything like that. So she said, and we, again, I have a meeting with her this coming week with business stakeholders that she's put together to get more feedback from them, because we haven't had that discussion or dialogue yet, but she said that she wants some type of parking restriction. So, and so to your point, if we took them out, we could still do enforcement, but there would be that additional cost to the enforcement.
What's the mechanism for enforcement? Because you can't mark tires, that's illegal.
You'd have to have the license plate readers, and we'd have to have increase. That's the additional cost that would cost us a little bit more to get more of those. So option 2 is to go straight to Park Mobile. We could and remove all of the parking meters and go straight to Park Mobile. We would have to put in some signs. There would be some initial cost to it. Now, sensitive to Reagan's very sensitive, we are to having signs everywhere. So we'd want to look at the current signs we have and using those current signs to make sure we don't just have a billion signs everywhere. The third option is kind of a hybrid option where we would do Park Mobile in majority of the places, but the high trafficked areas, we would leave the meters. We thought initially on Douglas, all the way up Douglas, you've got City Hall, you have the courthouse, and you have the Transport building. Those are areas that get a ton of traffic. So we'd give an option for both Park Mobile and or metered parking, because I think oftentimes people that come downtown, if you have an elderly person or somebody that isn't familiar with a phone app, those are the people that are plugging the meters, and that might be where they're visiting. So the fourth option, it was to start initially with removing the meters in the outskirted areas and putting them Park Mobile only, and giving maybe a one free hour of parking in the high trafficked areas, and then start with that, and then decide which of the 1, 2, 3 option you want to go to. See what that looks like. What do people think about that? Some of the areas that are not high trafficked are down by Water Street, far up on 9th Street at the hospital. So that was actually Tiffany Claiborne, which is the Parking and Skywalk manager's idea, that we kind of trial it in the areas that are in the trial, or in the outskirt areas, and see what people think about it, what feedback we do or don't get from it. And then it gives us time to determine what option works best. It also gives us time to work with the community and the business owners downtown to get their different opinions. So Reagan has put together a group of like 7 people, somebody from the schools, a couple small business owners, a couple large business owners that she regularly hears from related to parking or snow removal.
The school's going to want that to go away, but the schools won't participate in any free parking for the teachers that they have down there.
Right.
So again, they're going to want to leech off of the city to have less grievance, from their staff.
Well, if they want the parking to go away, I guess if we're still going to do enforcement, their teachers would still have to park in the ramp, and their parking fee will double.
Right, they don't want to park in the ramp. They want to park, or they want to park in the ramp, but they don't want to pay.
Right, well, unfortunately,
They're finding other places to park all over the place.
well,
I tried to talk to Dan Greenwell about it a couple of years ago, and he said, easy solution, give it to us for free.
we've had conversations with our HR director, and she's been great to work with, and they don't, just recently we found an issue with their contract that wasn't increasing their parking in a rate in which ours has increased, and they were great to work with, and I didn't think they thought it was unreasonable at all. Now, we have city employees that will find areas, they'll park 6 blocks away and walk, and that's an option. You can do that in a further area. If you want to, park up on 9th Street and walk, you certainly can.
We just have to protect those business owners downtown that rely on that traffic rotation, so that when people are wanting to come to their business for lunch and they're on a limited time, or whatever they're downtown for, picking something up, whatever it is, that rotation has got to keep moving.
And I think
That's why the
Reagan,
enforcement is key.
Right,
yeah,
but-
and Reagan is really aware of the business. That's why we wanted to bring her in as a key. She's aware of the business community. She's engaged with them all the time. We wanted to hear what their responses are and what their thoughts are.
I've been involved in those in the past.
And I don't think the enforcement is an issue, because we can see that there is, but to that point, do we think option 4, will there be, how much revenue are we losing if we remove those?
Well, we would put Park Mobile there.
Oh, so, okay.
Yep, and those ones we could give them a free hour of parking if you wanted to, or we just go straight Park Mobile and see what it looks like.
Yeah, see, Teresa, I kind of like the option 3. I think option 4, you're just going to create a bubble of uncertainty, and you're not going to lose any revenue. Actually, we pick up about 70,000, is it, in an employee? What do we pick up for? We pick up some cash on employees or not?
For what, option 3?
Yeah, that's if we eliminate everything except on 6th, 7th, and 8th.
We really don't, that doesn't do a whole lot of anything. It does pick up our employee costs, though. So we have that employee.
You have the one, but you have the one, it's just a floater.
Yeah, well,
All he's going to collect is on 6th, 7th, and 8th.
right. So he's the person that does all of our meter repairs right now. That's the person that, because of the garbage contract the other day that came, that I wanted to have this conversation. The thought is maybe he could be that downtown maintenance person that Downtown Partners has talked about numerous times, to have somebody downtown to clean up. We currently have somebody right now that picks up the garbage contract. And so the thought was we could utilize this person as a maintenance person in lieu of that contract. So that $70,000 that we currently pay somebody, we have an employee, that person could utilize and look at those 100 meters, fix them as needed, and provide that service
And then
already.
you lose maintenance, you lose the maintenance on the existing meters, right? Because now you have backups.
Yes, we have, well, and he has to go repair them, but we
Yeah.
don't have to buy meters, yes. We would have,
That part of it.
But that trash contract now doesn't just go downtown.
so he goes downtown, he does all of the recycling receptacles, and then he does some transit areas.
And he goes out when I call, and there's bags.
Yep,
and
you're right.
Stuff on the way to the dump.
Which I think is,
and-
yep.
He goes anywhere we call, honestly.
But this person would be available for that, because now we're cutting those meters down to about 10% of what he had before. So that means 90% of his time is now available. So the thought is that we could utilize this person to do that, and we would get control over any excess time that they would have. So if they had any excess time,
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Option 4 is where, it doesn't cost us anything.
No, it doesn't.
We get to get
Then
a
you get
trial.
to, yep,
See what,
see what it looks like, and then you can give us direction
like that.
moving forward. I did give direction based on the responses back from the memo to have ERA bring that contract for at least a year for that person that's doing the contract for the garbage, because irregardless of what option we chose, it's going to take a while to get it implemented. So it makes sense. If we took out all the meters, we have to put in the signs and, do all of that work too. So it's going to be some time. So right now, if you want me to bring it back to wrap up, I can, but what I'm hearing is option 4 is what you're wanting us to do. And then when we talk to Reagan, we can come back with I can give you what their opinions are. I think that's going to take us a little bit of time, though we're going to meet this week. I don't know by wrap up if I'll have that for you, but I can continue to stay in contact and
Only
give us
caveat
wrap
I
up.
have about option 4, just vent it out, again, Bob, Scott, we all have opinions, right? Is I think you're giving opportunity for maybe a lot of dialogue of change that people sometimes get uneasy versus if we just change it, we're modernizing, here it is. The people with the meters, you still have 3 blocks to park, 3 quarters in.
Yep.
And we just rip the Band-Aid out and go.
Yeah.
Versus we end up in 6 months of debate and, oh, I don't know. It's just my opinion is if we're gonna go, let's go.
Well, I think that's what shows us that, though, is that we're removing those. And
Well, no.
Well, so we would do we could start and implement option 4 immediately if you wanted us to. And then if you wanted me to bring it back to wrap up, you can choose option 3 to start July 1.
Oh.
And then that does give them still a 3-month period for a trial. And then July 1 would be that. So I can bring that back and then you guys can vote on that and decide on option 3.
Anything else? Citizens, any citizens want to be heard?
Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Afternoon now. I've been here a long time.
And depending on how long you want to speak, it might be good evening.
I'll keep it
There you
brief so
go.
you guys can get out of here.
We're fine.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Dylan Northrup. I'm a Sioux City taxpayer, owner of DK Insurance, and affiliated with a national brokerage, Forticare Insurance. I'm here to discuss your largest expense. Over 50% of the city's $258 million budget goes to the employee compensation. Health insurance alone is $22.3 million. That is your largest cost center by far. The budget narrative acknowledges rising costs, depleted insurance fund, and increased premiums year over year. So what's the plan? Continue to absorb the increases? Last year, HR requested a proposal from me for the CHAMP plan, which is a frontline defense to the city's health insurance and is structured under Section 125 in ERISA. The plan will increase take-home pay for employees, $1,500 to $2,500 annually, provide zero-cost primary care and urgent care visits, include prescription and mental health services, redirect routine claims that would have otherwise hit the major medical pool, and generate a modeled savings of approximately $4 million annually.
Can I interrupt I want to make sure, is this like a reinsurance program?
This is not a reinsurance program. It is a Section 125 plan that we put in line with the health insurance plan. So we're not suggesting change the broker. We're not suggesting change the plan. What we do is we implement the plan before that offloads a lot of the claims, and the entire thing is funded through Section 125 and the pre-tax benefit.
Okay.
That's nearly $4 million. That's nearly 18% of the health insurance budget. After requesting a proposal, HR declined to meet to review it. There was no structured review, no finance workshop, no ERISA council review, and no claims analysis. When I reached out to the mayor for clarification, the response was that the city would not review the proposal until it was certain the proposal was safe. When I asked specifically what that meant, what standard, what concern, what legal issue, there's been no further response. Instead, the proposal was sent to the city's current broker for evaluation. What a fascinating governance model. Rather than conduct an internal fiscal and legal review, the city deferred to the incumbent broker to assess structural reform. That is not an independent review. That is asking the status quo to grade itself. The memorandum sent by the current broker did not analyze the CHAMP plan, didn't review the plan documents, or address the independent legal opinion letter that was provided to the city. Yet it was treated as sufficient. That is not a formal evaluation of $4 million structural reform. Meanwhile, the employees are denied $1,500 to $2,500 in pay increase, zero cost primary and urgent care, and included prescriptions and mental health. And taxpayers are denied approximately $4 million annually. That's 40 to 60,000 potholes, levy stabilization, and infrastructure funding. These are things voters consistently ask for. This isn't complicated. Instead, we lost a year. Not rejecting the plan after analysis, but rejecting it without even conducting one. The CHAMP plan is not experimental. It's operated for more than a decade and is utilized by major employers and municipalities nationwide. It also maintains direct partnerships with Fortune 100 companies such as Nationwide. But this afternoon is about governance. When over half of your budget is tied to employee compensation, proposals affecting that number deserve documented legal and financial review, not a broker memorandum. So here's my proposal. Convene one comprehensive working session, bring finance, HR, legal, and any council members who wish to be in that. and we'll bring our team. Let's review the funding and claim structure line by line and then make a decision promptly. There should be no further delay on a proposal impacting your largest budget item. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you. So I've got a question.
Yeah.
Say, Dylan?
Yes.
So what, I understand what Dylan's describing. Is that a service, if the council said, yes, let's evaluate this ancillary piece to our comp and benefit plan, is that something that would need an RFQ or an RFP, or would we have the flexibility to necessarily look individually at a gentleman that comes forward and says, I want to help market this service?
We've always done RFPs for any of these types of services. So I mean, we can certainly, you could entertain listening to him, but we would still issue an RFP.
Okay. Thanks.
He contacted me and I don't know anything about what he's talking about and whether it will stand a test. I'm not saying it won't. I don't know. That's why I gave it to these guys. Nicole seemed to want to have a court case pending in Florida settled before we move forward. That's all I can tell you guys, but it would probably be good if she gave you some background too, so you know.
Oh, so that's where the safety comment came through.
Say that again, Julie. I didn't hear what you said.
That's where the mayor's safety.
Safe,
comment
I
must
see.
have come through because Nicole wanted to see
Right.
the outcome of a pending case in Florida.
Dylan, do you have any awareness of legal issues?
No, I don't. And again, I mean, this is a national program that's been over a decade. I mean, how many legal things are out there against different insurance companies and things like that? That should be really a non-issue.
How long they've been
We
using
followed
it?
the advice of our city.
How long they've been using it in the municipalities, though?
What's that?
How long, Dylan, have they been using it, this municipality?
I would
Say 10 years, but how long in municipalities?
Yeah, I would say the last 4 to 5 years, it's really become popular in municipalities because you guys do run the gold standard of benefits, right? You guys run the lowest deductibles, and the costs have continued to rise on those plans, and you're seeing that in your deficit. So this plan definitely helps offset that. So I would say in the last 4 to 5 years, they become very popular with municipalities.
Who in Iowa is doing it?
I couldn't tell you anybody in Iowa. We're more prevalent on the coast and in the south.
Okay.
Because the national brokerage that I'm a part of is based out of Dallas, Texas.
So not one municipality in Iowa is signed up with you?
We don't have
He just
anybody
doesn't
in
know.
Iowa. I've just presented this to Sioux City because I'm a resident here.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
What's the name of the company again?
Yep, so Affordicare Insurance is the brokerage based out of Dallas, and then the company would be Champion Health Incorporated, and they're based out of Scottsdale, Arizona. So I'm part of the National Home Builders Association, and I had spoke with Daryl Bullock, and that's how we had initially brought the conversation to Sioux City. When looking at your guys' budget, I just look at it and I'm like, well, here's a line item that I can solve, right?
Got you fired up. Sure.
Yeah.
Gosh, calm down.
Well, when you look at the budget, you have a $337,000 deficit right now. Just by implementing this plan, the FICA tax savings alone would be $500,000.
Our share of it?
Yeah, the tax savings to the city would, on the FICA part, would be about $500,000. If I'm factoring it at 800.
Okay.
Plus you have the claims offloaded. We did an independent study on that. Generally, we offload anywhere from $1,800 to $2,500 per employee per year in claims offload, which you guys.
Did an independent study on the city's numbers?
No,
Oh,
just
how'd you get
on
that?
so we did an independent study on 150 companies that are currently running the plan, and our average claims offload is anywhere from $1,800 to $2,500 per employee per year. Since you guys run a self-insured plan, obviously less claims means less premiums, right?
So the idea of 4 million is obviously appealing, but I guess I keep going back to why isn't West Des Moines, is it, I don't know.
Yeah, so I'm the only agent in Iowa.
Yeah.
I guess is probably the answer to that question.
Yeah.
We just haven't.
Who else are you talking to right now? I mean, you talking to other municipalities? Are you getting the same pushback that you're getting here?
Yeah, so actually I was working with the county, but since the city shut that down, obviously there was conversations between that, and that also got shut down. And the disappointing part is that they're operating off of, a broker memorandum versus.
Sure, but I'm gonna go back to the question. I'm gonna go back to who else are you in your calls? Dude, I'm trying to help you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to help you.
Mm-hmm.
So in your calls, who else are you calling on? Are you getting the same resistance, or I mean,
So this is the first municipality
Okay.
that I'm approaching
Okay.
in Iowa
Gotcha.
because I'm a taxpayer here in
Sure.
the city, and I can see that your line item, this could definitely help. Otherwise, I'm mainly focusing on private businesses because a year-long process for me to implement something is kind of ridiculous, so I don't really want to work with a lot of municipalities, just being honest, right? I'd rather work with private individual companies because the process is a lot faster.
What's the difference between your 125 and the 125 we have?
Well, there's many 125s. You know, 125 is simply a section in the code, right?
I'm very aware of what,
Yeah, so-
I'm very aware of what 125 is. So
Yeah.
why is yours uniquely different that'll save all this money that we don't already have?
Yeah, so ours
We
is.
already have people on 125, we're already saving FICA.
Yep, so ours, when we implement it, has a $1,200 pre-tax deduction. There's a lot that goes into this plan. I don't think I could properly explain
Okay,
the
well, that's
functionality just here at the mic.
All right.
But essentially, if we factor it on a monthly basis, there's a $1,200 pre-tax deduction. You take that times your 7.65% FICA minus our fees. The actual FICA tax savings per employee per year is $573.60. Then you have the claim offloading that none of your other Section 125 plans are going to do. So ours is a frontline defense to your self-insured health insurance plan. When you go to the doctor, even though the employee pays a $25 copay or a $50 copay, the insurance is still paying $200 and some for that doctor's visit, right? That's what's hitting your claims pool. Preventative care, those are all free to the employees, right, on your health plan. But there is a cost associated with that, right? We're gonna offload all of those costs over to our plan, and it's paid for through the tax savings of the plan. So that's the biggest difference that ours is going to do. It's gonna act as a frontline defense to your health insurance where the claims continue to rise. The other thing is.
You're telling me you got a cap on your 125 that I can put $7,500 into it?
Say that again?
You're telling me that your plan must allow me to put $7,500 into your plan?
I don't know where you got the 7,500.
Well, I divided that by 7.65, that's.
So if you take, there's a pre-tax deduction for the funding, which is $1,200. So if you take that times 7.65% FICA
Yeah.
that you would pay, that generates a $91.80 tax savings per employee per month. Our administration fee on this is $44, which leaves $47.80 per employee per month in generated tax savings.
Hear me out. Save $575 an employee, that means that you take that times 7.65, which is $7,500.
That's the yearly, $573.60 per employee.
That's what $7,500 is what it takes to generate $575 per employee.
No, the $1,200. If a gross pay is $5,000 and you put in a pre-tax benefit of $1,200, now your gross pay is $3,800. So that's what you're taking the FICA savings on, which would generate $91.80 in FICA tax savings. We charge a $44 administration fee. That leaves $47.80 per employee per month. And if you take that times 12, that's where the $573.60 in guaranteed FICA tax savings to the city. Then you have the claims offloading. Again, that's anywhere from $1,800 to about $2,400 per employee. That also goes with training, right? We need to make sure that the employees are trained to use this when they go to the doctor, so that way that's not hitting the claims pool. We help do that.
Will they have the option of not using?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a voluntary plan, but if the other part that I haven't hit on is we're increasing the employee pay on this plan as well in the structure of the plan. The average pay increase per employee is $125 to about $250 a month. And again, I've already ran a payroll analysis on what the city provided me. They gave me the payroll analysis for 500 employees, and I've already ran that analysis. So I know what the savings is. I just can't get a meeting with them again because they went to their current broker and were shared, some memorandum that doesn't have anything to do with the plan that I've suggested. But the average, on those 500 employees that we did the payroll analysis on, the average pay increase was about $150 to $175 a month. So when you ask, is it voluntary? We have a 95% enrollment rate because most people are seeing a pay increase. Why wouldn't they take it? Along with free doctor's visits, free urgent care, free tier 1 prescription drugs, preventative care, mental health services. It also has a once a year where they can do a blood test. So think of employees that aren't on the company insurance because maybe it's not affordable to them. Now you give access to literally every single employee the basic level of care, which now means you have a healthier workforce, which is better all around, right? The other thing is it is a health management program. So every person is prescribed a treatment plan through the app, and that's actually backed by the Mayo Clinic, and it uses AI technology to try to determine large health issues. We've actually caught cancer early. We've caught many health problems earlier, and I relate it to manufacturing, right? You have a safety department that preaches safety, safety, safety. What do you hope your workforce does? Work safer. Well, if you have a health app that preaches health, 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 what do you hope your workforce is? Healthier, right?
Which is a wellness program.
Which is better all around, right?
All right, well, we're not gonna solve the problem today, but
yeah,
we'll get some memos from you guys and the council can look at it.
We'll follow up.
Perfect.
Yeah, we'll get
Perfect.
more information.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for your time.
Appreciate the
Yeah.
passion, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Sure we are.
All right, you want to hear it? We'll go. Brett Waltron, as usual. We kind of brushed over it, so that's why I figured you're just not going to listen to me, but we don't actually have a city manager, only an interim, so what is the decrease in that department's costs?
There won't be, because by the time this budget that we're talking about kicks in, we will have a city manager.
I have my doubts.
Okay.
I don't understand why we still have an interim, for instance, like where I haven't seen the ads for this position anywhere.
Because we've decided to wait to get through the budget process before we advertise.
What they did when the gentleman that they had authorized to negotiate with withdrew his name, the council at that time decided to defer a decision until after the budget cycle. So it would be at least until March or April before this council has an opportunity to discuss what our short and long-term plans are.
I see, thank you. Then as for I think I found a loophole in the sidewalk issue. So I talked about it this week. I don't understand how something that doesn't exist can be enforced upon. And reading over the state statute, I think I'm right. I'd love to hear legal's perspective on that. I realize she's not here, but I'd love to hear this perspective there. And I couldn't read the city ordinance for some reason. The site was down when I was researching it, but I will get back to that as soon as I can. I'd just love to see that because according to the state ordinance, it seems that if I, as a resident, decided to just say, well, I don't want to replace my concrete, I'm just going to tear it all up and put in grass, it's non-existent, meaning there's nothing to maintain. The statute says maintain. If there's nothing to maintain.
Our legal counsel will be back a week from Monday, so I would suggest that you come back and run it past her. She really is the last word on it. She's not going to be here this Monday, I will tell you that.
Oh, well, I'm able to be here this Monday.
Okay. You're free to come, but I just know that Nicole's out for bereavement, so.
You can always email her too.
Yep, you can email her.
Absolutely, and I will.
Absolutely.
But, like I said,
Please do.
I couldn't read the city statute, so I don't know what the difference is there between city and state statute. But the state very clearly does that loophole.
Thanks, Brett.
One other thing, was there an actual decrease, or are we still increased by $1 million? That's what the proposed budget on the website says.
Decrease in what? What do you?
Overall city budget.
The city budget increased 0.5%, yes. Increase, yes.
But the levy went down.
The levy went down.
Excellent, that's good for the people.
Yes.
Correct.
Right, good. Still, the city budget needs to be, we need to work on cutting more spending, obviously. Right? I think we can all be in agreement there. Right. That's right. There's no such thing as try. It's either do or do not, there is no try. So, thank you.
Move we adjourn.
Second.
Bertrand.
Aye.
Rayford.
Aye.
Shaner.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Berenstein.
Aye. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.